A world of warmth and love, a stark contrast to the cold life that awaited her. Her mother's was laced with worry, a familiar, gentle sound that felt like home. Qiao Lin, she began, her brow furrowed. You've donated all the prize money from Grace Royal Academy to the village's elementary school. How are you going to handle your future accommodation expenses? But Qiao Lin just offered a reassuring smile, her silver hair catching the morning light. Don't worry, mother, she said, her voice bright and full of hope. I can work there. The commission in the aristocratic area is very high. The family gathered around the rustic wooden table, a feast laid out not of riches, but of pure, unadulterated love. Now that Qiao Lin has made up her mind, let us bless her, her father announced, his voice booming with pride. A cake sat in the center of the table, a loving creation from her brother Arnold. He'd used a lot of sugar, even though he usually refrains from it just for her. The jam on top was made fresh just yesterday. Her heart swelled with gratitude, a warmth spreading through her chest that had nothing to do with the hearth fire. With eyes shimmering, she thanked them. Thank you, Arnold, thank you, Mom and Dad. I'll work hard at school. Her parents fussed over her, piling food onto her plate, insisting she was too thin. They worried about the noble ladies, how they would mock her slim figure. Arnold scoffed, teasing that it's why she wasn't getting taller, earning a playful glare from Qiao Lin. In our family, her father declared, even though Jolin is short, she's stronger than anyone, so what's there to be afraid of? Arnold grinned, promising that next year he would go to her school too. Great, Qiao Lin chirped, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. When we graduate, we'll all take government jobs, earn government salaries, and have our parents move to the city. But her father just chuckled, taking a long swig from his mug, grumbling that the beer in the city could never be as good as what they have at home. As her father drank, Qiao Lin's eyes fell on the pitch, a flicker of curiosity. What did it taste like? She reached for it, but a hand shot out, stopping her. Arnold's eyes were sharp, intense. You can't drink alcohol, Qiao Lin, he warned, his voice low. Her whole family chimed in, a chorus of concern. She was absolutely forbidden, no matter when or where. They made her promise, right then and there, not to drink at school. Her face fell into an adorable pout, begging for just one sip, just one. Not even a lick, they insisted. Why? Was her tolerance really that bad? Their unified answer echoed in her mind. It's terrible. That word seemed to follow her into the night, into the gilded halls of Grace Royal Academy, the welcome dance, a sea of shimmering gowns and pristine tuxedos, a world away from her humble home. Tradition dictated that the top-performing new student would dance with the student council president as the opening ceremony. And now, all eyes were on her as the announcer called out his name, Prince Dena Garcia. He was radiant like a sun god descended from the heavens, his golden hair and immaculate white uniform stealing the breath from every girl in the room. Then, her name was called, and the new student representative, Miss Qiao Lin. She took a deep breath, her heart pounding against her ribs as she walked forward in her simple pink floral dress. Prince Dana smiled, a perfect, practiced smile, and congratulated her as he took her hand. The music started, and they began to dance, but her feet felt like lead, clumsied. She stepped right on his foot. A flush of hot shame crept up her neck. Oh no, if only I had practiced more with Arnold. He was gracious, telling her it was okay, but she could feel the daggers being stared into her back. The whist started sharp and cruel. Peasants will always be peasants, a voice sneered. Probably nobody taught her to dance in the common district. Another girl hissed, her voice dripping with jealousy. Why should the top scorer get to dance with the prince? Among all the new students, Hesha is the most qualified. The dance mercifully ended. After a polite thank you, the prince was gone, leaving her utterly alone in a room full of vipers. Was she hungry? Her stomach rumbled, a lonely sound in the grand ballroom. Her eyes landed on the dessert table, a wonderland of delicate snacks she'd only ever dreamed of. Wow! Genuine smile finally graced her lips. She picked up a tiny pastry, popping it into her mouth. It was heavenly. So sweet, so perfect. She grabbed a slice of cake, her eyes closing in bliss. From across the room, Hesha and her cronies watched, their faces twisted in disgust. Look, she's eating like a monkey, one of them whispered, but Qiao Lin was oblivious, lost in her own world, with so many snacks. It wouldn't be a problem to take some back, right? For Mom, Dad, and Arnold. She slipped away to the restroom, the cool marble a relief from the stuffy ballroom. Looking at her reflection, she was still thinking about the delicious pastries when suddenly, a splash of ice-cold liquid drenched her hair. A deep, staining red dripped down her face. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw the reflection of a dark-haired girl standing behind her, a wine glass held aloft. The girl's smile was pure poison. Oh, wow! Why do you take this wine back with you too, Qiao Lin? She mocked. Another girl joined in, her voice a cruel sneer. This is a premium wine that you commoners can't afford. The first girl chimed in again. Peasants will always be peasants, even stealing things. Then, with a look of utter disdain, she opened her hand, letting a handful of biscuits fall to the pristine floor, and with a sickening crunch, she ground them into the tiles with the heel of her shoe, crushing them into dirt and crumbs. Before Qiao Lin could even process the humiliation, a hand grabbed her chin, forcing her head up. It was Hesha from the dance floor. Her green eyes were cold and merciless. "You're a pitiful person," she whispered, her voice a venomous hiss. And then the neck of a wine bottle was shoved against her lips, and the bitter, burning liquid was forced down her throat. A snap echoed in the silent washroom. Hesha's hand was flung away. The bottle clattered to the floor. Hesha stared, stunned. "Let go," she shrieked, her voice trembling with rage. "Do you know the consequence of resisting me?" But the girl in front of her, different. The fear was gone from her eyes. Her lips, stained a deep crimson from the wine, curled into a faint smile. She slowly, deliberately licked the remaining drops from her lips. "Tasty," she purred. Hesha froze. What was happening? In a blink, Qiao Lin's hand shot out, grabbing Hesha's wrist. Her eyes, once a gentle lavender, now glowed with an eerie, predatory purple light. "You're so kind," she whispered, her voice a seductive, dangerous melody. "Giving me such delish to drink." She pulled Hesha closer. "Yes, so you should thank me." Hesha's mind reeled. Why is she so different now? Suddenly, Qiao Lin shoved her back, her expression twisting into one of pure disgust. "Let go of your dirty hands, you filthy peasant." The words once used against her were now her own weapons. Hesha's friends rushed to her side, shouting threats. "Do you know who Hesha is?" "She's eldest daughter of the Duke of Sterling. If you dare to harm her, you won't be able to stay in this school anymore." But Qiao Lin just laughed, a low, chilling sound. She leaned in close, her breath ghosting over Hesha's cheek. "This will not harm you," she whispered, before licking the wine stain from Hesha's skin. "Now you're also dirty, my lady." Hesha's eyes widened in horror. Her skin had been touched. This commoner, her mind went blank, her first kiss, stolen by a girl. The world tilted, darkness consuming her as she fainted dead away. Hesha awoke with a gasp, the canopy of her lavish bed, the first thing she saw. Her friends were by her side, their faces etched with concern. It turned out to be a dream, she thought, a wave of relief washing over her. Great, my first kiss still there. But then her friend's frantic voice cut through the haze. "Hesha, you must report Qiao Lin to the school and have her expelled." The memory cracked into her with the force of a tidal wave. The cold wine, the humiliation, the glowing purple eyes, the horrifying lick on her cheek. It wasn't a dream, it wasn't a dream. A scream tore from her throat as she clutched her head. Panic seized her. "No," she cried, her eyed with terror. "I can't let Prince Dana know that my lips have been tainted." She grabbed her friends, her voice a desperate, shaking command. "You must not tell anyone about this, do you hear me?" They reluctantly agreed. But as they left, Hesha's fear morphed into a cold, simmering rage. She bit her lip, her eyes narrowing into slits. "Damn Qiao Lin. Who is she? We'll follow her after school," she muttered to herself, a dark plan forming in her mind, "and find someone who knows how to take care of her." The clock chimed, signaling the end of the day. Students poured out of the Grand Academy, their chatter filling the autumn air. From a distance, Hesha and her cronies watched Qiao Lin, their clinging to her every move. They overheard other students asking where her home was. "Cantova City," Qiao Lin replied casually. Hesha scoffed. "That was a 5-hour carriage ride away." "Impossible." As they suspected, Qiao Lin offered an explanation. "I usually stay at Mrs. Taylor's house in the West District." The West District? It was a notoriously backward part of the countryside, and Mrs. Taylor, the owner of a simple tailor's shop. The pieces were started together. They followed her down winding paths past a bakery where Qiao Lin stopped to pick up work. She ran errands, delivering packages, her small frame bustling with energy until the sun began to set. Finally, as twilight painted the sky in shades of orange and purple, Qiao Lin headed home. They followed her to a dark, overgrown part of the district, hiding in the bushes as she approached a small, dilapidated building that was little more than a shed. A wave of disgust washed her. "Hesha, she lives in a shed." The truth was so pathetically clear. She couldn't afford a real place, so she worked like a dog for the bakery just to live in their storage shack. Thought she was so amazing, one of the girls sneered, but she's just an ordinary peasant who only knows how to smile and work hard. Hesha crossed her arms, her face a mask of pure contempt. This was the girl who had embarrassed her? This nobody? "Daring to embarrass me in public," she said. "Who does she think she is?" The baker, a kind, round man, smiled warmly as he handed her a small parcel. He apologized for keeping her so late, explaining that a rush of customers had delayed him, and offered her some extra bread for her trouble. Qiao Lin accepted with a polite thank you, her voice as soft as moonlight. Clutching the still warm bread, she thought to herself, "This will last for many days." The thought brought a small, rare smile to her lips as she walked down the cobblestone street, the lonely lantern casting a flickering, golden glow on her path. But the quiet of the evening was shattered in an instant. Her steps faltered. A pair of worn, scuffed shoes blocked her way. She slowly lifted her gaze, her expression unreadable. A hulking figure loomed over her, a greasy smile plastered on his face. His voice, slick with saliva and ill intent, slithered through the air. He asked if she thought such a beautiful evening was perfect for a passionate kiss. His face was a grotesque mask of crooked, yellowed teeth and piggish eyes. Yet Qiao Lin didn't flinch, she didn't scream. She simply stood there, clutching her bread, her purple eyes as calm as a frozen lake. "Wait a moment," she said coolly. "Let me put down these loaves." From the shadows, onlookers began to whisper. How strange, why wasn't she scared? Was she actually considering it? Maybe she was thinking of selling herself. Another woman sneered, thinking to herself that the girl would be sorely disappointed. That fat pig was a known pauper. The man's disgusting thoughts echoed their assumptions, a smug grin spreading across his face. He chuckled, thinking how profitable the job of a noble lady must be, getting a beauty like this for free and even receiving money for it. But in the split second he was lost in his vile fantasy, Qiao Lin moved. Her body became a blur of motion. A fist, small but as hard as iron, shot out, connecting with his jaw with a sickening crack. His head snapped back, spittle and blood flying through the air. Before he could even register the pain, her foot came down, a brutal stomp right onto his face, grinding his cheek into the filthy cobblestone. He crumpled to the ground, a whimpering, bleeding mess. Qiao Lin stood over him, her expression utterly devoid of emotion, a terrifyingly serene smile on her lips. She looked down at the pathetic creature, her voice dripping with ice as she echoed his own words back at him. "On such a beautiful night," she purred. "Don't you think it's perfect for scrambled eggs?" He could only whimper, asking what she wanted. The man who was a predator seconds ago was now begging, crying for help, promising he'd never do it again as she stood over him, beautiful executioner. Huddled in the bushes, the onlookers trembled, their whispers now filled with terror. Crazy. She's a crazy person at the pristine Grace Academy. Life was supposed to be different. In the classroom, a stern-faced teacher placed a beautifully wrapped box on Qiao Lin's desk. She informed Qiao Lin that had given it to her, hoping she would wear the dress inside to her birthday party tomorrow night. Qiao Lin stared at the box, her mind racing. Hesha? Her sworn enemy. Why? Her purple eyes clouded with suspicion. She doesn't like me. So why did she invite me to her birthday party? The answer was simple, a bitter pill she had swallowed times before. She probably wants to embarrass me. It was a classic trap. If she refused to go, it would be a complete falling out, making her look petty and scared. I don't want to start the school year with too much trouble, she sighed internally. She had no choice but to walk into the lion. The night of the party arrived, a glittering affair of chandeliers and champagne. When Qiao Lin presented her invitation, a hush fell over the crowd. "Who is that?" They whispered, their eyes wide. She was breathtaking. The simple dress she had been given was now a unique masterpiece, altered to perfection. The whispers turned to admiration. "What a beautiful dress! Who made it?" "The style unique." Hidden in the crowd, Hesha seethed. Her friend hissed at her, asking why she gave Qiao Lin that ridiculous skirt. Hesha's face was a mask of fury. She admitted the skirt was indeed hers, but Qiao Lin had altered it herself. Her plan had backfired spectacularly. Hai originally wanted her to make a fool of herself in front of the prince, but she ended up stealing the show. Bubbled in her chest. She snatched a piece of cake and marched towards Qiao Lin. "Oh, I'm such an idiot," she cried out, accidentally smacking the cake right onto Qiao Lin's chest. A gasp rippled through the crowd. With a sickeningly sweet smile, Hesha offered to help her clean up. Right, He continued, her voice dripping with fake concern. "I saved a spot for you on purpose. Let's enjoy the birthday cake together." She grabbed Qiao Lin's hand, practically dragging her to the most prominent spot in the room. "Yeah, I want to make her sit in the most prominent spot," Hesha thought, her plan now back on track. She presented a cake, beaming. "This cake by the most famous pastry chef in the north. I hope you like it." She took a delicate bite herself, a perfect picture of grace, while Qiao Lin just stared at the cream smeared on her dress. But as I eyed the plate, Qiao Lin didn't move. What does she want to do? Qiao Lin wondered, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly. And then, tables turned. Qiao Lin took up a piece of cake with a fork, her movements fluid and deliberate. "Let's taste it together," she said, her voice soft, dangerous whisper. Hesha's eyed in alarm. "No, I can handle it myself," she stammered, but Qiao Lin was moving closer, her grip like steel on Hesha's chin. "Open your mouth," Qiao Lin commanded, her smile turning predatory. "Or do you want me to feed you with my hand?" Hesha's mind screamed. Out of the corner of her eye, Prince Dena, he was looking right at them. Panic seized her. She couldn't make a scene. With a whimper, she reluctantly opened her mouth, and Qiao Lin shoved the cake inside. "Hesha, eat slowly," Lin cooed, watching her choke. Ladies shouldn't spit out the cake they've put in their mouths. A bit of cream had gotten on Qiao Lin's own gloved finger. With a sly, triumphant smile, she brought the finger to her lips and licked it clean, a gesture of pure dominance. Hesha was trembling with rage and humiliation. "Look at you," Qiao Lin said, her voice now filled with mock sympathy. "There's cream on your face. Let me help you wipe it off." "I will do it myself." Hesha shrieked, slapping her hand away. Just then Prince Dena approached, his voice smooth and admiring. He noted that Hesha didn't seem to have a good relationship with Qiao Lin, despite Qiao Lin's excellent grades, suggesting Hesha could learn a lot from her. He then turned to Qiao Lin. "Hesha is so good to me," Qiao Lin replied, wrapping an arm around the trembling girl in a suffocating embrace. "I will do my best to teach her." Hesha could only stand there, trapped, her mind screaming. This crazy person. Later that night, Hesha locked herself in her study. The maids whispered outside the door, wondering why she was so upset. Inside, Hesha slammed her fists on the desk, her face contorted in a furious blush. "Qiao Lin," she seethed. "I've already tracked all your activities. You just wait for me." Her vengeful thoughts were interrupted by a voice. "Are you studying?" It was her father. He walked in, his expression unreadable. He said it was rare to see her studying so hard, so he came to check on her. Trying to compose herself, Hesha explained that she wanted to learn from the many amazing people at Grace Academy. Her father's eyes narrowed. "You mean Prince Dana?" He looked at her, a cold, dismissive glint in his eyes. "Hesha, you don't think you can become a queen, do you?" The words were like a physical blow. "Your sister, Faye, is clearly more suitable to be a queen than you," he continued, his voice utterly devoid of warmth. He called her foolish for not having even that little bit of self-awareness. His final words shattered what little hope she had left. "As for you, just don't embarrass our sterling family. As long as you are beautiful enough, there will naturally be nobles willing to marry you." He turned to leave, his back a wall of indifference. "You'd better help Faye catch Prince Garcia's eye when she enters Grace Academy next year. I will find a way to arrange their engagement." Hesha stared after him, her world crumbling. Her eyes, once bright with ambition, now filled with tears of rage and betrayal. "Faye!" All you care about is Faye, a fire ignited in her soul, a burning inferno of hatred and resolve. "Just wait," she vowed to the empty room, to the world, to everyone who had ever looked down on her. "I will make you all look at me differently." In the sprawling manner, two sisters existed in two different worlds. There was Faye, the brilliant star, the golden child. 1 year younger, yet she eclipsed me in every way. Her intelligence was a beacon that drew our parents' praise, their warmth, their love, leaving me shivering in the shadows. I remember standing beside them, a ghost in my own home, as they showered her with affection, their hands resting so gently on her head while I clutched my books, invisible. And then there was me, Hesha. The disappointment. I tried gods, how I tried to keep up, to chase after the fleeting image my parents' backs as they walked away with her. I studied until my eyes burned, until the words blurred on the page, but it was never enough. Their two words still echo in my mind, a cold pronouncement of my fate. He used to think my poor performance was a lack of effort, but now he saw there was simply no hope for me, that it was okay not to do well, because being pretty was an advantage in itself. An advantage? Was that all I was? A pretty face to mask an empty head? The shame was a physical weight pressing down on my chest until I couldn't breathe. My grades never improved, and the embarrassment became a permanent stain on my soul. I was surrounded by whispers, by the pitying looks of other noble girls, their perfect posture and quiet confidence a constant reminder of everything I wasn't. If I couldn't win their approval through intellect, then I would find another way. So I gave up. I abandoned the dusty books and endless lessons, and instead I threw myself into the world of silks and jewels. I would become the most beautiful, the most dazzling woman in the empire. I would squander every coin, drape myself in such luxury that they would have no choice but to finally seat me. My gaze fell upon a portrait, the golden-haired son of the most powerful man in the country, Prince Garcia. I will marry him, I vowed to the silent, opulent halls. I will become his wife, and then everyone, my parents, my sister, the entire world, will look at me with the admiration I so desperately crave. That became my new obsession, my singular goal. So the spending began. The most exquisite, high-quality gemstones were laid out before me, shimmering like captured stars. Emeralds, sapphires, diamonds fashioned to butterflies and blossoms. My voice was dismissive, bored even as I declared I'd take them all. I moved from the jeweler to the most exclusive boutique in the capital. The latest styles, shoes that would be the envy of every woman this year, all made to my exact measurements. Wrap them all up for me, I commanded, a flicker of satisfaction warming my cold heart. I want an exclusive custom design. I hate it when others wear the same thing as me. The boutique owner, a woman with a practiced smile, bowed her head. "No problem, Miss Hesh," she chirped, her hands clasped together. She then turned and called out a name. "Qiao Lin, come and help Miss Hesha take the measurements." My blood ran cold. Qiao Lin, what an irritating, familiar name. And then she appeared. A girl with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that held a story I didn't want to read. She stepped forward in a simple blue dress, her hands folded demurely as she offered to help. My mind went blank with shock, then filled with a roaring fire of disgust and rage. How did she end up here? My face must have been a mask of horror, my eyes wide and my mouth agape. How could this creature be working in a place I frequented? She simply smiled, her voice calm as she explained to the confused owner that we knew each other. "So it's Hesha," she said, as if we were old friends. "It's the weekend today, and I'm working here." My fists clenched at my sides, the fine fabric of my dress crinkling under the pressure. I can't be scared. I can't let her see any weakness. I am Miss Hesha. This girl is nothing. The owner, completely oblivious to the storm brewing inside me, began to gush about a piece of exquisite embroidery, pointing out that it was Qiao Lin's unique handiwork, a technique only she could create. And that's when I saw it, an opportunity. A wonderful idea began to bloom in the darkness of my mind. I glanced at Qiao Lin from the corner of my eye. She's so short of money, isn't she? She must care a great deal about this job. She wouldn't dare refuse the boss. or the customer's requests. A cruel smile stretched my lips. Since embroidery is so unique, I began, my voice dripping with false sweetness. I want 10 skirts with this kind of embroidery all over them. I held up a finger, my eyes glinting with malice. But you must make them for me within 7 days, or I won't buy clothes from you again. The owner's face paled. Miss Hesha, making 10 skirts in 7 days is impossible, she stammered. As you know, only Qiao Lin can create this embroidery. I crossed my arms, my expression unyielding. I don't care, I sneered. No one can do business with me unless you make these clothes for me. Just as the owner began to falter, that soft voice cut through the tension. Then let me help you with the measurements, Miss Hesha. Was Qiao Lin, her eyes unreadable. My smile widened. She's getting impatient. Perfect. It seems that when it comes to money, her little bit of fake power is worthless. She's just another rat from the lower strata, no matter how good her academics were. In the end, they all still have to wait for us, the elite, to provide for them. Qiao Lin calmly instructed the owner to get fabric samples, assuring her she could handle this. As her delicate fingers began to work the measuring tape around my waist, her own thoughts were a whirlwind. In this expensive city, I finally found this job that provides accommodation. I can't lose it now. A spoiled young lady with no worries, trying to grab my job into one sentence I just have to endure. Her hands moved with a professional grace, wrapping the tape around my bust. Suddenly, the tape pulled tight, forcing a gasp from my lips. Before I could protest, her hand shot out, cool and firm, covering my mouth. My eyes widened in terror. Her face was inches from mine, her expression transformed. The meek little worker was gone, replaced by something dark and possessive. Her voice was a silken whisper against my ear, sending a chill down my spine. Since the young lady likes my embroidery so much, her slid around my waist, pulling me against her. I can embroider countless butterflies on your smooth skin and paint lovely roses on your delicate body. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This was wrong. This was terrifying. Her lips brushed against my ear as she delivered her final, chilling promise. Miss Hesha is so beautiful, she murmured, her voice laced with a terrifying adoration. I can't help but want to preserve you as a specimen and hang you on the wall. I shoved her away, scrambling for the door like a cornered animal. 7 days, 10 sets of embroidered dresses. Remember that, I shrieked, not daring to look back as I fled the boutique. The owner watched me go, utterly bewildered. Why is Miss Hesha so excited? She wondered aloud. Maybe she's just happy she ordered 10 at once. But Qiao Lin knew the truth. The owner turned to her, her face creased with worry. Qiao Lin, what are your plans? You can't finish them all by yourself, even if you don't eat or sleep, right? Qiao Lin simply smiled, a serene and calculating look in her eyes. She explained that the embroidery technique was an heirloom, inefficient, and rarely used, but that was what made it valuable. She pointed to the order form. The price for such a custom piece should not be low. How about 3 times the labor price of ordinary embroidery? The owner suggested, her face still pale with stress. 10 times. The owner gasped, but Qiao Lin was relentless, adding on shipping, design, and rush fees until the woman finally, reluctantly, agreed. Deal. 7 days later I returned, my composure rebuilt, ready to find fault. I took a magnifying glass, inspecting every stitch of the 10 dresses hanging before me. Are these all made by Qiao Lin? I asked, my voice sharp. The owner beamed with pride. Yes, Qiao Lin stayed up every night just to complete these 10 dresses for you. I shot a glare at Qiao Lin, who met my gaze with a gentle, infuriating smile. For a moment, a strange thought crossed my mind. That doesn't look like she's been staying up all night. Did I give her too much time with those 7 days? No, I had to find a way out of this. The color combinations are so dull, I declared, waving a dismissive hand. They're all ugly. I can't wear them at all. The owner sputtered, explaining that I hadn't specified colors, but I cut her off. I would specify new colors, and they would remake all 10. That was my demand. But Qiao Lin stepped forward, her smile never wavering. She wouldn't give me 7 days. I would only have 3. 3 days? The owner shrieked. You're practicing for my life, I scoffed, trying to call her bluff. Okay, you can leave the colors as they are. I just won't buy from you in the future. But Qiao Lin's was as smooth as ice. Please tell us desired color combinations, Miss Hesha, she said. We will make the changes accordingly. Fine. I would give her impossible combinations. Blue with gold, green with orange, idled off the most garish pairings I could imagine, watching her face for any sign of distress. Inside, I was chanting, she's angry, but she wasn't. Back in her small village home, her mother greeted her brother, who was carrying a bundle of neatly folded clothes. The previous 10 dresses, the ones I had rejected, had they sold out? Indeed they had. Qiao Lin had sold them to other ladies, claiming the special embroidery would attract admirers. They were an instant hit. Meeting the 3-day deadline for my new, ugly dresses would be no problem at all. They had called all the village girls to help. 3 days later, I stood in the shop, utterly speechless. Before me hung more dresses, perfectly crafted in the hideous colors I had demanded. Did you make these dresses from scratch? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The owner's smile was faint. Yes, the previous 10 dresses were very popular. It's all thanks to Miss Hesha's choice of embroidery. I bit my lip, tasting blood. Damn it. How did she manage this? My entire plan to get her fired backfired. And now she was boosting the shop's performance. Trapped, I had no choice. Will you be paying in cash? I didn't let her finish. I met Qiao Lin's serene gaze, my own burning with a new, colder fury. A new plan formed in my mind. Since she is so short of money, so desperate for work, I must completely cut off her financial resources this time. I straightened my shoulders, my voice low and dangerous. Follow me. The manager's face was a mask of false sympathy, his gentle poison. Qiao Lin, I'm sorry, he began, his voice barely a whisper. We don't need any more help here. He told her she wouldn't have to come in starting next week. The words hung in the air, cold and final. Her heart didn't even have time to sink before he was pushing a small, plain envelope into her hands, her salary, and a meager bonus for the week. She took it, her expression unreadable, her voice steady as she simply said, all right. Inside, a storm was brewing, but on the outside, she was a calm sea. Mrs. Taylor found her moments later, her expression grim. Qiao Lin didn't even have to ask. The older woman sighed, her gaze filled with pity as she confirmed her suspicions. Hesha has a problem with you, she explained, voice low. She was deliberately making things difficult, not just for Qiao Lin, but for everyone. As long as Qiao Lin stayed, Hesha would keep looking for problems for them all. A bitter pill to swallow. So this was it. Hesha was trying to make her unemployed, to starve her out, and it was working. As a final petty command, Mrs. Taylor told her to clean up the woodshed for the new seamstress who would be taking her place. All right, Mrs. Taylor, she replied, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. Later, the crushing weight of her reality began to settle in. The hotel was impossibly expensive. She could only afford a few more days at most. Panic began to claw at her throat. I have to go to school tomorrow. But what am I going to do tonight? Where will I sleep? She clutched a piece of old fabric, the threads coarse against her trembling fingers. It was a discarded curtain, something no one wanted anymore. Just like her, she found Mrs. Taylor and asked if she still needed them. The woman shook head. No, I don't. Help me get rid of them. Discarded. Thrown away. Meanwhile, at the opulent school building, the source of her misery was celebrating. Hesha stood with her two cronies, a smug, triumphant smirk plastered on her face. I've completely cut off Qiao Lin's of income, she boasted, her voice dripping with venom. No shop owner would dare hire her now, not when Hesha was willing to pay double the rent just to have her driven away. Her friends cackled with glee. That's right, one chirped. She has no money and nowhere to stay. She'll definitely drop out of school. The other chimed in. Ha ha ha, Hesha really lives up to her reputation. That Jolene is in big trouble. Their laughter echoed in the grand hallway, a cruel symphony of her downfall. Just then they saw her. Qiao Lin, her back straight, her gaze fixed forward, walked down the hall. She didn't even spare them a glance. She just kept walking. Hesha's smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of disbelief, then rage. She's ignoring me? She hissed through gritted teeth. How dare she? After everything Hesha had done to ruin her, how could she still walk with such audacity? Night, under a canopy of dark leaves and a sky full of distant, uncaring stars, Qiao Lin sat alone. She had fashioned a crude tent and built a small, crackling fire for warmth. She nibbled on a piece of dry bread, the meager meal doing little to fill the emptiness in her stomach. But as she stared into the flames, her violet eyes weren't filled with despair. They were filled with a cold, hard resolve. A shadow fell over her, and a sickeningly familiar voice shattered the silence. Tarek City is under our Sterling's finger. Hesha sneered, appearing from the darkness like a phantom. She looked down at Qiao Lin, her expression one of utter disgust and triumph. Do you believe I can leave you with nowhere to settle, not even a tent? She crossed her arms, a queen surveying a peasant. But if you were to apologize to me, she continued, her voice sickly sweet, I might grant you a way out. A way out. Qiao Lin's eyes narrowed. Hesha's smile widened, turning cruel. Humph, don't think my apology means the end of it. I'll make you my slave. The words were a declaration of war. I've already restrained myself quite a bit, Qiao Lin thought, her knuckles turning white as she clenched her fist. But she just keeps escalating. This relentless pursuit, it had to end, now. In a flash of movement, Qiao Lin lunged. But her hand shooting out to grab Hesha's ankle. With a sharp tug, she yanked Hesha off her feet. Hesha shrieked, her perfect composure shattering as she tumbled to the filthy ground. Ah! It hurts, she cried, stunned. Qiao Lin was on her in an instant, her body pinning Hesha to the earth. In that case, Qiao Lin whispered, her voice a terrifying calm. Don't blame me for being rude. Her eyes, glowing in the firelight, held no mercy. You want me to apologize, she purred, her fingers gently, almost lovingly, tracing Hesha's cheek. Let me finish my misdeeds first, my lady. Hesha's eyes widened in terror. This wasn't the weak, pathetic Qiao Lin she knew. This was a predator. Before Hesha could scream again, Qiao Lin leaned in and sank her teeth into the soft flesh Hesha's neck. A strangled cry of agony tore from Hesha's throat. Ah! Madman, let go of me, she shrieked, thrashing uselessly. Qiao Lin pulled back, a smear of crimson staining her lips. The coppery taste of blood filled her mouth. Hesha scrambled away, clutching her neck, her body trembling with pain and fear. Please, he sobbed. Qiao Lin watched her, her own eyes welling with tears of rage and pain. Hesha stared back, tears streaming down her face, a look of pure horror directed at the girl who had just bitten her. You dare to bite me?" she whimpered. Qiao Lin's face contorted with fury as she loomed over the pathetic, crying girl. "What you did to me, Hesha," she spat, her voice trembling with repressed anguish, "was 100, 1,000 times worse than this." Flooded back, each one a fresh stab of pain. "You even had someone kidnap me, and that man," she choked out, "and then Shungwen boss made me rush to make 10 wedding dresses in 7 days. She grabbed Hesha, forcing her to look at her. "Your parents' social status made me work and sleep outdoors. Do you know what kind of madwoman can expect? Even if it's hell, I'll drag you there with me." Hesha was a sobbing mess, her face streaked in tears. "Is my apology not enough?" she wailed. The question was so absurd, so utterly disconnected from the torment she had inflicted. Qiao Lin finally let go, twisting her features. She stood up, turning her back on the weeping girl on the ground. "I don't know why you've been thinking all along that I can't make it," she said, her voice flat and devoid of all emotion. "But I truly don't want anything to do with you anymore." Back in the cold comfort of her lavish room, Hesha stared out the window, a storm brewing in her heart. Damn Qiao Lin, she thought, her hand instinctively going to her lips. If she hadn't taken my kiss, I wouldn't have bothered with her. Her thoughts were a tangled mess of rage and something else she couldn't name. Her bitter reflection was interrupted when her eyes caught a movement in the garden below. It was Prince Dana, and he was with another girl. He was holding her hand. Hesha's blood ran cold. "Prince Dana?" she whispered, her voice cracking. She watched them, a perfect picture of intimacy, and felt her world tilt on its axis. Her friends found her like that, staring blankly into space. "Hesha, what's going on with you?" one asked gently, reaching out a hand. Hesha flinched away. "Don't touch me," she snapped. They tried to cheer her up, suggesting shopping, but she wasn't listening. Her mind was replaying the scene in the garden. "Are you talking about Qiao Lin?" one of her friends guessed. But Hesha was already lost in a new nightmare. "Prince Dana has so many ambiguous relationships," she murmured, more to herself than to them. Her friends exchanged a look, offering the worst kind of comfort. They told her noble and royal folks were always like this, that many married nobles even bragged about their affairs, that she just had to get used to it. Something inside Hesha snapped. "My mother and father are not like that," she screamed, her face contorted with fury. They genuinely love each other. Her friends, shocked by her outburst, quickly backed away, leaving her alone with her shattered ideals. Why is even Prince Dana like this? She thought, the fight draining out of her. To make my father look at me in a new light. I need to win the affection of Prince Dana. It was her mission, her entire purpose. She slumped against the wall, a profound exhaustion washing over her. But why can't I find the energy now? The question hung in the empty room, unanswered. For the first time, the spoiled felt utterly and completely defeated. The air in the room was thick with giggles and whispers, all centered around one topic, Prince Dana. Hesha's so-called friends crowded around, their voices a saccharine symphony of gossip. One of them chirped, asking if Prince Dana had accepted her confession. Hesha's heart sank. How could that be possible? Her father was just a count. She was nothing compared to him. The other girl chimed in, her words a mix of false encouragement and pity, saying that Prince Dana was very encouraging and that Hesha would have a chance once she graduated and became a court lady. But Hesha knew the truth, a bitter pill she was forced to swallow. Her eyes clouded with sadness as she stared out the window, her own reflection showing a face full of doubt. Prince Dana isn't just selective, she thought. A mere earl's daughter would never dare to even dream of him. And there he was, standing across the courtyard, bathed in a ethereal light. He was like a painting, too beautiful to be real. A sudden, reckless impulse seized her. Her feet were moving before her mind could catch up, scurrying out the door. She rounded the corner, her heart pounding in her chest as she called out his name. "Prince Dana!" He turned, his blonde hair catching the light, his eyes a gentle sky blue. He offered a small, polite smile, greeting her by name. He then asked what book she was reading. Her mind went completely blank. A book. She scrambled for an answer, her voice barely a whisper as she explained she was researching social class solidification. His eyes lit up with genuine interest, calling the topic intriguing. He began to speak about the book, about its novel, and then thought-provoking ideas on soul classes. Hesha's mind was a whirlwind. What is he talking about? What should I say? Her smile felt plastered on her face, a fragile mask hiding her panic. He then asked if she had read any other books recently, and she could only manage a flustered, before a servant mercifully appeared, telling the prince that the principal wanted to see him. As he walked away, he promised it was a great conversation and that they should meet again. Hesha could only nod, watching him go, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. But as she turned to leave, the sweet voices of her friends turned venomous, drifting down the hall. "This is so expensive," one sneered. "Did your father give you so much allowance?" The other girl's voice dripped with condescension. "Hesha bought it for me. Her one good point is being generous with money." The words twisted in Hesha's gut. Her matchmaking is just too accurate. She's not cut out to be a queen. The first girl giggled, adding that Prince Dana prefers living beings, not some matchmaking doll. Hesha's hands clenched into fists at her side. She had heard enough. A bitter, mirthless laugh escaped her lips. She actually thought she had a chance. The sound was ugly, full of self-loathing. As the girls down the stairs, their laughter died when they saw her. Hesha's expression was thunderous. She let out a sharp, mocking laugh, the sound echoing in the stone hallway. A furious command ripped from her throat. Stop right there. She stormed forward, grabbing the arm of the silver-haired girl, Qiao Lin, who had been silent until now. Hers was trembling with rage as she spat the words. You're just an ordinary person. But the girl? Qiao Lin didn't even flinch. She simply turned her head, her lavender eyes holding an unnerving, icy calm. Suddenly, the two girls were holding hands, a united front against her. Hesha felt a jolt of confusion. Weren't they just fighting? The atmosphere was cold, tense, a silent standoff in the empty hall. Hesha's mind reeled. Was she being serious just now? Was I wrong? Her confident anger began to crumble, replaced by a flicker of doubt. Seizing the moment, Hesha leaned in, her voice a low, conspiratorial whisper. She offered Qiao Lin a deal, a tempting escape from her ordinary life. Help me pursue Prince Dana, and this job will be yours. She pulled out a card, a symbol of power and wealth, dangling it like a prize. She was sure the girl would grovel. She sneered, telling Qiao Lin she was a smart person and knew better than to cross her. But Qiao Lin's gaze remained unshaken. My signature. She thought, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. As long as she wishes, there can be a second and a third time. Qiao Lin coolly took the card, her fingers brushing against Hesha's. She said she would see when the opportunity arises, then turned and walked away without another word. Hesha watched her go, a smug smile playing on her lips. She thought she had won. She mused to herself. I can get her to willingly serve me with just a little money. This phrase is much more fun than shopping. The next day, in the vast, silent library, Hesha found her. She stood over Qiao Lin, her arms crossed, her voice dripping with entitlement. Qiao Lin, it's been a day. Have you gone home? You took my money, so you should be working for me. But Qiao Lin didn't even look up from her book, calmly stating that as she had heard before, she would arrange it when she had time. Hesha's face contorted in frustration, thrusting the card back at her. Please don't worry, I can refund your money. Qiao Lin simply pushed a stack of books toward her, ordering her to finish reading them before the school day ends. Why? Why don't you want it? Hesha thought, completely bewildered by this girl who couldn't be bought. Time dragged on. Hesha sat there, fuming, patience wearing thin. You're taking too long, she huffed. My patience is limited. Qiao Lin just sighed, murmuring that this was so difficult. Hours later, the world had faded into a soft blur, and Hesha's head drooped, her eyes closing as she drifted off to sleep amidst the books and flowers of her dreams. When she woke with a start, the library was closing. She looked around wildly, a sense of panic rising in her chest. Qiao Lin was gone. The librarian informed her that the girl had left half an hour ago. Where's Qiao Lin? She shrieked, her mind reeling with disbelief. A dark fury settled in her eyes. Dare to play tricks on me, Qiao Lin. You're in trouble. The next day, she cornered her in the hall. She seethed, grabbing her arm. You dared to make me wait in the library for a whole 2 hours while you left on your own. But Qiao Lin met her anger with a serene smile, explaining that Miss Hesha was sleeping so deeply she didn't want to wake her up. Then she held up a notebook, its pages filled with neat script. She had already investigated Prince Dana's personal preferences and the requirements for selecting a queen. She coolly informed Hesha that with her current academic level, she couldn't even pass an exam, and approaching the prince now would only leave a bad impression. The only solution? Tutoring. And for that, she would need to charge extra. Her friends watched from the sidelines. One of them whispered, Hesha, why are you giving that girl money? Another reminded her of a tea party that weekend, urging her to buy a new dress and jewelry to outshine the others. They told her to spend her time improving her noble manners, not hanging out with a bookworm like Qiao Lin. That was the last straw. Hesha whirled around, her eyes blazing as she brandished the money. Who are you talking about? She snarled. I play with whoever I want. Do you think you can boss me around? The girls recoiled, stammering that they didn't mean any harm. But Hesha's rage was a storm that had finally broken. Get out of here, she screamed. As they scurried away, Qiao Lin leaned in close, a mischievous glint in her eye. She gently placed a finger on Hesha's lips, whispering, ladies are not allowed to talk dirty. A strange warmth spread through her chest. She looked at Qiao Lin, really looked at her, and saw something she hadn't before. Everyone thinks I can't be a queen, she thought, but maybe she'll make them see me in a new light. Qiao Lin's voice was a soft promise in her ear, assuring her that she could definitely become a queen if she followed her method. Hesha could only whisper. The days that followed were a blur of intense study. Hesha struggled, her frustration mounting. I knew it, she grumbled, slamming a book shut. Give it to her. With so much homework to do, she's bound to give up in the end. But she didn't give up. 1 month later, she stood before her father, a report card clutched in her hand. For the first time, she had passed all her exams. She presented it to him, a fragile hope blooming in her chest. Her father barely glanced at it. His face was a grim mask as he told her not to worry about the report card. Lord Brooke had proposed an engagement. Her blood ran cold. He told her to behave and accept, that Lord was a man of good character who could offer her a lifetime of prosperity. The report card crumpled in her. No! Lord Blake's father actually wants me to marry a man 10 years older than me? All her work, all her hope, was it for nothing? Her world shattered into a million pieces. A single sharp word sliced through the tense air of the study. I disagree. Hesha's hand flew to her chest, her heart hammering against her ribs as she stared in disbelief at the letter her father was pushing towards her, a marriage proposal. To that decrepit old man, Duke Brooke, how could he even suggest such a thing? Her father's face twisted into a mask of pure rage, his finger jabbing at her like a weapon. His voice boomed, dripping with disappointment as he demanded to know when she would ever gain some self-awareness. He sneered, telling her that her dream of becoming a princess was a foolish fantasy. She wasn't obedient, not like Fei Yi. She wasn't demure, not like Fei Yi. All she was good for was this marriage, and she should be grateful for it. The words struck her like physical blows, and she could only look away, biting her lip to keep from screaming. The next day, a storm of fury and desperation brewed within her as she cornered Qiao Lin in the Grand Library. There was only one way to fix this, one person who could make her father see reason. Her eyes flashed with manic determination as she snapped at Qiao Lin, ordering her not to forget why she had asked for her help in the first place. She demanded Qiao Lin quick get her 2 VIP tickets for the St. Lia Opera House. Hesha's voice was filled with an unearned confidence as she announced she had a date with the prince. Qiao Lin looked down, her thoughts a mystery, merely noting to herself that the young lady's patience had run out. Stubborn and foolish, Qiao Lin even tried to warn her, her sauce a stark contrast to Hesha's frantic energy. Was she sure she wanted to invite Prince Dana to the opera? Everyone knew the prince was laser-focused on his future as king. He despised extravagance and had developed a distaste for love. But Hesha wouldn't listen. She insisted that tonight's performance was a special romantic comedy, an opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. Qiao Lin's gaze was cool as she laid out her terms. If Hesha couldn't manage it, she was to return the commission. But then, a confidence loomed on Qiao Lin's face as she promised to secure the tickets, and she did. But she didn't give them to Hesha. Instead, Hesha watched in horror as Qiao Lin approached the prince herself, presenting the tickets if he was free. The world seemed to slow down as Prince Dana turned his cold, indifferent eyes not on Qiao Lin, but on Hesha. His words were a bucket of ice water, each one freezing her to the spot. He was sorry, but he was like an opera. He thought she should spend more time studying. His gaze distant, his voice devoid of any warmth as he told her to find someone else. He claimed he was making an effort, but that she still had a lot of things to do. The rejection was public and absolute. He turned and walked away, leaving Hesha standing there, the now useless tickets clutched in her trembling hand, her world shattering around her. The opera house was a cavern of mockery, its stage filled with silhouettes of happy couples dancing and laughing. But Hesha sat alone, a solitary figure in a sea of empty, plush red seats. A single tear traced a path down her cheek as she remembered the prince's gentle face contorted with such dislike. It was over. There was no hope now. Her hand tightened on the fabric of her dress, wrinkling the expensive material. Did this mean it was true? Was her only future to be the wife of that horrible old man? A sob escaped her lips as she buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking. Suddenly, a voice cut through her despair. This position is mine. Hesha looked up, her vision blurred by tears, to see Qiao Lin standing over her, her expression unreadable. Qiao Lin held out a simple piece of bread. Did she want to eat? She explained that Prince Dana doesn't like opera, so Hesha had made a terrible mistake. A small, cruel thought flickered Qiao Lin's eyes. Doesn't she know I purposely came to make fun of her? Hesha, lost in her misery, snatched the bread and took a desperate bite, only to spit it out in disgust. This is awful, she cried, the taste of cheap commoner's bread turning to ash in her mouth. And then, the dam broke. All the pride, all the arrogance, washed away in a torrent of tears. She grabbed onto Qiao Lin, her voice cracking as she begged for help. For a solution, for any escape. She didn't want to marry Viscount Brooke. She didn't want to be compared to Faye for the rest of her life. She couldn't bear the thought of her father thinking less of her. But Qiao Lin's face was a mask of stone. She looked down at the pathetic, weeping noble girl and scoffed, her voice sharp and cutting. You don't even have the courage to refuse the engagement, and you still expect them to look highly upon you? The word echoed in Hesha's mind. Refuse. The tears stopped. The desperation receded, replaced by a spark of her old fire. She straightened up, her eyes blazing. Who do you think you're looking down on? She shrieked. Who said I don't dare? The very next day, she stood before her father, her chin held high. He was seething, demanding she repeat her insolent words. With a deep breath, she met his furious gaze and said it again, louder this time. I don't want to marry Count Brooke. I refuse to engage with him. Her father laughed, a cruel, mocking sound. Was she not afraid he would cut off her allowance? Hesha's resolve was iron. It was just about money, wasn't it? She would herself. The reality of her declaration crashed down upon her when he laid out his own terms. To stay in this house, you would have to pay 10 gold coins per day, 300 a month. Hesha's blood ran cold. She looked down at the tiny pouch in her hand. She only had 20 gold coins left. How could she possibly survive? Panic began to set in. She shouldn't have fought with him. Her pocket money was still 3 days away. Desperate, she approached so-called friends who were chattering about expensive dresses. She tried to make small talk, but her anxiety was palpable. She swallowed her pride and asked to borrow some money, promising to pay them back. They looked at her with pity and contempt, whispering amongst themselves before offering a pittance. 10 gold coins between the three of them. Was she a beggar? The insult was too much. If you don't want to lend it, then forget it, she snapped, her face burning with shame. There's no need to insult me like this. As they walked away, she heard them muttering about how generous they had been. Alone again, a cold dread washed over her. Her father had locked up all her jewelry. She needed money, and she needed it now. Then she saw her. Qiao Lin. A thought sparked in her mind, a foolish, desperate idea. If a commoner like Qiao Lin could earn money, then surely she could too. Swallowing what was left of her pride, Hesha approached her, her voice barely a whisper. She asked a question she never thought she would have to ask. How much could you earn from working? Qiao Lin looked at her, a hint of something unreadable in her eyes, and gave a simple, world-shattering answer. 3 gold coins. Hesha stared, utterly baffled. 3 gold coins? A month? How could anyone possibly survive on that? 2 days later, the final nail was hammered into her coffin. Her father, sitting beside her mother, delivered the final verdict. If she couldn't pay by tomorrow, she had to leave. Tonight. Her fists clenched at her sides. She couldn't give up, not now. Not when Qiao Lin and Fei were watching. Her mother pleaded with her to apologize, but Hesha's spirit, though battered, was not broken. No! Why should I apologize? I don't want to marry someone I don't love. I'm not wrong. She stormed out, leaving her family behind, stepping out of the gilded cage and into the cold, unforgiving night. She found herself on a lonely bench, her single suitcase her only companion. A bitter thought crossed her mind. If she had left just 2 days earlier, her 20 gold coins would have been enough for a hotel. Now she had nothing. As she sat there, lost in her despair, a shadow fell over her. A hand holding a grimy bottle entered her field of vision. She looked up, her heart lurching in her chest. A strange, leering man was smiling down at her. Her eyes widened with confusion, which quickly turned to a cold, creeping fear. Who was this man? And what did he want with a girl who had nowhere left to go? The stench of cheap liquor filled the air, thick and suffocating. A grimy hand reached out, and Hesha flinched as the man leaned in, his foul breath washing over her skin. Slithered into her ear, dripping with a disgusting sweetness, he called her a pretty lady. Her heart hammered against her ribs. No, get away from me. She tried to shrink back, her voice a desperate whisper as she pleaded for him not to come any closer. But her plea was ignored. His fingers, like greasy sausages, suddenly crowned her wrist in an iron grip. The man's glinted with a predatory light, a twisted smile spreading across his face as he sneered about her fair and clean hands, how he could play with them for a whole year. Her skin crawled. Panic seized her as his grip tightened, squeezing the very bones in her arm. Was this it? Was she going to be dragged away into the darkness by the hunter? Just as a scream tore at her throat, a flash of movement appeared in the corner of her eye. A shadow lunged forward. A crack! The sickening sound of glass shattering against bone echoed through the alley. The man's grip went slack. A strangled arg escaped his lips as the bottle, now a jagged weapon, connected with his skull. Hesha stumbled back, her whole body trembling as she stared in disbelief. The brute crumpled to the ground, unconscious, and standing over him, her expression as cold and still as a winter lake, was Qiao Lin. Hesha's breath hitched, her eyes wide with shock and a dawning, terrifying relief. Qiao Lin lowered the broken bottleneck still in her hand. She kicked the unconscious man with a stomp of her foot before turning her gaze to Hesha. Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion, as she asked what Hesha was doing there. Hesha, still reeling, explained that she had just arrived. How could she explain the utter chaos her had become? The words tumbled out in a rush of humiliation and fear. She confessed that after she refused to get engaged, her father had completely cut her off. He took everything, leaving her with no allowance and nowhere to stay. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched Qiao Lin's lips. Her voice was laced with a chilling sarcasm as she remarked how she never expected a young miss to have to live through days like this. The words were a slap in the face. Humiliation burned in Hesha's cheeks. But what choice did she have? She was desperate. Hey, hold on a moment, her voice cracking as she scurried after Qiao Lin, gripping her small suitcase tightly. Qiao Lin didn't slow down, leading her through the darkened streets, deeper into the reputable parts of town. They stopped before a small, dilapidated building that looked more like a storage shed than a house. Hesha stared, bewildered. Surely they weren't staying here. She asked if Qiao Lin had built this place herself. Qiao Lin's gaze was sharp as she explained that after Hesha had threatened to fire her, the bakery owner took pity on her and let her live in this old warehouse. Inside, the air was still and cold. Qiao Lin struck a match, and a small, flickering flame brought the Spartan room to life. Hesha's pride was a bitter pill in her throat. She couldn't stand the look in Qiao Lin's eyes, that mix of pity and contempt. She defensively asked if Qiao Lin thought she was here to freeload off of her. Qiao Lin didn't even flinch. She stated the cold, hard facts. Hesha's father had taken all her money, and she had nothing valuable left to sell. What else could this be but freeloading? But then Qiao Lin offered a lifeline, a cruel one. She could stay if she paid her rent and labor. Starting with scrubbing the floor, Hesha stared at the bucket and rag, her expression souring. A duke's daughters? It was unthinkable. With a huff, she got to work, her movements clumsy and inefficient. Qiao Lin watched, unimpressed, before snatching the rag away. She grumbled about what a useless rag it was, questioning why the floor was still so dirty. She then tossed a pile of clothes at Hesha, ordering her to wash them. Hesha's eyes widened in protest. How was she supposed to wash these? Qiao Lin sighed dramatically, grabbing a piece of clothing and plunging it into the bucket of water. She said she would demonstrate once, and if Hesha couldn't do it properly, it was because she was clumsy. Anyone could do something so simple, Hesha thought, her cheeks burning with indignation. The next day at the academy was even worse. The whispers followed her down the grand halls. Her so-called friends cornered her, their smiles dripping with false concern. They'd heard a rumor that she was kicked out of her house. One of them even suggested they crowdfund gold coins for her. The sheer audacity. Hesha's chin lifted defiantly. She lied through her teeth, her voice shaking slightly as she claimed she wasn't kicked out. She was simply experiencing life as a commoner. The girls snickered, their mockery barely veiled. One of them sneered, asking if she also wanted to experience the life of a beggar, since she couldn't even earn her own money. That was the last straw. A slap. Hesha's hand slammed down on the table, the sound cracking through the air. How dare you? Her eyes blazing with fury. She declared that no matter where she lived or what she wore, it didn't change that she was a duke's daughter, and she would make them regret mocking her. The girls, startled by her outburst, quickly backpedaled, stammering that they were just joking. But the damage was done. Hesha turned away, her fists clenched, her expression a mask of cold fury. But beneath the anger was a gnawing desperation. No way, she thought. I refuse to live like this. I have to ask Qiao Lin to introduce me to a job, so I can quickly save up 300 gold coins and go back home. She swallowed her pride and approached Qiao Lin that evening. She asked if Qiao Lin could recommend something that could earn her 300 gold coins a month. With her father's influence, it shouldn't be that difficult to find one, right? Qiao Lin just stared at her, her expression unreadable. Why didn't Hesha just find one herself? The question hung in the air, heavy and damning. Hesha's shoulders slumped. She mumbled that she didn't know what she could possibly do. For the first time, a flicker of something, an idea, crossed Qiao Lin's face. A small, enigmatic smile played on her lips. She admitted she did have a way for Hesha to earn that much money. But it all depended on whether she had the ability. She passed a red or box to Hesha. Hesha opened it, her brow furrowed in confusion. Inside was an embroidery hoop and thread. Her eyes widened. Do you want me to embroider? The memory of a lavish dress she once bought flashed in her mind. A dress that cost 500 gold coins when the materials were only 10. Qiao Lin seemed to read her thoughts, pointing out that Hesha herself had sold a dress for 500 gold when it only cost 10 gold to make. Hesha tried to defend the price, talking about the tailor shop's rent, the embroiderer's wages, the boffet, but her words trailed off. Qiao Lin held up a simple, unadorned skirt. This skirt, she explained, had no pattern and could only be sold for 5 gold coins. Hesha gulped. But Qiao Lin continued, her voice steady. If Hesha embroidered it with flowers all over, she could sell it 500 gold. The number was staggering. A path, a real path, back to her old life. Hesha's eyes hardened with determination. She declared that within a month she could finish it. Qiao Lin raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt in her voice as she said, "Is that so?" She picked up the hoop. You watch carefully. Qiao Lin's fingers moved with a speed and grace that was mesmerizing. Hesha leaned in close, trying to follow the needle's path, but it was a blur. She complained, I can't see clearly. Without a word, simply stopped and pushed the embroidery hoop into Hesha's hands. You do it yourself, she commanded. Panic flared in Hesha's eyes. I don't know how, she cried out. Qiao Lin's response was simple. Try first, she would watch from the side. Hesha fumbled with the needle, her movements awkward and uncertain. She tried to remember what Qiao Lin had done, poking here and there. Oh no! I'm bleeding, she yelped as the sharp point pricked her finger. Qiao Lin sighed, calling her clumsy. Don't call me clumsy, Hesha snapped back, her face a mask of frustration. 1 month passed in a flurry of tangled threads, pricked fingers, and sleepless nights. Finally, it was done. Hesha held up the finished piece, her heart pounding with a mix of pride and anxiety. Nice looking? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. She explained how she had poured her soul into it, undoing and redoing her mistakes countless times. Qiao Lin took the piece and examined it critically. The verdict was crushing. There were too many needle holes from her constant corrections. It won't sell like this, she said bluntly. Hesha's face fell. All that working? So what should we? She asked, her voice filled with despair, but then a spark of ingenuity lit up Qiao Lin's eyes. She suggested they cut flowers from scrap fabric and sew them on top, covering the holes. It was brilliant! A wave of relief and admiration washed over Hesha. Qiao Lin, you're really smart, she exclaimed, leaning in close, a blush dusting her cheeks. Qiao Lin pulled back slightly, all business once more. She made it clear, no matter how much the piece sold for, Hesha would only receive her 300 gold coins. No problem. He agreed instantly, just grateful for the chance. They put the finished piece, advertising's first embroidery masterpiece, up for auction. The shop buzzed with excitement. A noblewoman in the crowd recognized the style. She'd seen Hesha embroidering flowers at school. Realizing it was a piece by the Duke's daughter herself, she declared she had to buy it. The bidding started immediately. "I bid 320. Someone shouted 500, called another. Hesha watched, her jaw slack with astonishment as the numbers climbed higher and higher. The auctioneer's voice rang out, 500 first bid, 500 second bid. Then a new confident voice yelled, "1,000 coins, 1,000. For her clumsy embroidery, it was impossible. She looked at Qiao Lin, who simply gave her a knowing smile. From the shadows, a voice whispered, "Hesha, please hurry home." The final call echoed through the room. 1,000 gold coins, first bid, 1,000 gold coins, second bid, 1,000 gold coins, third bid. Well, it was done. She had done it. She had earned her way back. Hesha held the small, heavy pouch in her hands, the clinking of coins a testament to her hard work. A proud, genuine smile graced her lips for the first time in a long while. These 300 gold coins were hers, all hers. It was the first money she had ever truly earned, a symbol of a life she was just beginning to understand. With this, she could live for a month, maybe more. She looked at Qiao Lin, her heart swelling with a strange mix of gratitude and guilt. Back when she had no pocket money, when the other nobles sneered at her predicament, Qiao Lin was the only one who offered a helping hand. The memory of her past behavior stung her conscience. "I used to treat you so badly," she murmured, her voice thick with regret. But Qiao Lin's gaze remained cool, her eyes sharp and analytical. How could a duke's daughter, playing at being a commoner, possibly earn so much money in just 7 days? The unspoken question hung heavy in the air. She cut through Hesha's sentimentality with a cold dose of reality, asking if she had finally had enough of the commoner experience. Was it time to move out now? Hesha's face fell, but she couldn't deny the logic. Qiao Lin had her own expenses to consider for the coming months, and it would do her no good to be associated with the Duke's daughter if it weren't for some benefit. Hesha's heart ached. She still remembered everything, every cruel word, every dismissive glance she had given Qiao Lin in the past. But what could she say? Qiao Lin's glare was like a physical blow, a silent judgment that Hesha knew she deserved. Defeated, she lowered her head, the words catching in her throat. "I will move out," she whispered, the decision feeling like a failure. Later, back in the hallowed halls of the academy, the world of nobles swept Hesha back into its fold. Her so-called friends descended upon her, their voices dripping with saccharine concern. Had Hesha finally decided to move back home? Was the commoner life experience over? One of them chirped about a shopping trip, while another reminded her of an upcoming birthday party she simply must attend. But Hesha wasn't listening. Her eyes scanned the crowd, searching, until they landed on Qiao Lin, standing alone. The other girls followed her gaze, their expressions curdling with confusion and distaste. Why was Hesha spending so much time with that Qiao Lin? Didn't they have a strained relationship? One girl whispered to another, a venomous theory taking shape. Perhaps Qiao Lin was only of assistance while Hesha was living the commoner life. Now that she was no longer useful, surely Hesha would come back to their side. After all, how could nobles and commoners ever truly become friends? But Hesha ignored their poisonous chatter, approaching Qiao Lin with a bright, hopeful smile. She explained that her father had restored her pocket money, and that he was no longer pressuring her to marry Prince Dana. With a newfound excitement, she asked if Qiao Lin could continue teaching her things like embroidery, admitting she was very interested. Qiao Lin considered it, her mind already calculating. Her own pocket money depended on her academic performance, so tutoring could be a stable source of income. She had earned a bit from Hesha already, and if she saved enough, it wouldn't be too late to refuse her later. A small, almost perceptible smile touched her lips. "If you're interested," she replied coolly, "I can teach you." Hesha's face lit up like the morning sun. "That's great," she exclaimed, suggesting they learn how to make cakes that weekend. Qiao Lin agreed, but not without a price. Teaching for a day would cost 10 gold coins. Hesha didn't even hesitate, shouting "no problem" as she grabbed Lin's hands in excitement. Meanwhile, in the grand and opulent Duke Sterling's residence, a different kind of negotiation was taking place. Mr. Sterling was meeting with a young man, politely declining a proposal. He wasn't considering a matter of choosing a princess at the moment, he explained, though he conceded that his daughter, Miss Hesha, was indeed quite unique among the noble ladies. As a father, he admitted, her recent significant changes had truly caught his attention. Just then, his son Dana entered the room, accompanied by a young woman with soft pink hair. She greeted Dana as brother, her eyes sparkling with ambition. She had heard a rumor that scholarship recipients could enroll at the academy 6 months earlier, and she wanted to know if it was true. Dana confirmed it, adding that there were only 2 slots available. Her face lit up. She would apply and give it her best try. Dana wished success, a polite but distant smile on his face. But beneath her sweet exterior, a venomous thought took root. She scoffed internally. Does that silly sister of mine even deserve to compete with me for the position of princess? The next Friday morning, Hesha was diligently studying a book on baking. So many ingredients just to make one cake. She decided she'd just let Qiao Lin buy them. A soft, determined smile on her lips as she pictured her mother's face. Mother would surely like a birthday cake she made herself, all right? But her thoughts were interrupted by a cruel laugh. She looked up to see a group of her noble friends, led by the snide girl Ellie. They were surrounding a terrified commoner girl, faces twisted with malice. They sneered about her tight clothes, demanding she undress for them. The poor girl was on the ground, begging them to stop, her hands held up desperate plea. "Please, I'm begging you," she cried, but they only laughed harder. As one of their filthy hands reached for her uniform, a sharp slap echoed through the courtyard. Ellie stumbled back, her cheek blazing red, her eyes wide with shock and fury. Hesha stood over the cowering girl, her hand still raised, her expression glacial. Ellie shrieked, clutching her face. "Hesha, I haven't done anything to provoke you. Why are you—" But before she could finish, a group of noble boys sauntered over, their leader sneering. "You've dirtied my eyes," he said to the commoner girl. "And you say you haven't provoked me?" Hesha stepped in front of the girl, shielding her. Her voice was low, laced with ice. "Are you leaving now?" she asked the boys, her gaze unwavering. "Or are you waiting to be publicly expelled for your crimes?" The boys paled, suddenly realizing who they were dealing with. They stammered that they were just joking and scurried away like frightened rats. But Ellie was not so easily intimidated. She stomped her foot, her face contorted with rage. "Hesha, you have no idea how despicable that commoner is," she screamed. "She's always flaunting herself in front of noble boys, showing off her looks." The words were barely out of her mouth when another slap cracked the air. Hesha's hand connected with Ellie's other cheek. She brought a hand to her own ear, her expression one of utter disgust. "Don't dirty my ears," she commanded, her voice dangerously quiet. Ellie was stunned into silence, cradling her face as her friends looked on in horror. "Hesha, why are you against me?" she finally wailed. Hesha grabbed the front of Ellie's uniform, pulling her close. "A person's wrongdoing will follow them for their whole life," she hissed, her eyes burning with a cold fire. "If you don't want someone to strip away your modesty, then you should stop tearing off other people's clothes." She shoved Ellie back, who stumbled and fell, her face a mask of shock and humiliation. Tears streamed from her eyes as she scrambled to her feet and ran away, her friends calling after her. Hesha calmly wiped her hand with a handkerchief, her face a picture of disdain. "Disgusting. So filthy," she muttered. She then turned to the commoner girl, who was still staring up at her in awe. "If they dare to bully you again in the future," Hesha said, her voice now firm and protective, "just mention my name. And let's see if they dare to offend me." She turned and walked away, leaving us speechless. The girl watched her go, a single thought echoing in her mind. "Miss Hesha." The next day in the baking room, Hesha was furiously whisking a bowl of batter, venting her frustration. "You have no idea how disgusting those people are," she fumed. "They really need to be taught a lesson. Without anyone to discipline them, they're really running wild." Qiao Lin, measuring flour beside her, interjected with a single, devastating question. "Didn't you used to treat me the same before?" Hesha froze. The whisk clattered against the bowl. That's because," she stammered, her face flushing with shame. She couldn't meet Qiao Lin's gaze. "There was no one to control me," she finished in a small voice. She knew she was wrong. "I now realize my mistake," she said quietly. "Can we not bring up the past?" But Qiao Lin's eye was firm. "No. Just because serious consequences were avoided doesn't mean it can be easily forgotten." The weight of those words hit hard. Qiao Lin was right. If she had been dealing with that other girl instead of Qiao Lin that day, the image of the leering, grotesque man from the alley flashed in her mind. His grimy hands reaching for her. Cold dread washed over her. "I can imagine," she whispered, her voice trembling. "If it wasn't for Qiao Lin saving her that day, what would have become of her?" Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of guilt and gratitude, she dropped the whisk and threw her arms around Qiao Lin, burying her face in her shoulder. "I'm sorry, Qiao Lin," she sobbed, her body shaking. "I will do my best to compensate you." "Thank you. Thank you for saving me." She pulled back, glistening on her eyelashes, her expression raw and pleading. "I will definitely change. Please." Qiao Lin stood perfectly still, her violet eyes wide with surprise. A faint blush crept up her neck as she slowly raised a hand to her lips, utterly disarmed by Hesha's raw, heartfelt apology. A soft, almost imperceptible sparkle filled Qiao Lin's lavender eyes as she looked at Hesha, her finger gently tracing her own lip. The memory of their closeness, the warmth that lingered air between them. But reality was a much colder place. Back in the kitchen, the scent of herbs and fresh bread did little to soften Qiao Lin's stern expression. She stood with her arms crossed, a fortress of skepticism. Her voice was flat, devoid of motion, as she stated that everything depended on Hesha's future actions. "People don't just change overnight," she reminded her, the words a clear challenge. Hesha felt a familiar frustration, but she pushed it down, replacing it with a quiet resolve. Wiping a tear from her eye, she looked back at Qiao Lin, her own voice filled with a determination she hadn't felt in years. She swore she would prove it, that she would do exactly what she said. 1 month later, the world had bloomed into a vibrant garden party. It was Mrs. Sterling's birthday, and the lawn was filled with elegantly dressed guests. With a proud smile, Mrs. Sterling gestured multi-layered strawberry cake, announcing to everyone that it was baked by her dear daughter, Hesha. A ripple of polite surprise went through the crowd. As Hesha carefully sliced into the confection, a sense of nervous pride filled her. The first bite was taken by a noble lady, whose eyes immediately widened in genuine delight. She gushed that the cake was absolutely delicious, as good as anything made by the famous chefs from the north. Another guest chimed in, remarking that she never expected Hesha to have such hidden talents. A small, genuine smile touched Hesha's lips. For the first time, she felt like she was truly changing. But a smooth, familiar voice slithered her ear from behind, shattering the peaceful moment. He purred that of course it was delicious, considering she'd spent an entire month at Qiao Lin's place. Hesha's heart plummeted. She turned, her smile vanishing, to see the perfectly handsome, perfectly cruel face of Prince Dana. He greeted her with a smile that never reached his golden eyes, his hand subtly tugging at the sleeve of her dress. Hesha forced a polite greeting, calling him Prince Dana, her body rigid. He continued, his voice dripping with false sincerity, mentioning how her baking skills had improved significantly. He then casually asked if she would consider joining the student council. The offer hung in the air, a gilded trap. Hesha's mind raced. What should she do? How could she possibly raise him politely without causing a scene? She was completely, utterly uninterested. But before she could formulate a response, a high-pitched voice called out his name. Faye appeared, vision in red, rushing to his side. She beamed up at him, asking if her application to the council had been approved yet. Dana's attention shifted instantly, his smile softening as he told the outcome was still confidential. Seeing her chance, Hesha murmured that they should go ahead and chat, turning to make her escape. But Dana's hand shot out, grabbing her wrist. Hesha, wait, he called, his grip surprisingly strong. But Faye was already clinging to his other arm, her eyes wide and pleading. She pressed him, asking if her application would be successful, if she could join the student council. The whole scene made Hesha's stomach churn. She felt so tired, so utterly exhausted by these games. She'd rather be back in the bakery Qiao Lin, covered in flour and feeling fulfilled. Later, sitting alone amongst the roses, she sighed. Now that it was winter break, she found herself surprisingly bored. Her gloved fingers gently tapped a dew-kissed red rose. What was Qiao Lin up to right now? A whole month of winter break before her, an empty canvas. A new resolve sparked within her. She had to see Qiao Lin. She needed to let her see the changes she was making. The very next afternoon, Hesha practically skipped into the bakery, her voice bright and cheerful as she ordered a strawberry mousse and black tea. Qiao Lin, looking surprised, simply nodded and told her to wait a moment. Her internal thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion. Doesn't she have a pastry at home? Why come all the way here? She brought the order to the table, where Hesha was already settled in, looking perfectly content. Qiao Lin watched with a pensive expression, her finger resting on her chin as Hesha took her first bite. Hesha's face lit up, and she declared it was absolutely delicious, a happy little tune practically radiating from her. Qiao Lin's gaze remained fixed on her, an unreadable emotion swirling in her violet eyes. Hesha, lost in the sweet flavor, savored another bite, completely oblivious. Suddenly, Qiao Lin was standing right in front of her, her presence eclipsing everything else. Before Hesha could even ask what was wrong, Qiao Lin's hand took her chin, tilting her face up. The spoon fell from Hesha's fingers, clattering onto the plate. Her emerald eyes widened as Qiao Lin leaned in, her lips pressing softly against hers, the world to stop. A moment later, Qiao Lin back, a faint, knowing smile on her face. She whispered, her voice a silken thread, "Qiao Lin, I just want to be friends with you, nothing more." Hesha's own words from the past echoed back at her, filled with a new, confusing. Hesha could only stammer out the word friends. Qiao Lin's smile grew wider, sharper. "Do you think I want to be friends with you, Hesha?" Hesha pleaded, her voice trembling, insisting that she knew she was wrong before, that she was trying to change, begging for forgiveness. But Qiao Lin cut her off, her voice laced with a dangerous amusement. "Do you think friends would kiss your lips?" She leaned in closer, her breath warm against Hesha's skin, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper. "Strip your clothes off?" Hesha scrambled back, her chair scraping against the floor, her face burning with a mixture of shock and mortification. You're provoking me," she cried out, her heart hammering her chest. Qiao Lin's expressi. "It seems our young miss hasn't matured yet," she sneered, her words like daggers. "Before I do something even more outrageous to you, stay away from me." Hesha was trembling, utterly bewildered. "We're both girls," she stammered. "How could we? That kind of thing." Qiao Lin looked genuinely hurt, her face contorting in pain. She cried out, asking why Hesha would say such disgusting things to gross her out if she didn't want to be friends. The accusation hit Hesha like a physical blow. She stood there stunned and silent as Qiao Lin turned her back on her. I don't care about you either, Hesha yelled at her retreating form, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. Qiao Lin didn't even turn around. Hesha watched her go, a cold dread seeping into her bones. She stumbled out of the bakery, the world a blur of phantom shapes and muted colors. Damn Qiao Lin, damn it! She cursed under her breath, tears welling in her eyes. How could she treat her like this? How could she possibly? The question remained unfinished as she collapsed in a heap, sobbing her heart out, repeating Qiao Lin's name like a prayer. A shadow fell over. Someone gently poked her head. Huh? Isn't this Sister Hesha? It was Faye. Hesha's head snapped up, her face a mask of rage and grief. Get lost! She screamed. Faye, completely unfazed, simply asked if she was crying, because she was afraid she wouldn't win over Prince Dana. Her condescending smirk was the last straw. Hesha got to her feet, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she asked if Faye liked the prince that much. Faye's answer was simple, almost childlike. Of course she did. Who wouldn't want to be a princess? But as she looked at Hesha's tear-streaked face, she saw something had shattered. I don't like it anymore, Hesha said, her voice hollow. She turned to leave, but Faye grabbed her arm. Faye demanded, her voice rising. Don't tell me you're giving up because you think you can't win against me, right? Hesha pulled her arm free and kept walking, her back ramrod straight. She told Faye to think whatever she wanted. She wasn't competing anymore. Her steps were heavy as she walked away down the cobblestone street. But Faye's voice followed her, sharp and accusatory. I don't believe you don't like Prince Dana, she yelled. Unless you like someone else. Is it Qiao Lin? The question hung in the air, a shocking, impossible accusation. Do you like Hihiar? Hesha froze mid-stride, her body going completely still. The world seemed to tilt on its axis as Faye's was burrowed deep into her heart, unearthing a truth she hadn't even dared to face herself. The memories were a constant, nagging whisper in the back of Hesha's mind, a younger her clutching two precious dolls, a gift from her father. But even then, peace was a luxury she couldn't afford. Her mother's voice, sharp and disappointed, would always cut the quiet. Don't compete with Faye, she'd say, her words a familiar sting. Give her some space. And then came Faye's small but demanding, her eyes fixed on the doll in Hesha's hands. Hesha, I also want to play with that. With a sigh that felt older than her years, Hesha would simply offer it up. You can have it all, she'd murmur, her own desires dissolving into nothing. I'm not playing anymore. It was always the same. Give, give. And with every concession, a small part of her felt like it was breaking. The memory sharpens, shifting to a crowded street. Faye's voice no longer small but shrill with fury. Her name. Hesha! Her face is twisted in a mask of rage, her hand clutching her chest as if wounded. She didn't want a gift, she wanted a victory. I don't need you to give it to me, she seethed, if you're capable. But Hesha just looks back, her expression weary, her green eyes tired of the same old dance. Is it only fun for Faye when someone competes with her? She wonders, a bitter taste in her mouth. She doesn't bother with things she doesn't like. But Faye's glint with a sudden, cruel cunning. A small, knowing smile plays on her lips as she leans in, her voice a venomous whisper. Then you've Qiao Lin to me. The words hang in the air, and Hesha's eyes widen in shock. Qiao Lin? What she have to do with any of this? Faye sneers, her voice dripping with condescension. I've heard it all. Ever since you were kicked out by our father, you've been clinging to her every day. She mocks Hesha's distraction, even when Prince Dana speaks to her. Hesha tries to defend herself, her voice tight. She helped me before. It's not like I like her or anything. But the denial is weak, unconvincing even to her own ears. Faye just smiles that infuriating all-knowing smile. Okay, she says with false sweetness, turning to leave. I'll go find her now. Panic seizes Hesha. She lunges forward, her hand grabbing Faye's arm, stopping her in her tracks. What are you gonna do? She demands, her voice shaking slightly. Hesha's grip is tight, desperate. She knows her sister all too well. Faye is competitive, obsessive. The more she cares about something, the more Faye wants to take it to win. She has been kind to me, so if you want to harm her, I definitely disagree, Hesha states, her voice infirm. But the rest is up to you. Faye scoffs, her eyes narrowing contempt. Oh, now you've learned the art of playing hard to get, she sneers, seeing through the flimsy threat. Her expression is a mask of pure condescension. In her mind, the game had already changed. Hooking up with Qiao Lin doesn't benefit me in any ways. Her gaze turning cold and calculating. Now that Hesha is no longer a threat, I don't need to compete with her anymore. The student council vice president, he's my real rival for the princess candidate position. And with that, she walks away, leaving Hesha stewing in a mix of guilt and frustration. 1 month later, the world had grown colder. Whispers followed Hesha through the hallowed halls of Grace Academy. Did you have a good time during the winter vacation? One girl asks another, pointedly ignoring Hesha. It seems that our tea parties and dances are still more enjoyable, right? Another chimes in, yeah, there's nothing fun about being with Qiao Lin. Hesha clenches her, trying to block them out, her head throbbing with a dull ache. Let's not talk about her, okay? She grits out, but her plea falls on deaf ears. The other girls just exchange knowing glances, whispering about a supposed argument. They see her frustration, her isolation, and they revel in it. Suddenly, a loud bang shatters the quiet chatter. A towering stack of books slams down onto Hesha's desk. She looks up, startled, into the icy lavender eyes of Qiao Lin. "These are the books you asked me to buy for you before," Qiao Lin says, voice devoid of all warmth. "Here, I'm returning them to you." Hesha's breath catches in her throat. Her gaze drops to the books, then back to Qiao Lin's impassive face. A single thought screams through her mind. Is she trying to completely sever ties with me? As Qiao Lin turns to walk away, Hesha shoots to her feet. "Hold on a moment." She scrambles after her, her hand shooting out to grab Qiao Lin's wrist, the touch electric. "Are you planning to just buy me some books to make up for taking my tuitions earlier?" Hesha demands, her voice a mix of desperation and anger. She spins Qiao Lin around to face her, their bodies colliding. Leaning in close, her eyes blazing with a fierce, possessive light, Hesha's voice drops to a menacing hiss. "You have to teach me proper Lin. Otherwise, I'll tell all your bosses about your lack of professionalism." Qiao Lin stares back, her expression unreadable, and says nothing. She simply turns away again, her silence a dismissal. "Here you go again, never changing your stubborn ways," she murmurs, a hint of exhaustion in her tone. "All right," she concedes, but there's a new, dangerous glint in her eyes. She steps closer, invading Hesha's space, her voice a low, seductive purr right next to her ear. "How do you expect me to be diligent, my lady?" Her breath is hot against Hesha's skin. "Are you asking me to help you pursue Prince Dana?" Then, her eyes darken with something unreadable. "Are you still interested in pursuing me?" Hesha recoils as if burned, her face flushing crimson. "What does this mean?" Qiao Liners, her confidence shattering. "You sounded quite confident." The other students begin to murmur, their gossip fueling the fire. "Hesha is from a prestigious noble family, so it's understandable that she might pursue a prince," one whispers. "But how could she possibly pursue her? It's ridiculous." The words are like daggers, and a single tear escapes Hesha's eye. But in that moment, something snaps. Humiliation turns to defiance. She meets Qiao Lin's gaze, her own eyes hardening into chips of emerald. "I'll pursue whoever I want," she declares, her voice ringing with newfound conviction. "And I will definitely win over." Her gaze locks onto Qiao Lin's, sharp and unwavering. "That includes you too, Qiao Lin." As Qiao Lin tries to leave, Hesha grabs her again, her grip ironclad. "I didn't say you could leave, so you can't." They stand face to face, a storm of unspoken emotions raging between them. Hesha leans in, their noses almost touching. "Don't think I'm afraid of you," she whispers, her voice a low threat. "If you kiss me in public, you'll be the one embarrassed." She straightens up, addressing the entire room. "Everyone, please supervise it well." She wraps an arm around Qiao Lin's shoulders, a gesture that is both possessive and protective. "Qiao Lin is the top student in our grade, and I spent a lot of money to ask her to help me with tutoring. If she doesn't teach me well, it's intentional." Prince Dana watches from the sidelines, a slow, amused smile spreading across his face. "Okay, Hesha," he says, his voice carrying across the room. "All right, since Hesha said so, we must strictly monitor her for you." Qiao Lin's hand clenches into a tight fist at her side. These fickle nobles, she thinks, her eyes blazing with silent fury. They reveal their true nature as soon as someone disobeys them. Hesha, meanwhile, is triumphant. She gently pats Qiao Lin's head, gesture of ownership. "I just want you to witness," she announces to the room, her voice smug. "Qiao Lin is under my command. Only I can order her, bully her." Her smile turns sharp. "If you dare to offend her," she says, her gaze sweeping over the other students, "that's the same as offending me." She leans back toward Qiao Lin, her expression softening into a dazzling, victorious smile. "How about it? Am I?" But Qiao Lin is seething, her face a thundercloud of rage. Why is she so angry? Hesha wonders, momentarily confused. Qiao Lin's voice is a low growl. "Hesha, since I can't take advantage of you in public," she leans in, her own smile turning wicked, predatory. "And I'll find a secluded place to take care of you thoroughly. And you better not regret it later." Hesha is utterly baffled. Does she really know what's talking about? Qiao Lin, meanwhile, is at her wit's end. What's going on in this girl's head? Are these threats no longer effective? But Hesha seems to read her mind, her own smile returning. "I know you, Qiao Lin. Using the same old tricks won't work on me," she purrs. "Now everyone knows you belong to me. You can't escape." Just as the tension reaches a peak, the school bell rings sharp and clear. The professor enters, announcing a new semester and a new transfer student. She's one of the top students who got into Grace Academy early for the next academic year. The door clicks open, and a girl with long, pink-hued hair steps inside, a bright, cheerful smile on her face. "Hello, everyone," she chirps, her voice sweet as honey. "I'm Faye Sterling. Please give me your guidance and advice." A murmur goes through the classroom. "Sterling? Hesha's sister?" As the professor tells her to find a seat, Faye's eyes scan the room, landing directly on Qiao Lin. She walks over, her smile never wavering. "This is Qiao Lin," she says, her voice innocent. Her eyes sparkle as she looks up at her. "May I sit next to you?" Qiao Lin sits frozen, trapped between two sisters, the air thick with unspoken rivalry. A young woman with soft pink hair raises her hand, a look of utter confusion on her face. How does she know me? She wonders, her eyes fixed on the silver-haired girl beside her. The girl, Qiao Lin, remains perfectly composed. Nearby, another student can't stop shing, her voice filled with admiration. Sis Qiao Lin is just so amazing, she chirps. Not only are her grades fantastic, but she's so good at teaching others. Sis Hesha has improved so much under your guidance. Qiao Lin simply lowers her gaze to her notebook, a picture of humility as she murmurs that she's just doing her best. The pink-haired girl, Faye, watches this display with a tiny, knowing smirk. Well, yeah, that's right, she thinks to herself. She leans in closer, her voice a saccharine whisper right next to Qiao Lin's ear. Since Sis Hesha has given you so much commission, she purrs, it's only right that you teach her well. Qiao Lin's expression hardens ever so slightly. Faye's words continue, dripping with condescension. Noble money is easy to earn, right? Her fingers gently press into Qiao Lin's shoulder, a gesture that feels more like a threat than a comfort. Since Sis Hesha likes you so much, shouldn't you serve her wholeheartedly and make her infatuated with you? The air turns frigid. Qiao Lin's eyes are like shards of ice as she stares straight ahead. Her voice is dangerously low as she replies, if you feel she's not worth it, then advise her to stay away from me. I'll thank you for it. But the whispers have already started. Across the classroom, girls gossip behind their hands. Oh dear, one says with fake pity. Sis Hesha is really pitiful. Their cruel intentions are as day, a wicked glee dancing in their eyes. I can't wait to see her cry, they think, not knowing that Qiao Lin hears every word, her jaw tightening with rage. The memories bubble to the surface, acidic and bitter. Whispers from the past echoing the present. Hesha, you give money to Qiao Lin, but she doesn't appreciate you. A man's cruel dismal cuts through her thoughts. You're not qualified enough, Dana. Irene is my biggest rival. The image of Hesha, crumpled amidst a garden of thorns and roses, her face streaked with tears, flashes in Qiao Lin's mind. Her hand balls into at the desk. I never expected this. Getting close to Hesha has brought nothing but the scorn of the nobility. This can't continue. I need to find a way to drive Hesha away. A dark thought takes root in her mind. A desperate, dangerous plan. Losing control, going crazy without thinking about the consequences. That's my only advantage against Hesha. As long as I'm crazy enough, she'll be afraid of me. She'll leave me alone later in the quiet of the library. Hesha stares at her textbook, completely stumped. Her pen scratches uselessly against the paper. What part of the step did she do wrong? She taps the pen against her chin, utterly lost. A cool voice cuts through her frustration. That's probably because you used the wrong formula, right? It's Qiao Lin sitting right beside her, not even bothering to look up from her own book. For a moment, there's just a silence. Then a tiny light bulb seems to flash above Hesha's head. Breaks into a brilliant smile. By the way, Qiao Lin, she says, trying to bridge the gap between them. I heard your brother also got early admission to our school. His name is Arnold, right? If you want to chat, you can find me. But Qiao Lin just keeps writing, her focus entirely on her work, leaving Hesha's words to hang in the air. Hesha's cheeks puff out in a frustrated pout. Suddenly, she snaps, her hands out, grabbing Qiao Lin's in a surprisingly strong grip. I'm paying for your time, Hesha declares, her eyes flashing with irritation. So if I want to chat, you have to chat with me. Qiao Lin's drops her purple eyes with an icy calm as she looks at the hand gripping her arm. With a sharp movement, she retracts her hand, pulling it free. The tutoring time you purchased is limited to 1 hour after school, she states, her voice flat and cold. And overtime is not to engage in any form of coercion or sales pressure. She gestures to the hourglass on the table. You still have 15 minutes left. I suggest you finish your homework first. Hesha is taken aback, her anger deflating into confusion. I don't like your way of speaking, she mutters. Can you please be more normal like before? Qiao Lin's head tilts, her silver hair hiding her eyes as a slilling smile spreads across her lips. More normal? She repeats, the question hanging ominously in the air. She leans in, her voice dropping to an intimate, terrifying whisper. Hesha, I used to have such a good time with you. Hesha freezes, heart beginning to pound. Qiao Lin's smile widens, becoming manic, her eyes alight with a disturbing excitement. Because every time I see you fail miserably, I get extremely excited. The words hit Hesha like a physical blow. Her eyes widen in horror and disbelief. She stumbles back, her heel catching on the floor. How could you bring up the past again? She gasps, her voice trembling. But Qiao Lin's horrifying smile never wavers. But you're not crying now, she observes glee. You're not angry anymore. She leans in closer, her face a mask of terrifying, wide-eyed madness. I'm getting bored of you. For Qiao Lin, this madness was a shield forged in the fires of a brutal childhood. Born in a small, impoverished mountain village, she was always thin, always hungry, often giving her own meager food to her younger brother. Her petite frame and quiet temper made her an easy target for the cruel children around her. They pushed her, mocked her, until she was shoved to the ground, the harsh reality of the world settling into her 10-year-old bones. Kindness only invites exploitation. And then, one day, she finally broke. The resentment that had been simmering for years erupted in a single violent act. She took a needle and plunged it deep under the fingernail of her tormentor, whose face contorted in a silent scream of agony. She even grabbed a knife, ready to scar that face forever, her own expression twisted into something unrecognizable, a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. It took everyone to pull her away, to stop the carnage. After that day, no one dared to bully her again. But they didn't dare befriend her either. She lonely path, forever surrounded by the whispers and fearful glances of her peers, an outcast haunted by their wary eyes. As she grew, she learned to the monster inside her to act with caution. But the beast was always there, waiting to be unleashed, especially after a drink or when she needed to intentionally, brutally intimidate someone. Back in the present, that beast is looking Hesha right in the eye. Hesha stares horrified at the manic grin on Qiao Lin's face. "Qiao Lin, why would you do this?" she whispers. Qiao Lin's face contorts with fury, and she gets so close their noses are almost touching. "That's because I hate you," she snarls, her voice raw with venom. "I want you to disappear from my sight." Hesha swallows hard, a bead of sweat seeing a path down her temple. Her hands are clasped tight, her knuckles white. But something changes. A flicker of resolve, of defiance, hardens her gaze. "If you really hate me," she begins, her voice suddenly steady. Her hand shoots out, grabbing the front of Qiao Lin's uniform. "You can just treat me the way I used to treat you in the past." She yanks Qiao Lin closer, her voice dropping to a low, intense growl. "But you've tried to drive me away over and over again. You don't want to hurt me, you just want to drive me away." Their faces are inches apart now, Hesha's green eyes burning with a fiery determination. "As if I'd listen to you. What are you going to do about it?" She holds Qiao Lin's collar in a white-knuckled grip. Qiao Lin is speechless, her carefully constructed crazy facade shattering into a million pieces. Do you even know what you're doing?" she stammers. For the first time, Hesha looks away, a faint blush dusting her cheeks, but she doesn't go. "Geez," she mutters, "I'm just asking for your forgiveness." Qiao Lin is completely flustered, a single drop of sweat rolling down her face. This was not part of the plan. She tries to regain her composure. Put the icy walls back up. "You don't have to do this. I'm just an ordinary commoner. It would be better to cut off contact." Her voice is strained. "As long as you don't provoke me, I won't do anything harmful to you." But Hesha just leans in again, a teasing, triumphant smile playing on her lips. "Maybe that's because I want to be friends with you." Qiao Lin's composure completely breaks. I'm starting to regret helping you," she blout. Her face is bright red, a blush spreading from her neck to her ears as she claps a hand over her mouth, utterly mortified. Hesha leans over her shoulder, her victory complete as she whispers playfully, "You're lying." A triumphant little escapes her lips. Meanwhile, at the student council office, a delicate hand knocks on the heavy wooden door. It's Faye Sterling, holding an application form, a polite smile on her face. "Hello, I'm Faye Sterling. I'd like to apply to join the student council." A smooth, confident voice from within responds, "Please come in." Faye enters a grand, opulent office. Seated behind a large desk is a stunning woman with fiery red hair and an impossibly confident smile. "Hello, Faye Sterling," she says, her voice like velvet. Faye curtsies gracefully. "Nice to meet you, Vice President Irene." Irene rises and glides towards her. She stops right in front of Faye, lifting the girl's chin with a single, elegant finger, her eyes roaming over Faye's face with amusement. "Dana has mentioned you to me," Irene says, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "You are even cuter than I imagined." She leans in, her lips brushing against Faye's ear as she whispers, her arm wrapping possessively around the smaller girl's shoulders. "Little Faye." Irene's hand shot back as if stung by a viper, but it was too late. Faye's grip was like iron, yanking her forward into a suffocating embrace. "I miss you too," Faye chirped, her voice giddy with delight. Her cheek pressed against Irene's, the warmth of it feeling like a brand. She squeezed tighter, her joy a physical force. "I'm extremely honored to know that brother Dana cares so much about me." Irene's mind reeled. What is she talking about? Dana? Cares? Pulled back just enough to beam at her, her eyes sparkling. "You're so adorable. I love your cute demeanor, just like a little kitten," she cooed, completely oblivious to the silent fury radiating from Irene. As Faye went in for another hug, footsteps echoed from down the hall. Two young men, impeccably dressed in matching white blazers, strode forward with an air of quiet confidence. "You flatter me," the blonde one said with a practiced, easy smile. But then they both stopped dead in their tracks. The dark-haired boy beside him spoke, his tone earnest. "Miss Qiao Lin always refuses to join the student council, so I thought you would also refuse," he said, turning to his companion. The boy Arnold simply replied that his sister wasn't fond of group activities, but he wanted to stay. Because he wanted to be there if she ever needed him. The other boy's eyes drooped for just a second, a flicker of disappointment. Seizing the moment, the blonde prince Dana flashed a brilliant smile. He leaned in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper, "Looking for a part-time job in accommodation. How about I become my assistant?" Arnold's eyes widened, dollar signs practically popping in them. This was perfect. With a grand, welcoming gesture, Dana swung open the door to the student council room. "Come on in," he said, his smile as bright as the morning sun. He stepped aside, ready to make his grand introduction. "Let me introduce you to." His voice caught in his throat. The smile didn't just fade, it shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face of pure shock. There in the middle of the room was Irene, her hands clamped around Faye's face like a vice. "Irene?" he choked out. Faye, equally startled, gasped, "Dana?" I thought you had gone back. In an instant, Faye ripped herself away from Irene and scurried to Dana's side, clinging to his arm as if he were her savior. "Brother Dana," she cried, her voice trembling with manufactured distress. Dana forced a laugh, the sound thin and brittle. He patted her hand, trying to de-escalate the situation. "Faye, Irene is just joking," he said, his eyes darting nervously towards Irene. "That's just her way of saying hello," Irene scoffed, crossing her arms. Her voice was pure ice. "I don't greet people like that," she stated flatly, her gaze locking with Dana's. "I'm only interested in cute girls." Dana just laughed again, a hollow sound this time. Faye stared at them, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Wait, aren't they the squarely recognized, almost perfect couple? Why does this feel wrong? This is nothing like the rumors. Dana, desperate to change the subject, gestured towards Arnold, who had been watching the whole disaster unfold. "By the way, I'd like to introduce you to a new member," he announced, his voice regaining some of its usual charm. "This is Arnold Stoke, one of the 2 freshmen who were admitted early this year." Arnold gave a polite, formal bow. "Nice to meet you, Vice President Irene and Miss Faye. Please guide me along the way," he said smoothly. Faye's eyes widened in realization. It seems even Qiao Lin's younger brother has joined the student council. Meanwhile, outside on the sprawling campus grounds, Qiao Lin walked with Hesha. "Qiao Lin, why don't you cancel the accommodation?" "I'll book a hotel for you instead," Hesha offered, her voice full concern. Qiao Lin didn't even look at her. "No need." "Don't follow me," she said coldly. Hesha pressed on. "Is the tutoring fee I'm giving you now enough? You don't need to work part-time anymore, right?" A flicker of annoyance crossed Qiao Lin's face. "I won't keep tutoring you all the time." Hesha's smile was unwavering. "Such a good job, why don't you do it? I won't fire you." Hesha's concern only deepened. "What if you're cut off from living expenses again?" She worried aloud. Qiao Lin finally snapped, turning to face her. "I don't want to rely on anyone," she bit out, her eyes flashing with pride. "Instead of depending on others, it's better to make use of them." Her gaze was sharp-pointed. "That also includes you, Hesha." But Hesha didn't flinch. She just shrugged, a soft, accepting smile on her face. "If you want to use me, go ahead. As long as you're happy." Qiao Lin turned away, the wind rustling through the leaves, mirroring the sudden turmoil in her heart. Sometimes, she thought, her expression softening into something vulnerable. I really envy her. She envied Hesha's freedom. When suffering losses, Hesha could swallow her pride. When at fault, she would admit her mistakes. When conditions were good, she behaved recklessly and extravagantly, and when they were not, she could still work hard. Once set her mind on something, she would stick to it until the very end. And as for me, Qiao Lin's gaze fell, a shadow crossing her features. "I just pretend to be tough and act like I'm not afraid of anything." Later, Arnold recounted his successful day to his sister in their modest room. "Sis Qiao Lin, I found a place to stay," he announced proudly. "Prince Dana hired me as his assistant and provided me with a room." Qiao Lin's head snapped up. "How did you meet Prince Dana if you just started today?" Arnold explained how he'd sought out the student council and seen Dana's information, knowing he was looking for a job and lodging. As he slipped on his jacket, readying himself for his new duties, he turned to her. "Sis Qiao Lin, do you want to join the student council? It would be very helpful for the future graduation exams?" he suggested earnestly. Qiao Lin's expression was unreadable. She asked a question that seemed to come from nowhere. "Arnold, do you think commoners can get along with nobility?" He looked confused. "Isn't it normal for us to befriend them if we're attending Grace Academy to become nobles?" Sad smile. She conceded quietly. "As long as we don't get too close." The next morning, a pristine white carriage pulled up to the academy's grand entrance. Prince Dana stepped out, followed closely by Arnold. "Good morning, Prince Dana," a chorus of students called out. "Good morning," he replied with a dazzling smile, waving to his admirers. As he swept past, his shoulder brushed against Hesha, sending her stumbling backward. "Ouch," she cried out as she lost her footing. She collapsed onto the hard stone ground with a painful thud. Dana immediately spun around, his charming smile replaced with a look of genuine concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice soft. He knelt down, his handsome face close to hers, and extended a hand. "Prince Dana," she whispered, completely starstruck as his fingers wrapped around hers. Her heart hammered against her ribs. He held my hand, but her fairy tale moment was brutally interrupted. "Who do you think you are?" a voice shrieked. A group of girls, their faces twisted with jealousy, surrounded Hesha like vultures. "How dare you try to seduce Prince Dana right in front of us?" Another one spat. "I didn't mean to." Hesha stammered, shrinking back from their glares as they accused her of doing it on purpose. Arnold watched the scene unfold, his expression impassive. Dana, however, seemed to have already moved on, pointing somewhere else to get Arnold's attention. A different girl was pleading with him, her hands clasped together. "Oh, please, just be a little flexible for the sake of my father's reputation," she begged. Dana's charming facade dropped completely. His voice was cold and clipped. "Sorry, but that's not possible." The girl was left standing there, utterly defeated. Dana then turned his attention to a shy-looking girl clutching a book, raising his hand for a high five. The girl stared at his hand, her jaw dropping in utter shock and confusion. What was he doing? Was this a trick? She just stood there, frozen. Arnold watched it all, a silent observer to the prince's bizarre and mercurial behavior. In the background, forgotten by everyone, Hesha sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. The shy girl with the book hurried away down the corridor, her heart pounding. She let out a long sigh. Indeed, I shouldn't have been curious. In the future, when encountering noble boys, I must keep my distance, or else I might end up like that girl. Just then, Hesha's friends found her. Hesha, Mrs. Taylor has released new designs again, one said cheerfully. Let's go take a look this weekend. Hesha shook her head, wiping her eyes. No, I'm not going. I'm busy. Are you still learning embroidery? Another friend teased. Haven't you experienced enough of the commoner's life? The girl with the book stopped, her gaze fixed on Hesha. A flicker of recognition crossed her face. She's always so beautiful and charming, she thought before a memory surfaced. That person has been staring at me. She seems familiar. Before she could flee, Hesha was standing right in front of her. Hello, Hesha said, her voice gentle. The girl clutched her book tighter, her knuckles white. Hesha's eyes drifted down to the girl's uniform. Did you alter your school uniform to make it wider? She asked casually. The girl nodded meekly. A painful memory flashed through the girl's mind. Remember when I bullied her because my uniform was too tight? Hesha continued, oblivious. The stitches are good, and the difference in fabric texture and color, it's hard to tell that it's been altered. The girl was stunned into silence, then managed to stammer. Thank you. You're too kind. Hesha turned back to her friends, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. If Qiao Lin is working and doesn't want to accompany me on the weekend, she mused, a small smile playing on her lips, I could ask her to teach me instead. The table is set with delicate pastries, a rich slice of chocolate cake, and a red velvet counterpart sit on pristine doilies. Steam gently rises from a cup of coffee, the aroma filling the small cafe. But the atmosphere is anything but sweet. Hesha sits with a new girl, her voice bright and cheerful as she explains how she asked her to teach her how to sew. Qiao Lin watches from the background, a storm brewing in her silver blue eyes. Her face is a mask of cold unhappiness. Is this her so-called new friend? The thought is a bitter pill she can't swallow. Another girl, one of Qiao Lin's lackeys, approaches with a practiced smile, congratulating Hesha on finding a new teacher. But Qiao Lin's gaze is sharp, accusatory, as she glares at Hesha from across the room. Why is she doing this? Why just invite her home? Is she just showing off in front of me? The new girl, feeling the tension, nervously explains her situation. Her old school uniform fit perfectly, but she had to alter it, make it bigger. Her voice drops to a whisper, full of shame, as she admits it was because she was afraid of being misunderstood, of being accused of intentionally trying to seduce noble boys. Hesha's expression instantly darkens, her fork pausing mid-air. Her eyes flash with a righteous fury. Those people are perverts, she seethes, and they blame others. They really deserve to be taught a lesson. The new girl's eyes widen, filled with a mixture of shock and profound admiration. To have someone like Miss Hesha, from a noble background, speak up for someone as insignificant as her, it was unheard of. She gushes about how much she admires Hesha, but Hesha waves it off with a playful smile, admitting she's been quite naughty before. The new girl insists that everyone makes mistakes and that Hesha is doing so good now. But from the bakery counter, Qiao Lin is practically vibrating with rage. Before, she was a bully who only knew how to pick on Emi. And now she's playing the hero, saving damsels in distress. It makes me furious. Hesha notices the intense stare, whispering to her new friend that Qiao Lin looks so angry. The new girl turns, her expression a canvas of confusion. She's definitely angry, but why? Even Hesha seems perplexed by the sheer intensity of Qiao Lin's glare. Why is she so concerned about Miss Qiao Lin? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Back at the counter, Qiao Lin's hands work on their own, kneading dough with a ferocious energy. Her mind is a tempest. For Hesha, as long as someone can bring her a sense of novelty, it doesn't matter who they are, right? Their noble status allows them to have so many options, so it's normal to be fickle and easily bored, isn't it? She grips the dough tighter, her knuckles white. But why do I feel unwilling to accept this? I endured her bad side, so why should others to enjoy her current good side? The unfairness of it all eats away at her. Meanwhile, in a grand library filled with towering bookshelves, a different kind of drama unfolds. A young maid with pink hair, Faye, carefully prepares a cup of coffee. Irene likes sweets, she thinks, a sinister glint in her eye, but she's allergic to honey. This coffee is a bit bitter, so with just a little honey added, she shouldn't be able to taste it. With a sweet, deceptive smile, she presents the cup to her senior Irene. Senior Irene, I made coffee for you. Irene smiles, a picture of grace as she accepts the cup. If she shows any allergic reactions, Faye muses. I'll just say I'm new here and didn't know. But as Irene brings the cup to her lips, she pauses. A subtle sweet scent her nostrils. Her eyes narrow. She inspects the porcelain cup, her expression turning sharp. She asks where little Faye got this cup from, and Faye innocently replies it was in the cabinet. This belongs to Dana, Irene states, her voice dangerously calm. The pattern on it has a different curvature. Faye's composure begins to crack. Why don't you finish this cup? Irene presses, a cruel smile playing on her lips. I don't want to drink from Dana's cup. Her eyes are like chips of ice. Silly, putting honey in the coffee. Did you think I wouldn't smell it? Faye freezes, her heart hammering against her ribs. She's been caught. Even if it's just an indirect kiss, she thinks desperately Brother Dana wouldn't take responsibility for me. Just as she braces herself to drink the poisoned coffee, Irene stops her. I'll make you a new cup of coffee instead, she says, her smile unwavering. She turns to leave, but Faye's eyes flash with resentment. This is definitely doing this on purpose. As Irene walks away, Faye stumbles, lurching forward and spilling the entire cup of hot coffee down the front of Irene's pristine white blouse. "Oh no!" Faye cries, her voice laced with fake panic. "I'm sorry, Senior Irene, I didn't mean to." But Irene doesn't seem angry. Instead, predatory smile spreads across her face. She calmly unbuttons her blouse, revealing the dark stain seeping through to her delicate black lace lingerie. "The clothes inside are wet too," she murmurs, her voice a seductive whisper. She leans in, her gaze intense. "Please help me wipe them here too." Faye's widen in sheer horror, her face flushing a deep crimson. Irene leans closer still, grabbing Faye's long pink braid and pulling her head towards her chest. "Little Faye," she purrs, "how is it? The coffee you brewed, doesn't it smell great?" The scent of coffee and Irene's perfume is overwhelming, suffocating. Faye can't breathe. Suddenly, the library door opens. A young man with blonde hair stands there, his expression curious. "Irene, have Arnold," he asks. His eyes land on the two women in their compromising position, and his jaw drops in utter shock. "You too," he bellows, his face turning red with rage. "Don't do that kind of thing in the office." Faye yanks herself away, her face a mask of mortification and fury. "Brother Dana," she cries, utterly humiliated. She turns to flee, but Irene's hand shoots out, grabbing her braid again. "Where are you going?" Irene's voice is a silken trap. "You haven't helped me clean up yet, my little Faye." She pulls Faye back, forcing her to look up. Faye's mind is screaming. Insane. Is insane. Elsewhere, Qiao Lin stands alone in a hallway, watching Hesha from a distance. A bitter memory surfaces. Whenever I passed by her classroom before, she would come running to find me. Now that I'm standing so close, she hasn't even noticed. The cruel whispers of other students drift over to her. "Look at Hesha. Has she recently become obsessed with befriending commoners?" Another sneers. "Look at her. She's been played with and abandoned by Hesha, hasn't she?" Lynn's hand clenches into a tight fist at her side, her knuckles white. Her face contorts with rage, her eyes burning with a hateful light. "These annoying fuckers," she sees under her breath, "they're so irritating." She sees Hesha turn away with her new friends, completely oblivious. The sight is the final straw. Hesha's friends mock her as she approaches. "When I become the princess, I'll make sure you'll pay," one of them threatens. Hesha finally turns, her expression unreadable. Qiao Lin's voice is sharp, laced with a desperate, biting jealousy. "You seem to be getting along well with your new crush, Hesha." Qiao Lin's words are meant to hurt, to provoke, but Hesha's reply is chillingly cool. "It seems like you don't need me anymore." The words slam into Qiao Lin, leaving her breathless. Hesha, however, just looks confused. "New crush?" She thinks a question mark hovering over her head. What is she even talking about? The air in the hallway grew thick as Kelly approached, her smile thin and sharp. Her eyes flicked dismissively over Qiao Lin before settling on Hesha. "So you mean Kelly?" she asked, her voice dripping with condescension. "Her grades aren't good enough to teach you, are they?" The words were a blatant attack, meant to undermine and humiliate. Hesha's expression faltered, uncertainty clouding her green eyes. But before she could respond, a gentle voice cut through the tension. Qiao Lin stepped forward, a smile gracing her lips. "Since she's teaching you for free, it just means she's not in desperate need of money," she stated simply, her words a subtle shield. Then her gaze softened as she looked at Hesha. "Don't bother her, I'll teach you instead." Hesha's heart skipped a beat. Qiao Lin, she was so kind, so graceful. A tiny, adorable version of Hesha popped into her mind, utterly smitten. Later, Kelly tried to worm her way back in, catching Hesha alone. "Miss Hege," she began, her tone overly sweet. "Are you free tonight?" I thought of a more efficient method for the last embroidery pattern, but Hesha's loyalty was already sealed. She turned away, the rejection polite but firm. "I'm sorry, Kelly. Qiao Lin has already agreed to teach me." Kelly paused, the word hanging in the air between them like a slap. Just then, Qiao Lin appeared, her presence a warm comfort. She looked at Hesha, her eyes full of affection as she said, "You've worked hard during this time, Kelly." Then, she slid a protective arm around Hesha's shoulders, pulling her close. The gesture was possessive, a clear declaration. "In the future, I will be responsible for teaching Hesha, so she won't trouble you anymore." Kelly's face hardened, her friendly mask crumbling to reveal raw frustration. Before, she completely ignored Miss Hesha. She thought bitterly, but now she's acting like this, asserting her dominance. She wouldn't give up so easily. She reached out, her hand closing around Hesha's. "Miss Qiao Lin, tutoring you every day is already very hard," she insisted. "Let me help you instead." But Qiao Lin simply tightened her embrace, resting her head gently on Hesha's shoulder in a display of intimate familiarity. "I don't mind," she murmured, her voice soft. "Hesha is very intelligent, and I'm happy to teach her." Flustered but secretly thrilled, Hesha pulled her hand from Kelly's grasp. "Yes," she agreed quickly. "I'll still let Qiao Lin teach me. That way, I can ask her for help with my homework anytime." Defeated, Kelly could only pull her hand back with a tight, forced smile. All right then, she choked out, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. As she watched them walk away, a storm of regret raged within her. Darn it, she seethed internally, her fists clenched at her sides. If only my grades were a bit better, I could have been the one by her side. As Hesha and Qiao Lin strolled down the corridor, Hesha casually brought up their rival. Qiao Lin, she began, you also think that you teach, right? Kelly has said the same thing before, that I'm making money the best way through you. Qiao Lin stopped, turning to face her with a serious expression. Are there no other merits besides money? She asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Hesha's cheeks puffed out in a cute pout. She wanted praise, not a lecture. Say something to me, Qiao landed, stomping her foot playfully. Watching them from the shadows, Kelly's eyes narrowed with envy, hogging Miss Hesha and not treating her properly. So annoying. The scene shifted to a vast, quiet classroom. A pink-haired girl named Faye was slumped over her desk, dark squiggles of exhaustion radiating from her head. That woman is indeed difficult to deal with, she grumbled to herself. A moment later, she was clinging to her friend, sobbing dramatically. She's actually bullying people just because she has a big chest, she wailed. Complaints didn't stop that. She even lied to me saying that cup belongs to Brother Dana. Her frustration boiled over, and she slammed her small fists on her desk. How could I possibly lose to someone like this? She shrieked in fury. Later, that same pink-haired girl, Faye, was sitting right beside Qiao Lin. Sis Qiao Lin, she cooed, her voice sickly sweet. With a bright, innocent smile, she leaned in conspiratorially. Do you have someone you like? Qiao Lin didn't even look up from her book. I don't have time to think about those things, she replied, her tone flat and dismissive. Faye giggled. Not denying it means you do have someone, right? But Qiao Lin's logic was as cold as ice. There's no sense of achievement in winning over someone who isn't competitive, she stated calmly. She continued her strange analogy. If you like expensive things, businesses can also sell you cheap products at a high price. Faye's jaw dropped. What kind of response was that? Qiao Lin finally turned to her, her gaze sharp and analytical. Let me rephrase, she said. You like depreciates, like losing status and wealth. Would you still like that person? The question hung in the air, leaving Faye utterly stunned and speechless. Faye's face flushed with frustration. Why should I answer such a stupid question? She thought, her hands on the desk. Not answering directly means you don't like them. She puffed out her cheeks, stewing in annoyance beside the perfectly composed Qiao Lin. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open. Qiao Lin? Hesha's voice rang out. Her eyes immediately locked onto Faye, and her expression transformed from cheerful to furious. She growled, her voice low and dangerous. Why are you sitting next to Qiao Lin? She stomped towards them, her steps heavy with intent. She stopped right at their desk, looming over them. Qiao Lin, stay away from her, she commanded. Faye immediately switched tactics, her face crumpling into a mask of wounded innocence. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she looked up at Hesha. Sister Hesha, did I do something wrong? Why are you isolating me? Whispers erupted throughout the classroom. What's going on? Are the Sterling sisters fighting? The tension was suffocating. Qiao Lin sat frozen between them, a single bead of sweat trickling down her temple. How did I get dragged into this? An invisible war raged between Hesha and Faye, their angry glares clashing in midair. They both grabbed onto Qiao Lin, pulling her back and forth like a rag doll. Why did they drag me into their fight? Qiao Lin screamed internally as she felt the fabric of her sleeve rip under the strain. With a final decisive tug, Hesha won. She yanked Qiao Lin away from Faye, planting her hands on her shoulders and pushing her into a different seat. None of you can sit next to her, got it? Hesha announced to the entire room, her voice leaving no room for argument. Qiao Lin sat alone, a vast, empty space around her. A cold sweat broke out on her back. She felt completely and utterly isolated. Before leaving, Hesha leaned in, her lips close to Qiao Lin's ear. Qiao Lin, she whispered fiercely, no matter what Faye asks you to do, don't agree to it. She straightened up to leave, but paused at the door, turning back for one last venomous threat. Faye, she snarled, if you dare to lay a hand on Qiao Lin, I will definitely ruin your good fortune. Faye simply smirked, leaning back in her chair with a look of amusement. Interesting, she purred. So you can still show this kind of expression, Hesha? Qiao Lin watched them, a strange feeling twisting in her gut. This fiery, possessive side of Hesha, was she like this when she was protecting Kelly too? For a fleeting moment, looking at this ferocious girl, Qiao Lin felt like she didn't recognize her at all. Later, during their private tutoring session, the silence was heavy. Hesha was focused on her writing, while Qiao Lin stared blankly into space, lost in thought. Why are you so quiet today? Hesha finally asked. Oh, Qiao Lin, I'll be accompanying my father for an estate inspection this weekend, so I won't be able to learn sewing with you. Hesha's face lit up with pride as she spoke. Last time, Prince Dana praised me in front of my father, so my father decided to give me an estate to learn management, she boasted, her smile wide and genuine. Qiao Lin's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect her to be capable of this, she thought. I thought she was just a lazy young lady. Hesha continued excitedly. Once the estate is taken care of, I'll invite you to come and take a look. As she tidied her papers, a realization dawned on Qiao Lin. She hasn't idle during the time when I didn't know about it. Let's end today's tutoring here, Hesha announced, standing up. I need to go home and prepare some information about the tea industry. I'll ask my father for some funding. As Hesha turned to leave, a sudden, inexplicable panic seized Qiao Lin. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She shot up from her seat, her hand darting out to grab Hesha's wrist. Hesha stopped, turning back with a questioning look. Qiao Lin? Qiao Lin's fingers trembled, her grip tightening desperately on his sleeve. Hesha winced slightly. Qiao Lin, my hand, it hurts a bit. But Qiao Lin barely heard her. A dreadful premonition, cold and sharp, pierced through her. It was a feeling far worse than Kelly had appeared. It was the terrifying, sinking realization, I feel like she doesn't need me anymore. The paper crinkled under the pressure of his fingers, a testament to the mounting frustration in the room. Prince Dana's handsome face was a mask of weary resignation, his eyes clouded as he stared down at the proposal. His voice was flat, devoid of hope, as he told her plainly that the king would never accept this. No matter how much she revised it, the result would be the same. Across the desk, Irene took a slow, deliberate sip of her tea, her expression unreadable. She finally lowered the cup, her gaze unwavering as she confessed she just didn't understand. Why? How could the king himself have relationships with men, yet refuse to legalize same-sex marriage for his people? It was hypocrisy of the highest order. Dana shot back with a twisted piece of logic, his voice sharp, suggesting that by her reasoning, men who have many lovers should be allowed to legally multiple wives. As an aide silently gathered a stack of documents, Irene's eyes flashed with indignation. That wasn't the same thing at all, and he knew it. How many people, she argued, are forced to marry someone they don't like? Trapped in loveless unions, if same-sex marriage were legal, they wouldn't have to suffer anymore. But Dana was unmoved, his expression cold. He insisted that societal acceptance was far more important than a piece of paper, that no reputable noble would ever want to be associated with such a thing. Irene's voice rang out, clear and firm. The first step, she declared, in changing society is for influential individuals to lead by example. A vision flashed through her mind, a lone silhouette against a storm, holding a flag of defiance against the world. She knew tackling the mindset of the masses was as challenging as establishing a new religion. With a sharp clatter, she set her teacup down on its saucer and rose to her feet, her presence filling the room with an undeniable power. She had mentioned this before, she said, her voice ringing with conviction. Her goal was to attain the title of Tough Duchess. That was the only way. She would gain her father's support, she insisted, whether it took 3 years, 5 years, even 9 to obtain it. The other man in the room could only watch, a thought echoing in his mind. They're arguing again. Dana's gaze fell to the floor, his shoulder slumping in defeat. He pleaded with her, suggesting it would be better to focus on improving women's economic independence instead of fighting for this lost cause. He tapped a finger on a heavy tome titled Social Economic Theory, launching into a lecture about a distant future. A science fiction world 300 or 500 years from now, where coupling would no longer be necessary to solve the problem at its root. The aide couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind. Does amending a law really require a scientific and technological revolution? These are all just excuses. In another part of the grand estate within the hallowed halls of the library, a different kind of storm was brewing. Qiao Lin! What are you doing? Let go of me, he cried out, trying to wrench her arm from the other girl's grasp. Qiao Lin had finally regained consciousness, and her lavender eyes were blazing with a confusing mix of anger and hurt. But just as quickly, the fire died down, replaced by a devastating vulnerability. Her loosened, and she mumbled a quiet, "I'm sorry." Hesha stared at her, utterly bewildered. She demanded to know why Qiao Lin had been acting so strangely, so hot and cold. "Did I do something to upset you again?" she asked, her voice laced with genuine confusion. Qiao Lin looked up, her expression fragile. She confessed she was feeling a bit overwhelmed. "You've changed so much," she whispered. "You've improved more than I ever imagined." Then her tone shifted, a sharp, accusing edge creeping into her voice. "Are you unhappy that I've become better? Are you jealous of me?" Hesha leaned in, her brow furrowed, as she searched Qiao Lin's face for an answer. Qiao Lin pressed on, her voice trembling slightly. "Yeah, you're a noble. If you have better abilities, you'll definitely have an advantage." A warm, playful smile spread across Hesha's face as she pulled the smaller girl into a sudden, comforting hug. "Why don't you try to become a noble yourself?" she teased, mentioning that Prince Dana seemed to have high hopes for her. Qiao Lin's body went rigid in her arms. "What do you mean?" Hesha, oblivious to the suddention, continued cheerfully. "If you were to marry Prince Dana, you'd have the status of a noble aristocrat." The word marry struck Qiao Lin's heart like a physical blow. Thump. She shoved Hesha back, her hands flying up to cup Hesha's face, her eyes wide with disbelief and pain. "Are you suggesting I marry a man, Hesha?" she demanded, her voice cracking. Hesha stammered, caught completely off guard, insisting she was just giving an example. But it was too late. With a cry that was half sob, half roar, Qiao Lin lunged forward, crashing her lips against Hesha in a desperate, bruising kiss. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't tender. It was an attack. And then she bit down hard. Hesha cried out, shoving her away as she felt the sharp sting and the warm trickle of blood on her lip. Qiao Lin stood back, a dark, chilling smile playing on her lips, a smudge of Hesha's blood staining her own. Her voice was a venomous whisper. "This is the price you pay for disgusting me." Hesha's shock morphed into pure rage. "I was just kidding," she shrieked, her hand flying to her bleeding lip. "Are you intentionally making these disgusting jokes just to upset me?" She lunged forward, grabbing Qiao Lin the collar, her eyes blazing. "If you simply don't want me, just tell me directly, okay?" The men from the other room watched from afar, one muttering to the other. When girls start fighting, it can be really scary. But inside Qiao Lin's mind, everything was shattering. How could a normal friend possibly kiss her because of something like this? How could someone get jealous just because she made other friends? Her grip on Hesha's clothes loosened. "I've expressed my feelings so clearly. Why couldn't she understand?" "It's just that, accept it. Why would she reject me?" A single perfect tear escaped her eye, tracing a path down her pale cheek. All she wanted was for Hesha to appreciate her for who she was, so she wouldn't have to cause trouble anymore. The tear fell, hitting the polished floor with a silent splash. The sight of that tear extinguished all of Hesha's anger in an instant. Her face softened with shock and a dawning horror. "Qiao Lin," she breathed, immediately pulling the sobbing girl into her arms. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize my words would hurt you so much. I didn't mean it." Qiao Lin buried her face in Hesha's shoulder, her body racked with sobs. "I'd rather you stay bad forever," she wept. "I don't want to like you." Hesha just held her tighter, promising she would never say anything like that again. As she held the trembling girl, Hesha thought back. When she used to bully Qiao Lin, she never imagined that her words could be the thing to finally break her. She gently touched her own bitten lip, a strange, slow realization dawning her. A tiny, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. "Looks like she really doesn't like Prince Dana." She began to gently pat Qiao Lin's head, her fingers stroking through the soft, silver hair. Meanwhile, at the Duke Sterling's residence, a very different conversation was taking place. Duke mused aloud that it was a waste Hesha had made so much progress, only to be settled with an engagement partner so early. The Duchess fanned herself, considering Hesha's tea plantation and her burgeoning talent, wondering if she could earn more than the men around her. A younger man scoffed at the idea, calling it a fantasy. Women entrepreneurs, he sneered, could never break free from men's money and power. The Duke agreed, taking a puff from his pipe. He reminded them that Hesha's recent success was only because of Hes's status. "If she thinks she can be independent because of this," he declared, "it's a very dangerous illusion." "That's right," a sweet voice chimed in from the grand staircase. Was their other daughter, Faye, descending gracefully. "Hesha is too self-righteous," she said with a placid smile. "She even believes she has the ability to protect Qiao Lin." She greeted her parents, asking what they were talking about. Her father quickly changed the subject, asking about her progress with Prince Dana. Sat beside him, reporting that she had successfully joined the student council. She smiled brightly, but her eyes darted to some papers on the table. "Are you helping Sister Hesha choose a fiancé?" she asked, her voice dripping with false innocence. She leaned in closer. "Do you know what type she likes?" She let out a small, conspiratorial chuckle. "Actually, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you. Something I only found out after I got into Grace Academy." Her mother's interest was immediately piqued. She gasped. Hesha couldn't possibly have a crush, could she? Faye's expression turned grave. "She's been getting close to a commoner girl," she began, lowering her voice to a whisper. "At first I thought it was for studying, but later I found out it was—" She paused, letting the suspense hang in the air, her eyes narrowing with practiced cunning. Then she delivered the final blow. "Hesha doesn't like guys, she likes girls." The Duke's face turned purple with rage. He slammed fist on the table, the sound echoing through the opulent room. "You better be joking, Faye," he roared. The Duchess rushed to calm him, saying it could all be a misunderstanding. "Yeah," Faye said, feigning retreat. "Maybe it's just my misunderstanding." But then she smiled, a cruel, saccharine smile. "After all, I've never seen two girls kiss before." She wasn't done twisting the knife. "I've also never seen Hesha trying to please someone like this before. And the other person is just a commoner." The Duke's face was a thundercloud of fury. His voice was a low growl. "What's the name of that girl?" Faye answered without hesitation. "Sealing Lin's fate." "Qiao Lin Stoke," she said sweetly. "She's a good student, cute-looking, and even Prince Dana likes her." Tahad. The moon hung like a silver sliver in the vast, dark sky, casting a pale light over the quiet cottage nestled among the trees. Inside, the soft glow of a single candle flickered across Jolene's face. She rubbed her tired eyes, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. The letter lay open on the desk, its elegant script blurring through the unged tears that pricked at her vision. "I didn't expect to lose control and cry so much in front of her," she thought, her heart aching with a familiar pang. "My eyes hurt every time I try to read this." She looked out the window, her gaze lost in the starry expanse. "Does Hesha even know what's making me so sad? Does she have any idea the turmoil she puts me through?" Her thoughts spiraled. I'm really starting to not understand her anymore. Just as the weight of her confusion threatened to crush her, a sharp knock echoed through the room. Jolene's head snapped towards the door. Sister Jolene, it's me. The voice was unexpected. Her hand hesitated for a moment before reaching for the handle. The cold metal a stark contrast to her warm skin. With a soft click, the door swung open. Standing on her doorstep was Arnold, a paper bag held in his hand. His expression was gentle, but his presence was a surprise. Arnold, she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Why are you here all of a sudden? He offered a small, reassuring smile. The student council had a meeting, he explained, and there were leftovers. It seemed like a waste to throw them away, so he brought them for them to eat together. As he set the bag down on the table, his eyes scanned the small room before settling on her. With quiet concern, he asked if she was still comfortable living with Prince Dana. Jolene's response was immediate, a quiet but firm statement. I don't like Prince Dana. Arnold didn't seem surprised. He began pulling fresh bread from the bag. His next question laced with genuine curiosity. Has something happened? He didn't wait for an answer, his voice dropping slightly as he continued. He spoke of how Prince Dana only cared about talking to the nobles, completely ignoring the commoner students who were being bullied right under his nose. His eyes, usually so calm, held a flicker of disdain as he mentioned how the prince had even rejected Vice President Irene's same-sex marriage bill. The hypocrisy was sickening. He doesn't understand their situation at all. Jolene stared at him, a new question forming in her mind. How could possibly care about same-sex marriage? A small, knowing smile touched Arnold's lips. Sister Jolene doesn't like men, not as a question, but as a fact. He held up a cookie, a playful glint in his eye. Isn't it right? Jolene's breath hitched in her throat, her heart hammered against her ribs. How did you know? He chuckled softly, taking a bite of the cookie. He reminded her of their childhood, of the big sister who lived next door. Weren't you secretly in love with her? You cried so much when she got married. A faint blush crept up her neck. She was only 12 then. Embarrassed, she clutched the bag of bread to her chest, her expression hardening into a familiar mask of indifference. She declared that she had long made up her mind not to get married. Same-sex marriage was just a fairy tale, something she didn't need to concern herself with. But Arnold's gaze was kind, cutting through her defenses. He crunched on his cookie, his voice soft but sincere. But I hope Sister Lin can meet someone she likes and boldly pursue a relationship, just like other couples do. A small, genuine smile finally broke through Jolene's composure, a quiet chuckle escaping her lips. The Warrenship was a comforting balm on her weary heart. For a moment, they just sat there, munching on the bread and cookies, a silent understanding passing between them. Even though she didn't like Prince Dana, she admitted, there were still many benefits to joining the student council. Meanwhile, in a grand, dimly lit study, Hesha stood before her father, presenting a thick stack of papers with hopeful eyes. Father, she began, I've already drafted the estate plan. I just need some funds to put it into action. Her father took the documents, his expression unreadable as he glanced over them. But then his face twisted into a sneer. Your draft seems impractical, he scoffed, his voice dripping with condescension. With such high labor costs, hacked to make a profit. He tossed the papers onto the desk with a dismissive flick of his wrist. Hesha's jaw tightened. You get what you pay for, she argued, her voice rising with passion. Only by offering enough money can we attract suitable talent. He grabbed her hand, his grip surprisingly strong, his face a mask of fury. Ridiculous, he boomed, slamming his other hand on the scattered papers. What kind of talent do you need to plant a tea tree? He suggested she just hire commoners for cheap, or better yet, give the money to charity to build a reputation. Hesha was frightened, but she stood her ground. She reminded him of her past struggles with her studies, how after seeking tutoring with the money he spent, her results proving needed to be spent where it was necessary. Her father leaned back, a cold, calculating look in his eyes. He let go of her hand, his tone turning dangerously smooth. So you fire Jolene, he said, the words slithering out like a venomous snake, and I'll get you someone even more expensive. As long as the money is sufficient, everything will be fine, right? Hesha froze, the blood draining from her face. A single question screamed in her mind. Father, how do you know about Jolene? Her father stood up, looming over his desk like a predator. Hesha, I've never had high expectations for you. He said each word a carefully aimed dagger. Just don't bring shame to our family. His eyes narrowed. You're not even engaged yet. If you have your own quirks, they shouldn't affect your reputation. Hesha swallowed hard, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. What exactly do you want to say, father? He smiled then, a chilling, triumphant smirk that didn't reach his eyes. As long as you accept the fiancé I've chosen for you, he purred. You can continue your relationship with Jolene if you wish. He let out a dry chuckle. Anyway, two women can't get married, can they? The words hit her like a physical blow. Her face contorted in disbelief and rage, her fists clenching at her sides as the terrible weight of his ultimatum settled upon her. Father, she choked out, what do you mean by this? The following Saturday, the cheerful bell of the bakery door chimed. Hesha walked in, looking as though she carried the weight of the world on her shoulders. The sweet smell of baked goods did nothing to lift her spirits. Jolene, busy behind the counter, looked up. Hesha slumped to a chair and ordered tea and cake, her voice flat and lifeless. Jolene watched her brow furn. She placed a beautiful slice of rose cheesecake and a cup of steaming tea on the table. Hesha just stared at it, her eyes vacant. Did you have a fight with someone? Jolene asked gently. In response, Hesha simply stood up and buried her face in Jolene's apron, her shoulders trembling. Jolene's hand hovered over her hair, unsure. How did you know? Hesha mumbled into the fabric. Jolene guided her back to the chair. Jolene, sit, Hesha pleaded. There are no other customers. The boss won't say anything. Chat with me, Hesha whispered, her voice thick with emotion. This cake can be your reward. Jolene pulled up a chair, her expression softening. I was just thinking of coming to chat with you, she confessed. I didn't expect to have company. She leaned forward, a playful glint in her eyes. So what's asked, her voice a low murmur. She gently tapped Hesha's nose. Should I talk to you as a friend, or should I say some nice things in a professional capacity? Hesha's cheeks flushed, her eyes wide with a mixed surprise and something else. A friend, she managed to say. Tell me? Jolene settled back, picking up her own fork and taking a small bite of cake, her gaze warm and patient as she waited. Hesha took a deep breath, the confession tumbling out in a rush of despair. My father wants me to get rid of you. Jolene's hand froze, the piece of cake hovering just before her lips. Her eyes widened, the playful light gone, replaced by shock and a deep, gut-wrenching hurt. Get rid of me. What does that mean? Hesha frantically tried to explain. Her father thought Jolene was only with her for her money, that their relationship improper. She insisted he was wrong, that he was just being weird, but the words felt hollow. Hesha's face crumpled in frustration. You like me? She sputtered, as if the idea was absurd. He said you were only nice to me for the money. I argued with him, and he called me abnormal. She looked down at the table, her voice dropping to a defeated whisper. Are you going to keep your distance from me now? Jolene didn't answer. A heavy silence fell between them. Finally, Hesha stood up, her voice trembling. Let's just stop seeing each other. I just want to cancel the tutoring. If we don't have a financial relationship, my father won't be able to do anything to you. Sell my body for money? Jolene's was quiet, dangerously so. Hesha's eyes shot up, her mistake. No. A misunderstanding, she stammered, mouth. I explained to my father that we have a very pure friendship. Jolene, did you misunderstand me? Jolene slowly raised her head, her purple eyes locking on Hesha's. There was an intensity in her gaze that made Hesha's breath catch in her throat. And then, with a voice that was a whisper and a thunderclap, Jolene said, even you don't pay me, I'm willing to develop an impure relationship with you. The world seemed to stop. Hesha could only stare, her face exploding in a crimson blush, her mind completely, utterly blank. The air in the cafe felt suddenly thin, hard to breathe. Qiao Lin's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of disbelief. Why? Why did everyone think it was so normal for two women to fall in love? Her mind raced, a whirlwind of confusion and denial. I have never encountered before, she thought, her wide green eyes fixed on the silver-haired girl across from her. I just didn't take it seriously, but Hesha's gaze was unyielding, her violet eyes like chips of amethyst, cutting through all of Qiao Lin's defenses. Now, she said, her voice soft but firm, you have to face the facts. The unspoken question hung between them, thick and suffocating. Qiao Lin finally gave it a voice, a trembling whisper. Are you saying that you have love-like feelings for me? Hesha didn't even blink. That's right. The word, so simple, so direct, sent a shockwave through Qiao Lin's entire being, her erupted in a fiery blush, her mind completely short-circuiting. You want to be a couple with me? She stammered, her hands flying to her burning cheeks. A couple? A real couple. Her eyes darted around, the world spinning. Does that mean kissing and sleeping? The thought sent another jolt through her, a mix of terror and a strange fluttering warmth. Hesha simply watched her, a faint, knowing look in her eyes. Qiao Lin managed to say, her voice barely audible. But Hesha was already standing, her shadow falling over the table. I think it's time to end this friend game, right? The words were a splash of icy water. Wait a minute, what do you mean? Qiao Lin asked, scrambling to her feet as Hesha turned to leave. Hesha stopped, her back still to her. Her voice was low, laced with a pain Qiao Lin couldn't comprehend. With the way I feel about you, do you think it's friends? Then the final blow. Your father won't allow it, right? Qiao Lin froze, the words hitting their mark. Her father, the Duke, of course he wouldn't. The reality of their situation crashed down on her, cold and absolute. She couldn't speak, a lump forming in her throat. I won't tutor you anymore. Qiao Lin's the words tasting like ash in her mouth. And if you see me, please pretend you don't know me. I don't want to be embarrassed by your father. Each word was a deliberate cruelty, a shield to protect herself from this impossible feeling. She didn't dare look back as she walked away, leaving Hesha standing alone in the sunlit room. The click of the door shutting behind her sounded like a final, definitive snap. Outside, she paused, a mask of turmoil in the glass. Is this really the only way? Her heart ached as she whispered the name she was trying so desperately to forget, Qiao Lin. Through the window, she saw Hesha, a solitary, silver-haired figure, holding a plate, looking so terribly small and alone. In the days that followed, the school halls became a battleground of silent warfare. Hesha's friend noticed the change immediately, her voice laced with concern. Miss Hesha, you haven't been going to the library after school lately. Do you have other plans? But Hesha's eyes were fixed on the figures walking down the corridor ahead. It was Qiao Lin, flanked by another girl, deliberately, painfully, ignoring her presence. Hesha's gaze followed her, a silent plea in her eyes, but Qiao Lin just kept walking, her expression a frozen mask. Qiao Lin turned her head away sharply, a silent, brutal dismissal. She couldn't look at her. She just couldn't. Her friend leaned in, whispering, "Did they quarrel?" Later, in the grand, echoing library, Hesha saw her chance. Qiao Lin was by the shelves, alone for a moment. Hesha walked towards her, her heart pounding with a fragile hope. Called out softly. Qiao Lin didn't even pause. She walked right past, as if Hesha was nothing but air, a ghost in the hallowed halls. The rejection was so complete, so absolute, it stole the breath from Hesha's lungs. Qiao Lin's hand clenched into a tight fist at her side, her knuckles white. This hurts, she thought, the pain a sharp, stabbing thing in her chest. It hurts me too. In the Duke's study, a different kind of venom was being spread. Dana, Qiao Lin's brother, looked on with a grim expression as Faye Sterling spoke, her voice sickly sweet. "You siblings have big hearts," she cooed. "Your sister dumped my sister, and your sister ignores her like it's nothing." She let out a delicate sigh. Poor sister Hesha, she's been so restless these past few days. She can't even be bothered to run the manor father gave her. Dana's jaw tightened. "What are you trying to say?" he asked, his patience wearing thin. Faye smiled, a sly, knowing glint in her eyes. "It's a shame. If only Brother Dana had agreed to same-sex marriage, my father wouldn't have forced them to break up." Her eyes widened with mock innocence as she looked up at him. Dana's anger flared. "What'd your father do to Sister Qiao Lin?" he demanded, his voice a low growl. Faye just laughed, a light tinkling sound that grated on his nerves. "Haven't done anything yet. What are you so angry about?" she teased, before her expression serious. "Why don't you go fight for your sister and convince Brother Dana? Sister Hesha is devoted to Sister Qiao Lin and will definitely refuse marriage for her sake. Can you bear to see them being separated?" Dana's shoulders slumped. "Sister Qiao Lin didn't tell me anything after what happened," he admitted, his hand resting on a stack of books. Faye's smile was sharp. "Do you think she will take the initiative to tell you?" he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Although I couldn't bear to see Sister Hesha fall out of love, my father was right." His voice was heavy with resignation. "In this day and age, Hesha should give up this relationship and marry a man from a famous family." His expression hardened, a mirror of his father's pragmatism. Faye turned to leave, her mission accomplished. A triumphant, cruel smirk played on her lips. Even that woman Irene can't convince Brother Dana. Her mind spun with wicked plans. Who is he to discuss the law with a prince? He'll be kicked out of the student council. Even if he does manage to set Qiao Lin up with Hesha, once Hesha is swept off by father and Qiao Lin's reputation is ruined, they can only go back to the countryside and become commoners for the rest of their lives. That night, Dana found his sister in the dimly lit dining room. "Sister Qiao Lin," he began, his tone serious. "Have you and Miss Hesha Sterling broken up?" Qiao Lin looked up from her mug, her expression guarded. "Who told you that?" Dana scratched head, looking uncomfortable. "Faye Sterling said that your relationship was very good but was forced to be broken up by Duke Sterling. I didn't believe it at first, but..." The memory flashed in his mind. 3 hours ago, he had seen Faye approach Hesha in the garden. "Miss Hesha," Faye had called out, her voicing with fake sympathy. "If you feel bored, I can accompany you to embroider and go wherever you want to go. What Qiao Lin can do, I can do too." But Hesha had cut her off, her voice flat and cold. "It's not the same." Her gaze was distant, filled with a sorrow so deep it was almost tangible. "I'm going back," Faye had insisted, placing a hand on the table. "Don't follow me anymore," her friend had been furious. "What's so great about Qiao Lin? She only makes you sad." Hesha had stopped, her back to them. "I can't say what's so good about her." She's her voice quiet but ringing with unshakable conviction. "But I just want her, and no one can replace her." That, Dana realized, watching the scene unfold, is Hesha Sterling. The depth of her feeling was undeniable. Back in the present, he looked at his sister, a new understanding in his eyes. It looked like she really couldn't bear to leave Sister Qiao Lin. He leaned forward, his voice earnest. "Let's talk to Sister Qiao Lin tonight. If it's a love affair, it's a shame to give up like this. I think Miss Hesha really likes you. Do you really want to give up?" Qiao Lin sat at the table, her posture rigid. She took a slow sip from her mug, her eyes downcast. "Ordinary friend," she stated, her voice devoid of emotion. "Since her father objects, it's okay not to have any contact with me." Dana stared at her, incredulous. "Everyone thinks your relationship is unusual. Why are you denying it?" And with that, something inside Qiao Lin finally snapped. "So what if she really likes me?" She yelled, her hand slamming down on the table, sending her mug clattering. The porcelain cup tipped, coffee spilling across the wood like a dark, bitter tear. Her eyes, wild with pain and guilt, locked onto his. She rejected her father's marriage proposal before and was kicked out. Now she wants to fall out with her father because of me? Her voice cracked, raw with unshed tears. Now is the time for her to rely on her father to build momentum. And her future is bright. Her shoulders trembled, the weight of her sacrifice crushing her. "It's enough to experience the passivity and suffering of commoners once," she whispered, her voice breaking completely. "I don't want her to stay at the bottom with me her whole life. In the gilded cage of his office, Arnold's pen scratched methodically across the parchment, the only sound in the vast, silent room. He barely looked up as he called out, his voice crisp and businesslike, asking for someone to take a document to the finance department. But he was not alone. From the crack in the grand oak doors, a pair of wide, curious eyes peeked in. Hey, Brother Dana is off in his own world again, Faye thought, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. She slipped inside, her footsteps silent on the plush carpet. She approached his desk, her voice a sweet, cloying melody as she asked if he was angry with her. When he didn't respond, she pressed on, her tone turning sharper, more pointed. She reminded him of the time he'd turned down Senior Irene's offer, and how Irene had a strong opinion of him afterward. How curious, she mused aloud, that Arnold, who usually kept his opinions locked away, was suddenly so vocal about the same-sex marriage bill. Still, he kept writing, his focus a solid wall she couldn't seem to penetrate. So, Faye decided to change tactics. She leaned in close, her breath warm against his ear, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He should be careful, she warned. Why? Because she'd heard things, dangerous things. She paused for dramatic effect, letting the silence stretch before delivering the final blow. I heard, she whispered, the words dripping like poison, that Arnold seems to like men. The reaction was instantaneous. Arnold froze, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. His carefully constructed composure shattered. The pen slipped from his numb fingers, clattering loudly as it hit the floor. His voice was strained, a desperate plea for her to stop. He told her not to spread such baseless rumors. Faye took a step back, feigning innocence. She said he could choose not to believe it, but he still needed to be careful. After all, wasn't this exactly how that girl, Qiao Lin, had led poor Sister Hesha down such a wicked path? Her eyes narrowed with judgment, a look of pious disgust on her face. Arnold's jaw tightened. He bent to retrieve his fallen pen, his voice tight with frustration as defended Qiao Lin's character, pointing out her stellar academic progress. But Faye just scoffed. Progress. What did progress matter when it was because of Qiao Lin that Hesha had refused a perfectly good marriage proposal? Now, she sneered, Hesha doesn't even like men anymore. Their own father was furious, Faye added, so angry that he wanted to cut off all contact with them. A dry, hacking cough escaped Arnold's lips. He tried to reason with her, explaining that it wasn't about bad influences, but about respect and understanding. But Faye's eyes were wide with fear. Wasn't he afraid, she asked, her voice trembling. Wasn't he terrified of becoming, like, dumb? The question made him cough again, harder this time. He waved a dismissive hand, telling her she was worrying far too much. Just as the words left his lips, a sharp echoed from the door. A tall man with dark hair stepped inside, his presence immediately filling the room. He needed to speak with Arnold. Alone. His gaze was sharp as he asked Arnold why he was here when he'd requested leave. Faye, sensing the sudden, suffocating tension, scurried out of the room without a word. The man, Dana, wasted no time. He strode to the desk, his eyes burning with cold fury. What is it? Arnold asked, his voice barely a whisper. Dana's response was to slam a stack of books onto the polished wood. He demanded to know why Arnold had banned literature. Why he'd had them gathered from the library, put in a restricted area, and burned. Arnold flinched, his face paling. He stammered out an excuse about the library's rigorous selection process. He insisted there was no point in keeping books on the shelves that weren't good for learning. Not good? Dana's voice was dangerously low. He leaned forward, his shadow falling over Arnold. He reminded Arnold of his own words, how he'd claimed that getting the public to accept same-sex love was as difficult as starting a new religion. Dana's curled in a sneer. He didn't think it was so complicated. Literary fiction, he argued, was a gentle way to change minds to foster empathy. But Arnold shot back, his voice rising with panicked conviction. He couldn't allow heterosexuals to be assimilated. It was like depriving the nobility of their wealth just to care for commoners. Dana's pace snapped. He slammed his hand on the desk, the sound echoing like a gunshot. He demanded to know if I had to be part of a community to understand their struggles. You study theology, he spat, but you don't intend to implement, do you? Beaten down, Arnold finally relented, his shoulders slumping in defeat. He would review the banned books, he conceded, but he would not, under any circumstances, legalize same-sex marriage. For now, it was enough. Dana straightened up, his expression unreadable. The president is wise, he said, the words devoid of warmth before turning to leave. As he walked away, a small, triumphant thought crossed his mind. Legalizing the literature is the first step. A small success the moment the door clicked shut. Faye was at Arnold's side again, her voice shrill. See, Brother Dana? She insisted. That man was too dangerous, she cried. He couldn't be allowed to remain in the student council. But Arnold just covered his face with his hands, exhausted. Don't talk, he mumbled. I'm thinking. Miles away, bathed in the soft sunlight filtering through lush green leaves, Hesha closed a book. A revelation bloomed in her heart. So that's how girls fall in love with each other. A new determination settled in her gaze. She knew what she had to do. She would write to Qiao Lin. In the quiet of the grand school hall, Qiao Lin found the letter tucked under her desk. She recognized the handwriting immediately. Her heart skipped a beat as she unfolded the paper. Hesha's words were a desperate, beautiful confession. I don't want to listen to my father. I'm going to make a tea plantation. And when I have money, I want to move out and live with you. Qiao Lin looked up, her gaze finding Hesha across the lecture hall. As their eyes met, another student suddenly burst through the doors, her face a mask of shock and horror. But Qiao Lin barely noticed. She looked back down at the letter, a slow, gentle smile spreading across her face. I won't charge you rent, she thought, her heart swelling with a feeling she couldn't quite name. She carefully folded the precious letter, tucking it safely back into its envelope. I've made it very clear, and she still wants to live with me. Her smile deepened. Hopefully, she's figured it out. Back in the student council office, Faye sat stiffly at a desk, a pile of the newly unbanned books before her. Dana stood over her, instructing her to update the banned list. Faye's expression was one of deep suspicion. She announced that she would personally check every book for bad leads. Her eyes glittered with self-righteous fire. If she found even a single inappropriate line, she vowed she would burn them all herself. She picked up the top book and began to read, her eyes narrowed in concentration, searching for any hint of depravity. She was so engrossed, she didn't hear the door open. Has the library catalog been updated? A cheerful voice called out. A red-haired woman, Irene, burst into the room, her arms thrown wide in celebration. Dana immediately put a finger to his lips, shushing her and gesturing toward the still oblivious Faye. Irene's grin widened mischievously. She crept up behind Faye's chair and, in one swift motion, wrapped her arms around the smaller girl, pulling her into a tight embrace. So, Irene purred into her ear, little Faye likes to read these kinds of books too. Faye yelped, her body going rigid with shock. Who said I liked it? She squeaked, struggling against Irene's hold. I was reviewing. Her struggles only made Irene laugh, holding her tighter as Faye hissed and squirmed like an angry kitten. Irene declared that she'd read them all, and they were classics. She pointed to one titled Caged Bird, recommending it as especially good for girls. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a husky whisper, her lips nearly brushing Faye's ear. What do you think? Can it be put on the shelves? Faye was frozen, completely flustered and at a loss for words. Irene pressed her advantage, asking if Faye supported the freedom of love for all. That snapped Faye out of her stupor. This kind of love is fruitless. She spat, her face contorted with disgust. Irene's playful expression faltered. Don't you think the tragedy is what needs to change? She asked softly. But Faye was unmoved. The minority must obey the majority, she declared coldly. Whether they change their minds or not, what does it have to do with me? In a flash, Irene's hand shot out, her fingers pinching Faye's chin with surprising strength, forcing her head up. The warmth was gone from Irene's eyes, replaced by a dangerous, predatory glint. Do you believe, she whispered, her voice a silken threat, that I can make you relevant? Irene's fingers dug into the soft flesh of her rival's cheek, her own face twisting into a grotesque sneer. How? She hissed, her voice a low, dangerous growl. How exactly do you want to force me to like women? A cold smile played on her lips, a chilling contrast to the fury in her eyes. It's so hard to make you like it, she thought, but making you hate it, that's easy. For example, battering the man you like. Her eyes narrowed, a glint of cruel victory in them. What are you even trying to do? Irene leaned in, invading her space, her presence suffocating. From across the room, a small, polite cough broke the tension. It was Dana. Irene's head whipped around, her protective instincts flaring up like a wildfire. Her hand shot out, a finger pointing accusingly. If you lay a hand on brother Dana, she shrieked, her voice cracking with rage, I will never forgive you. Dana just sighed, a heavy weight settling in his chest. Fighting again, he thought, as the loud bang of a fist hitting the table echoed in the library. Irene's mind was a maelstrom. She began to pace, her steps sharp and deliberate on the polished floor. No one here is competing with her for Dana, she fumed internally, her hands clenched into tight fists. I don't even understand why she's so nervous. What makes her think she's a match for me? Her stride quickened, each step a testament to her rising agitation. She's trying to smear brother Dana, to destroy him. A horrifying thought began to form, a twisted piece of logic clicking into place in her frantic mind. Arnold and her, they're the same as widened, a storm brewing within their depths. She likes women. Arnold likes men. The realization hit her like a physical blow, a gas escaping her lips as sweat beaded on her skin. No, wasn't I supposed to be competing with Irene? How did Arnold get dragged into this? A horrifying conclusion dawned on her. Could it be that Irene is trying to push her same-sex marriage? She wants to use Arnold to steer Dana to like mean? Her imagination exploded into a chaotic scene of her own making. She's trying to turn brother Dana into one of their kind and get the title of princess at the same time. Her hands flew to her mouth, her face a mask of pure shock and disgust. This woman is completely insane, a lunatic, as it spiraled in her own paranoia. A gentle rustle of leaves could be heard elsewhere, a world away from the suffocating tension of the library. Qiao Lin stood in a quiet garden holding a letter, memories washing over her. Her father's voice echoed in her mind, telling her he wanted to introduce her to someone again. She remembered telling him that those people wouldn't be good enough for her, and how he finally stopped bothering her about it. She thought of her staff in the manor, how grateful they were when she gave them a raise, and how her father had scolded her for it. Then a softer memory surfaced, him, standing in the doorway telling her he learned about tea planting because he knew she'd be interested. He'd even disskirt just for her. The image was so clear, him holding out the beautifully wrapped gift. He'd shyly admitted that he wanted to make her a cake too, but his weren't as delicious as hers. His simple, heartfelt words, "Happy birthday," still warmed her heart. She remembered holding the delicate dress, its soft fabric a whisper against her fingertips. Now, sitting alone at her desk, the hourglass marking the lonely passage of time, she dipped her pen in ink. "Qiao Lin," she wrote, her heart aching with a quiet longing. "We haven't chatted for a long time. Can you give me a reply?" The pen scratched against the parchment, the only sound in the still room. Outside, the sun beat down on a lush green landscape. A young woman in a green dress kicked a stray pebble, her shoe tapping restlessly against the ground. She fanned herself, a sigh escaping her lips. "It's so hot," she murmured, glancing at the pavilion. "It's so cheap to build this kind of pavilion. It's not cool at all." Her gaze drifted to the whirling in the fields under the blistering sun. Their work was unbearable, a hard, thankless job. A flicker of admiration crossed her face. "It's amazing how much they fight to do it," she thought aloud, looking over the tea trees. "It takes at least 3 years for a harvest, right?" She turned, her long blonde hair cascading down her back, and just then she saw her, Qiao Lin, a vision in pale blue and white, her silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. "Qiao Lin, you are here," she called out, a bright smile spreading across her face. Qiao Lin gave a small, polite nod as her friend examined the dress she was wearing. "Does the skirt fit? Do you like it?" the girl asked eagerly. "It's good," Qiao Lin replied softly. The blonde girl puffed out her chest with pride. "As expected of me, a dress can make you so beautiful. I must be a genius," she declared, while Qiao Lin's sweat dropped, thinking, "I didn't even praise her." "Come, sit here," the girl gestured, pouring a cup of water. "The spring water here is very sweet. Try it." Qiao Lin sat, her posture elegant and reserved. Her friend continued excitedly, explaining that the tea made with this water is particularly delicious, and that she brings a bucket with her every time she goes back. Qiao Lin took a small, delicate sip. It had been a while since she drank mountain spring water, she thought, a flicker of nostalgia in her eyes. "The spring water in Taitoa is even better than this." Her friend leaned forward, her plan spread out on the table. "Qiao Lin, please help me quickly," she pleaded. "Besides growing tea trees, what else can I grow here to make money as soon as possible?" Qiao Lin's gaze was sharp, analytical. "You don't have much land, and the unit price of your produce is low," she stated calmly, "so you won't make much money even if you grow a lot of it." She looked at the plans, a new idea forming. "Why don't you make high-end clothes? It's more profitable." The girl's eyes lit up. "Yeah, I've been thinking about this, but I didn't even think about making clothes to earn money." Then her face fell slightly. "But I need a warehouse to store the goods and a place for the embroiderer to work. I'll have to ask my father for more money." Qiao Lin shook her head. "If the embroiderer is allowed to do it at home, you can save costs," she explained patiently. "You just have to design and make the pattern, and then find someone to go to the embroiderer's house to distribute the work and check it. You get a cut of the money, and if anything goes wrong, that person pays for it. It can be like this." The girl's jaw dropped in amazement. "Qiao Lin, you made 10 skirts in 3 days before. Is this the same way?" Qiao Lin nodded. "That kind of embroidery method is my hometown's. I asked the embroidery girls in the village to help complete it." An idea sparked in her friend's eyes. "Then can't I just ask people in your village to help me make?" Qiao Lin's expression immediately shuddered. She turned her head away, her face obscured by the brim of her hat. "I don't want to get involved with your interests anymore," she said, her voice suddenly cool and distant. But her friend wasn't deterred. "You don't have to worry about my father," she insisted, leaning closer. "It's a normal cooperation. As long as we make money, he won't have a problem with it." "She's still ignoring what I said before," Qiao Lin thought, her guard rising. Also continued, her voice softer now, "Can I visit your hometown? Arnold said that your place is a small mountain village and very beautiful." She leaned over the table, eyes searching Qiao Lin's face. "It's in the middle of nowhere, and I am very interested to go there. I want to know where you grew up," she said, her voice earnest. "As long as I live there for a while, I can understand you better." Qiao Lin looked up, startled by the sudden intimacy. "Why do you want to know about me?" she asked, her barely a whisper. She took a sip of her tea, trying to hide her surprise. The girl blushed, but her gaze was unwavering. She pointed a finger right at Qiao Lin, her heart in her eyes. "Because you said you like me." The words hung in the air between them, shocking them both into silence. Their faces exploded in matching shades of red. "How dare you bring that up?" that mortified. "Ops, slip of the tongue," the girl mumbled, covering her mouth. She cleared her throat, trying to regain some semblance composure. "Ahem." During this time, she began looking out at the pavilion. "I have been thinking about our relationship." She turned back to face Qiao Lin, her expression now serious and incredibly gentle. "Since we can't be friends, I'd like to get to know you differently." A soft smile touched her lips as she looked at Qiao Lin, her intentions finally beautifully clear. Faithful." Her friend's question hung in the air, heavy and loaded. "Lifelong?" Qiao Lin's amethyst eyes widened for a fraction of a second, the word echoing in her mind. A slow, knowing smile then curled onto her lips as she leaned, resting her chin delicately on her hand. She tilted her head, her gaze playful yet sharp. From what angle, she asked, did she plan to understand her? For example, she gestured towards the table, a silent invitation. The other girl's confident demeanor faltered, the snap of her fan closing echoing the sharp intake of her breath. Qiao Lin pressed on, her voice a calm, even stream. Did she want to know where she lived, what she liked to eat? The schools she went to. She listed them off, each word a soft stone dropped into a still pond. And what about her family and friends? The girl hid her flustered expression behind her fan, her eyes wide with surprise. What was the point of knowing all of that? She managed to ask, her voice slightly muffled. Qiao Lin simply took a slow, deliberate sip of her tea, the picture of serene indifference, her eyes gently closed. But her friend was not so easily deterred. She brandished a book like a weapon, her voice ringing with the passion of a true believer. To love someone, she declared, you must not only love her present, but you must also accept her past. Qiao Lin continued to sip her tea, but the slightest shift in her gaze, a subtle flicker of her eyes to the side revealed she was listening intently. And then the past answered. A memory, unwanted and brutal, clawed its way to the surface. The image of a small, broken girl, her face streaked with dirt and tears, her mouth open in a silent, agonizing scream. The pain was a phantom limb, an echo of a wound that never truly healed. Qiao Lin's gaze fell, her voice barely a whisper as she cut through the other girl's impassioned speech. There's no need. Why isn't that necessary? Her friend pressed, leaning in close, using the tip of her fan to gently lift Qiao Lin's chin. Her eyes danced with mischievous curiosity. Was there some love scandal she didn't want her to know about? A slow, dangerous spread across Qiao Lin's face as she met her gaze. So she wanted to investigate her. The girl immediately recoiled, pushing back slightly as a blush crept up her neck. She tried to regain control, her question a clumsy deflection. Had she ever even been in love? Qiao Lin's answer was short, sharp, and brutally honest. No. The conversation stalled and her friend scrambled for a new topic. So what were her plans for the summer vacation? The tension shattered, replaced by an infectious excitement. She mused, a brilliant idea sparking in her eyes. If Qiao Lin was going to tow a city, she would lead the way. Qiao Lin paused, her finger tapping her chin in thought, a flicker of genuine interest in her expression. Great! Her friend beamed, already lost in her plans. She would go and prepare the costume design right away. Before leaving, she bent down, her golden hair brushing against Qiao Lin's cheek. She leaned in close, her breath warm, against Qiao Lin's ear, whispering that she was the best. Then, a soft, fleeting kiss was planted on her cheek. Just as quickly, she was gone, waving enthusiastically towards her waiting carriage. Qiao Lin was left frozen at the table, her fingers gently touching the spot where the kiss handed, a shocked, crimson blush spreading across her face. The sun set and the scene shifted to the grand, imposing estate of the Duke of Stirling, where a young woman with soft pink hair lay on her bed, completely absorbed in a book, Caged Bird. She turned the page, her eyes scanning the dark, poetic words. The book described a wretched patriarchal society where women were nothing more than birds in a cage, obeyed and disciplined. They were breeders, while the men set the rules, selling them off according to their own standards. The imagery was stark and brutal, a winged woman, a symbol of freedom, being choked by the shadowy figure of a man. But Alice, the protagonist, was a free bird, and marriage was nothing but a tomb for her. She fought, reminding herself not to be numb, that she would climb out even if her wings were broken. The girl tutted, turning the page again. What's the point of climbing out when your wings are broken? She read aloud. But the next passage made her jump, her eyes widening in disbelief. Alice develops a machine that takes the place of a woman in pregnancy, freeing herself from the burdensome task of childbearing. This is crazy, she thought, her heart pounding. She blinked, reading on, her mind reeling. Humans bred by machines are better than humans bred naturally. She reached the end, her eyes locked on the author's name printed on the page, sharp green. The name, it felt so familiar. Where had she heard it before? The memory sparked. Sharp brains, she muttered, rushing to the family library. Her finger flew across the spines of the countless books until, finally, it stopped. Fire Lily by Sharp Rhymes. Found it! She pulled the book from the shelf, her face alight with discovery. But as she opened it, a smooth voice interrupted her from behind. Little Faye, the woman with fiery red hair, purred descending the stairs. She tilted her head, a knowing, almost predatory smile playing on her lips. Have you started to like reading this kind of book too? Meanwhile, back in a sun-drenched gazebo, Qiao Lin and her friend were hard at work. Her friend explained her vision for a haute couture line, designing unique styles based on customer needs. But Qiao Lin, ever the pragmatist, pointed to the sketchbook. If you draw it like this, can the client even understand it? The criticism made her friend pout, tapping her pencil in frustration. Then you can help me draw it, she grumbled, before her expressions into a pleading, impossibly cute face. Pretty please? Qiao Lin sighed, unable to resist. She gave her a light shove and took the pencil. You should practice the lines first like this, she instructed. Her friend eagerly demonstrated, her hand guiding the pencil across the page. It's very simple, she explained, her voice bright. In this way, the line will be flexible. They sat close, the warmth of their shoulders touching as they worked. Qiao Lin found herself looking at the girl beside her, a genuine question forming in her mind. How come you know everything? A faint blush appeared on her friend's cheeks as she pouted, explaining that her neighbor's sister, who was good at drawing, had taught her as a kid. Her friend then leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She kissed me before. Did you also learn it from her? A wicked smirk bloomed on Qiao Lin's face. Oh? Do you want to learn too? She closed the distance between them, her fingers gently tilting the other girl's chin up, the hunter becoming the hunted. Flustered, her friend pulled back, her cheeks burning. I don't need your teaching, she scoffed. Your kissing skills are terrible. With a sudden burst of bravado, she puffed out her chest. You've never been in love, so maybe I nutter than you. She beamed, confident in her supposed expertise. She then pressed on, asking about Qiao Lin's relationship with this mysterious neighbor sister. But she had pushed too far. Qiao Lin's expression went cold, her inner thoughts laced with fury. She just wants to gossip about my past, right? Practice on your own, she said, her voice flat as she stood up from the chair. Her friend panicked, grabbing her wrist. Hey, are you leaving? Qiao Lin pulled her hand away. I'll be late if I don't go. Her friend's hand fell away, accepting defeat. Yes, you still have to work, but then a mischievous idea took hold. She quickly looked left then right, ensuring they were alone. What now? Qiao Lin thought, exasperated. Without warning, her friend leaned in and pressed a soft, quick kiss to her lips. Qiao Lin's mind went blank, her body frozen in shock. Pulling back, her friend grinned cheekily. Who taught you that? Qiao Lin was a mess, her face completely flushed as she touched her lips in disbelief. Self-taught, she stammered, avoiding her gaze. I don't believe it, her friend teased, a triumphant smirk on her face. Qiao Lin turned, her blush deepening, her voice barely a whisper as she added a tantalizing condition. It depends on your practice. The invitation hung in the air, electric and undeniable. Her friend's eyes went wide, her heart thumping like a drum against her ribs. WW. A warm breeze drifted through the veranda as Qiao Lin gestured towards the exit, her voice light and teasing. Aren't you going to be late? Come on, she chirped before quickly waving a hand dismissively. I was just joking, he said, her eyes crinkling in a bright, easy smile. But Irene was not amused. Her cheeks puffed out in a silent protest, her green eyes narrowed into a glare as Qiao Lin continued to chuckle beside her. The sound of her laughter seemed to echo in the air, a playful jab that sparked something fierce in Irene. In a flash, everything changed. Irene's hand shot out, her fingers cupping Qiao Lin's chin, tilting her head back. Before Qiao Lin could even process what was happening, her eyes widening in pure shock, Irene leaned in. Her lips crashed against Qiao Lin's in a demanding, desperate exit. The world exploded into a burst of flowers and light. Qiao Lin tried to push her away, her hands pressing against Irene's shoulders, but it was no use. Irene held on tight, her body pressing closer, refusing to let go. Qiao Lin's initial shock melted away, replaced by something else entirely. She stopped pushing. Her own lips began to move, responding with a fervor that matched Irene's. The kiss deepened, a silent battle of wills and unspoken feelings. Irene, feeling herself losing control, gave a sharp pinch to Qiao Lin's side. Finally, they broke apart. Irene stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth as she gasped for air. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Qiao Lin, you're really a terrible kisser. I'm suffocated, she wheezed out, trying to regain her composure. Qiao Lin, however, looked anything but flustered. A delicate blush dusted her cheeks, but her eyes held a smug, knowing glint. She brought a finger to her own lips, a playful smirk dancing on them. You can't even breathe and you're talking about me? She retorted, her voice a low murmur. Breathing? The book doesn't say. You should practice. Irene's jaw dropped. Practice? What was she talking about? Before she'd form a reply, Qiao Lin leaned in close, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper, the single word hanging in the air between them, drawing. And with that, she turned and walked away, leaving Irene standing there, utterly bewildered and burning with a strange mix of embarrassment and curiosity. How is she not out of breath? Irene wondered, touching her own tingling lips. Has she practiced? Meanwhile, in the Grand Line Library, another drama was unfolding. A fiery-haired girl grabbed Faye's arm, her expression urgent. Dana is to be betrothed to a neighboring country princess, she revealed, her voice a hushed whisper. Faye's eyes widened in alarm. And then what? She asked, her heart beginning to pound. The girl gave Faye's arm a reassuring pat. He was worrying about how to turn down this marriage, so I thought of a way to get the best of both worlds, she explained, a clever glint in her eyes. It was a plan that could not only fulfill Faye's deepest wishes, but also help Dana out of his political predicament. She began to pull Faye along, her grip firm. What way? Faye asked, struggling to keep up. The girl spun her around, their bodies close, her voice a conspiratorial hiss. Have a relationship with Dana. Let him use the excuse that he is responsible for you and you must marry him. The words were audacious, scandalous. You want to make Brother Dana look bad? Faye thought, horrified. But the girl pressed on, her logic unassailable. You two are in love. As long as you get married, you are a legal couple. This won't have much of an impact on Dana's reputation. Faye was silent, her mind reeling. The girl shifted her weight, her tone becoming serious. But, she warned, her gaze intense, if you still fail to cancel the engagement in the end, you should be mentally prepared to be criticized. She released Faye's arm and gave her a gentle push towards the student council room. It's something you can only tell him yourself, she said with a sly smile. Even if Dana doesn't take the advice, he'll be impressed by your dedication. Az staggered forward, her books from her trembling fingers and fell to the floor with a soft thud. Today is the weekend, and Dana is the only one in the office, the girl called after her, waving cheerfully. You two have a good chat and good luck. As she walked away, Faye was left alone, her heart a tangled mess of hope and fear. My instincts tell me that she's helping me. She picked up her book, her resolve hardening. Let's go for a little scoping first. If the betrothal is true, all my efforts so far have been in vain. Clutching the book to her chest like a shield, she walked towards the imposing doors of the student council room. Inside, Dana sat at his desk, engrossed in a book. Faye didn't hesitate. Faye, don't mention this again, he said, his voice flat and cold, not even looking up. Why? She cried, her voice cracking with disbelief. She couldn't understand. She had dedicated everything to him. It is impossible for us two to get married, he stated, the words like daggers to her heart. Why? How is it impossible? She pleaded, stepping closer. He finally looked up, his gaze icy. He placed his book down with deliberate slowness. What I need is a business partner with the same political views. No matter who the other party is, I will not give in on this point. Her world shattered. A business partner, was that all she was to him? Desperation clawed at her throat. I can learn too, she insisted, her fist clenching at her side. He just looked at her, his expression unreadable. She had given him everything, her talent, her background, her entire life's focus. Whether it's talent, background, or study attitude, I've performed very well, she said, her voice trembling. Her hands balled into fists at her sides, the fabric of her dress straining. Why? Why should you reject me? He stood up, walked over, and gently covered her eyes with his hand, blocking her from his sight. Just because you are a prince, can you choose others as you like? She sobbed from behind his hand. He simply replied, well, good luck, then. A cold fear erupted in her chest, burning away the tears. She swatted his hand away. If he wouldn't have her, he would have no one. If you can't find a suitable woman in your life, she sneered, her eyes blazing with a newfound malice, just stay and work among men for the rest of your life, brother Dana. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. Faye, he murmured, but it was too late. She had already turned, storming out of the room and slamming the heavy door behind her with a resounding bang. Was left in stunned silence. Faye ran down the empty corridor, her footsteps echoing her frantic heartbeat. No one can reject me, she screamed in her mind. Even if you're my best choice, you have no right to reject me. She finally stopped, her body trembling with rage and heartbreak. She gripped the wooden banister, her knuckles white, the polished surface cold against her skin. How ridiculous. The thought was a bitter poison in her mind. I actually worked hard for 10 years for such a man. 10 years. All those nights studying, all the sacrifices, all the dreams, for nothing. She felt like a clown, a fool everyone was laughing at. This place she had guarded for so long, what did they even want from it? Was their ambition truly better than what she was after? The truth hit her with the force of a physical blow. She didn't even know what she wanted. She just knew she had to get the best. But if I can't be a princess, what's the point of my life? Her eyes were hollow, her entire world crumbling around her. From the shadows of the staircase, the red-haired girl watched Faye's breakdown with a cool, detached interest. Looks like it hit hard, she mused herself. A small wooden doll appeared in her hands. To change a person, their original cognition must be shattered first. Her fingers closed around the doll, crushing the soft wood until it splintered and broke. Then she began to piece it back together, her expression serene, then put them together in new combinations. A slow, wicked smile spread across her face as she gazed down at Faye's reflection in the newly formed doll. Look forward to your new life, my little Faye. Miles away, in a brightly lit manor house, Irene was conducting some very important research. Lying on her bed surrounded by sketches, she held a small mirror to her lips. How can a person kissing? She wondered aloud. She traced the outline of her mouth, her brow furrowed in concentration. Breathe the nose or the mouth? She murmured, trying to puzzle it out. With their noses so close together, it's hard to breathe. She scribbled furiously in her sketchbook, drawing diagrams of faces, angles, and noses. The nose is here and the mouth is blocked. But I can kiss at different angles and open my mouth, and then, like a bolt of lightning, a sudden realization struck her. Her eyes flew wide. It turns out that you need to take a breath at this time, that way it won't be hard to kiss for long, right? A wave of understanding and embarrassment washed over her. I know how two girls can make out, she whispered, her face turning scarlet. No wonder Qiao Lin said I was bragging. What a shame. She flopped over, burying her burning face in her pillow, papers scattering around her. But even as she hid, a single, undeniable thought surfaced in her flustered mind. I really want to do it again. The soft clink of porcelain on wood breaks the studious silence. A cup of steaming tea is set down, a thoughtful gesture from a dear friend. Qiao Lin's voice is gentle, telling Hesha to enjoy it. Her eyes warm as she watches Hesha sketch, lost in her own world of design. The peaceful moment is fleeting. A shadow of concern crosses Qiao Lin's face as she looks at her friend, her gaze turning serious. She calls out Hesha's name, her tone shifting from gentle to stern. She can't just focus on the tea planting and the costumes, she warns. Has she forgotten about the final exams? The words shatter Hesha's concentration. Final exam? Her blood runs cold. A wave of pure, panic washes over her face, her eyes wide with horror. Oh no, 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 no! Her mind goes into a tailspin. I've been working on designs recently and haven't paid attention to the lectures, she wails, ghostly fish of despair swimming around her head. Is it too late? Her voice is a desperate whisper as she clutches Qiao Lin's arm. Can she still make up for the lessons she's missed? Qiao Lin just gives a knowing sigh, a soft smile playing on her lips. I knew it, she thinks. She gently tells Hesha to put away her drawings for now, promising that she'll design with her after the exam is over. She reaches out, her hand stroking Hesha's golden hair in a comforting, reassuring gesture. Relief floods through Hesha. Great. I knew you would help me, she exclaims, leaping from her chair and throwing her arms around Qiao Lin in a tight hug. But in her excitement, she leans in a little too close, planting an accidental, clumsy kiss right on Qiao Lin's cheek. The world seems to freeze for a moment. A resounding S-lap is heard as Qiao Lin, flustered and shocked, shoves her away. Push off, she yelps, her face a brilliant shade of crimson. Do you have any idea where we are? She hisses, even though the bakery is empty. Hesha, rubbing her cheek, just mumbles a sheepish yesh. Qiao Lin takes a deep breath, trying to compose herself. Her cheeks still flushed a delicate pink. She points a finger at Hesha, ordering her to sit tight. After all, she adds with a huff, no one's here anyway. As they settle back down, Qiao Lin's mind drifts to another matter. She asks casually why Miss Fei hasn't come to school these days, mentioning that the instructor was concerned enough to suggest a home visit. Hesha takes a sip of her tea, her expression unconcerned. Fei isn't at school, she asks. Isn't she the model student who shows up even when she's sick? Qiao Lin confirms it's been 3 days now, surprised that Hesha didn't know. Hesha just shrugs. She explains that she never really asked about her unless her mother brought it up first. A flicker of understanding crosses Qiao Lin's face. So you two don't get along? She asks. Hesha's face twists in disgust. She calls Fei an arsehole, someone who is always stealing from others. She claims that even if you don't want to fight her, Fei treats everyone like an imaginary enemy. Hesha leans forward, her expression urgent as she warns Qiao Lin to stay away from Fei, insisting that she will definitely cause trouble for her. Qiao Lin looks down, a thoughtful expression on her face. Aren't you worried about her? She murmurs. If it's Arnold, no matter how bad he is, I can't just sit idly by and ignore him. Hesha scoffs, taking a delicate bite of her cake. She doesn't need my help anyway, she says with a dismissive wave of her hand. Meanwhile, in a sun-dappled park, the leaves rustle in the gentle breeze. Fei sits alone on a bench, absorbed in a book with gilded cover. That's the only kind of book which have such unrealistic fantasies, she thinks to herself, her fingers tracing the title. This world is a game, a dangerous, unforgiving game. If you don't follow the rules, you will die miserably. But even if you comply, you will fail miserably. Suddenly, a voice cuts through her thoughts, dripping with condescension. You come to the park to read every day. Doesn't your family know that you are absent from school for no reason? A woman with fiery red hair appears as if from nowhere, a sly smile on her face. Fei's head snaps up, her eyes narrowing with fury. You sent me to Prince Din on purpose, didn't you? She accuses, her voice tight with resentment. The woman simply arches a brow, her smile never wavering. Are you going to stop calling him brother so soon? She taunts. A bitter thought crosses Fei's mind. If only I really had such a brother, at least I would still be a princess. The woman leans closer, her voice a seductive whisper. Even being the daughter of a duke cannot satisfy you, she murmurs. Even if you become a princess, you will still want to be a queen, right? Fei flinches away, her patience snapping. Did you come here specifically to make fun of me? She snaps, her cheeks flushed with anger. But the woman simply reaches out, a black-gloved hand gently tilting Fei's chin up. Why haven't you ever thought about being a queen? She asks, her gaze intense, mesmerizing. Fei is speechless, her mind reeling. Is this woman crazy? The woman's smile widens, a dangerous glint in her eyes. I am crazy, she confirms, her voice dropping to a purr. Because I think your possibilities are endless and I hope I'm not mistaken. Fei stares at her bewildered. Is she trying to encourage her to betray the Garcia dynasty? Does she want her to turn her in? The woman lets out a delighted laugh, pinching Fei's cheek playfully. Oh, you little cutie, she chuckles. I haven't even said what field, and you're already thinking of becoming queen? Fei swats her hand away, squirming on the bench. Stop bullshitting. Let me go, she protests, her face a mess of confusion and frustration. The woman releases her, her smile softening slightly. That's more like you, she says, her tone almost fond. Fei glares at her. Don't talk like you know me well, she mutters, turning away. She sighs, her shoulders slumping. I don't even know what I want anymore, she thinks, her gaze distant. The red-haired woman then reveals that Princess Diana was actually her pen pal. A sudden, shocking realization dawns on Hesha from afar. No wonder. You came up with the idea to send me to Brother Dana. It turns out you wanted to help her get rid of me. The woman continues, explaining that Diana doesn't want to get engaged so hastily and isn't as popular as Fei might think. Fei looks at her, confused. What does that mean? A blank look crosses her face as the gears in her mind turn. If she doesn't want to get engaged, then Brother Dana and I... The woman leans in again, her voice conspiratorial. Diana invited me to her birthday party next month. I can take you to meet her. Her smile is sharp, predatory. It's up to you whether you can persuade her to give up the engagement. But aren't you friends? Faye asks, bewildered. You don't want her to be the princess. The woman just smiles, a silent, enigmatic expression on her face. A mischievous glint appears in Faye's eyes. Do you like her? She asks slyly. The woman scoffs. Heh, you vile woman. What an imagination. She coolly states she didn't say she liked women, and besides, she actually used Faye to ruin their marriage just to get her. She stands, smoothing her dress. Anyway, our goals are the same now. Will you take me there? Faye looks up at her, a condition forming in her mind. I'm taking you there on a condition, she says, a newfound confidence in her voice. Back at the academy, Hesha and Qiao Lin are sitting outside. Hesha is calling out to her friend, her legs swinging back and forth restlessly. Tap, tap, tap go her shoes against the stone. What now? Qiao Lin asks, looking up from her book. Hesha's face is serious as she asks for advice. She's thinking about what gifts she should prepare when she goes to Qiao Lin's house. She leans in close, her breath warm against Qiao Lin's ear as she asks what kind of flowers her family likes. Qiao Lin freezes, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep red, her heart starting to pound in her chest. Thump, thump. This is not the time to talk about this, she thinks, pushing Hesha away gently. She needs to focus to prepare in advance. Hidden from view, Faye watches them, a storm of emotions brewing inside her. Lately, they've been stay together, so close they don't fight. There's no reason for her to join them. Her heart aches with a bitter pang of jealousy. Qiao Lin is better than me in both appearance and learning ability, she thinks, her gaze downcast. So it makes sense for Miss Hesha to choose her. Thanks to Miss Hesha protecting me, no one bullies me now. I should feel satisfied. But as she watches, another student clumsily bumps into a boy, spilling something on his pristine white jacket. Oops, the boy says, but his tone is anything but apologetic. Faye's fists clench. However, bullying is still everywhere. Once Miss Hesha forgets me. The boy demands an apology, his voice loud and arrogant. If I get bullied, she wonders. A dark thought taking root in her mind as she scoops up a handful of dirt. Will Miss Hesha come to rescue me again? With a sudden, decisive movement, she hurls the clump of dirt, hitting the bully square in the back. He whirls around, his contorted with rage. Faye trembles, her body shaking with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. She's crazy. She must be crazy to do this. The boy's furious gaze lands on her. Did you do that? He's stalking towards her. Faye's body trembles uncontrollably. Her heart hammers against her ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm. I must be crazy. A strange, wild light enters her eyes, a manic smile spreading across her lips. Yes, I must be completely and utterly insane. A vase-like grip tangled in her hair, yanking her head back with brutal force. A sneering voice dripped with contempt, recognizing her. Wasn't she the girl from last time? He leaned in close, his breath hot and foul as he snarled, asking if she wanted to get undressed again. Panic seized her. Not again. Not here, in front of everyone. Her eyes, wide with a mix of terror and defiance, glared up at him. How dare he? How this pampered noble lay a hand on her? He barked an order to his cronies, his voice echoing with malice. Strip her naked. Let's see who dares to go against me. Her heart hammered against her ribs as rough hands grabbed her, pulling at her clothes. She crossed her arms, a futile attempt to shield herself from the humiliation. They dragged her forward, their grip like iron shackles on her arms. A sickening rip echoed in the hall as the fabric of her sleeve gave way. The sound shattered her fear, replacing it with pure, unadulterated rage. Her golden eyes blazed with a fire that had been forged in hardship. Don't you underestimate women who do farm work, she roared, her voice raw with power. With a surge of adrenaline, she lunged forward, slamming her head into his face with a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed from his nose as he staggered back, his arrogance shattered in an instant. He clutched his face, shock and pain warring in his expression. This wasn't supposed to happen. How could a commoner fight back like this? She stood her ground, fists clenched tight, every muscle coiled and ready. This was just the beginning. The worst-case scenario was getting kicked out of school, and she'd risk it all to teach this scum a lesson. The young duke's face stood in fury, his eyes promising murder as his lackeys rushed forward. But she was faster. She faced him down, her back straight and unyielding. You just bully weak girls, she spat, her words a whip crack in the tense air. Her fist connected with his jaw in a brutal, satisfying impact. She didn't stop there. She grabbed him by the lapels, hauling the stunned nobleman off his feet. Have you ever run 3 kilometers with a 10-kilo bucket in one hand? She seethed, her face inches from his. In terms of stamina and perseverance, she told him, farm girls like her were leagues above pampered nobles like him. With a mighty heave, she sent him and his stunned cronies crashing to the floor. Before he could even process what happened, she was on him again, her hand blocking his face. So what if you're a nobleman? She thought, dark smile playing on her lips. You'll be buried in the ground too when you're dead, won't you? Her voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. If you make me sure I'm dead, I'll make sure you don't live to enjoy this noble life. He stared up at her, a flicker of fear in his eyes, but his pride wouldn't let him back down. He sneered, a twisted smile forming on his bruised lips as he breathed her name. Wasn't she afraid that her family would be implicated? Suddenly, a clear voice cut through the tension. What is she implicated in? I want to see what crime you are going to accuse her of. All eyes turned to see Hesha standing there, regal and composed, with a white-haired girl by her side. She looked down at the scene, her expression unreadable as she declared that they were the bullying Kelly, and Kelly was just defending herself. Kelly froze, her anger momentarily forgotten. Miss Hesha? She was defending her, her grip loosened, and she slowly released the pathetic nobleman. She looked down at her own hands, then up at the beautiful blonde who had just spoken up for her. She stammered, feeling flustered. But the ploy wasn't done. He scrambled towards Hesha, his voice a desperate whine. Hesha, you'd better stay out of it, he warned. He swore he wasn't finished with Kelly, that his father would never let her go. He squatted down, grabbing the hem of Hesha's dress like a petulant child. He tried to spin a lie, a pathetic attempt to save face. He would tell his father that Hesha hit him, and that Kelly took care of her for him. He lunged for her wrist, his eyes wild with desperation. But Hesha simply looked at him, her expression a mixture of pity and disgust. The white-haired girl turned to the other students. Have you all seen it too? She asked coolly, and they all nodded in unison. The boy's face turned red. He turned his rage on Hesha, shouting that if she tried to defend Kelly, the old friendship between their families was over. Hesha just laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. She told him to go ahead, to run to his father and tell him he was beaten up by a girl at school. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? She taunted, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Humiliated and defeated, the boy and his cronies could only glare before retreating, shouting empty threats over their shoulders. Hesha turned to Kelly, her expression softening. Sorry, Miss Hesha, Kelly began, but Hesha cut her off, apologizing for getting her involved in the mess. Kelly looked down at her torn sleeve, the fight draining out of her. Then Hesha's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Kelly, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I'm impressed by you. Kelly's cheeks flushed a deep red. Was I too rough? She asked, suddenly shy. Her eyes danced. Being rough is good, she purred. I like that. From behind, the white-haired girl leaned in close, her lavender eyes locking with Hesha's. Her voice was a low, seductive whisper. It turns out you like rough things, she murmured, her breath warm against Hesha's ear. It seems that I am still too gentle with you. Before Hesha could react, the girl wrapped her arms around her from behind, pulling her into a tight embrace. A playful glint entered Hesha's eyes. She teased the girl, asking would dye her hair blonde if she said she liked blondes. Irene just pouted and said to forget it. Ow, helped as Irene pinched her nose, chiding her for only being aggressive when she was bullying her. Kelly watched them, a strange pang in her chest. So? Miss Hesha blonde hair, she thought, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. I was worried my hair was too flashy, so I dyed it darker. Kelly, you are so strong. Breaking into her thoughts. Who will dare to marry you in the future? The question sent Kelly's mind tumbling back in time to a simpler life. She remembered the sun on her back, the feel of soil under her nails, the easy laughter of her family as they worked the fields. She was happier then, she realized. She didn't have to worry about school or offending nobles. She was just a civilian. A memory surfaced, a younger version of herself, defiant and strong, flipping off some unseen foe. If Miss Hesha prefers the real me, she wondered, a spark of hope igniting in her heart. Do I still have a chance? The scene shifted to the dazzling splendor of Princess Diana's birthday party. Young nobles mingled, their conversations a low hum of gossip and pleasantries. A young man bragged that it was no big deal if he failed his exams. His father had a casual job arranged for him already. Suddenly, a collective gasp swept through the room. Princess Diana herself, a vision in purple with a silver crown, spotted a newcomer. You're here! She cried out, hers alight with joy as she rushed to greet a stunning guest with fiery red hair. You look stunning today. Happy birthday, Princess Diana, Irene said with a charming smile. Diana giggled, covering her mouth with a gloved hand. Why are you dressed like a prince today? Watching them from the side was a girl with soft pink hair, her expression souring with jealousy. She muttered under her breath about how strange it was for people here to have such dark skin and light hair. Diana, oblivious, turned to introduce her friend. This is the Duke of Sterling's youngest daughter, Miss Faye, she said, gesturing to the pink-haired girl, and my schoolmate. Irene offered a polite smile. It's an honor to meet you, she said, her voice smooth as silk. Faye returned the greeting, but Irene's attention was already elsewhere. She gave Faye a brief, dismissive stare, her boredom barely concealed. Welcome, Miss Faye, she said, her tone flat. Princess Diana, however, was completely captivated, grabbing Irene's arm and asking about the follow-up to her book. Without a second glance at the fuming Miss Faye, Diana dragged Irene away. Sorry, Faye. I'll see you later, she called over her shoulder, leaving Faye standing alone, utterly humiliated. As the music swelled and couples took to the dance floor, Faye was a lonely island in a sea of celebration. That Princess Diana, she didn't take me seriously at all, she fumed silently, her fists clenching at her sides. A young man with slicked-back blonde hair approached her, a hopeful smile on his face. Hello, madam, he began in a foreign tongue. May I have the honor of inviting you to a dance? Faye, lost in her own thoughts, replied in her native language. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Is he asking me to dance? a flicker of interest crossing her face, but the man completely misunderstood. He scoffed, thinking it a disappointment that such a lovely lady could only speak a foreign language. He waved a dismissive hand and turned to leave. What on earth is he talking about? Faye wondered, her brow furrowing in confusion. As she walked away, he called after her. It's okay to speak other language, lady, where are you going? She ignored him, her posture rigid with annoyance. She fled to a moonlit balcony, leaning over the railing to catch her breath. How could people be so arrogant? She knew she wasn't from here, but she had deliberately chosen not to speak the international language. A sigh escaped her lips. I become a princess. Do I need to be proficient in the languages of all neighboring countries? She mused, staring at the moon. It seemed her brother Dana had rejected her because she wasn't mature enough. She had so much to learn. Her reverie was broken by a slimy voice from the shadows. Foreign women look different, the man from earlier slurred, his eyes glinting with a predatory light. I really want to see if your private parts are as pink and white as your face. Faye's eyes widened in horror and disgust. She turned, her voice dropping to an icy chill. Are you insulting me? He stepped forward, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. I'm complimenting you, ma'am, he insisted. Her eyes into slits. You can only praise someone in a language they understand, she retorted, her voice dripping with scorn. Or is your lingo so bad that you can't even give compliments? His face twisted into a mask of fury. He took a menacing step closer, his voice a low growl. Do you want to be bullied by us for saying such rude things? The man's face contorted with rage, his voice a venomous hiss that cut through the night air. Do you know who I am? How dare you disrespect me like that? Faye's heart hammered against her ribs, but she refused to back down. He lunged forward, his hand clamping around her arm like a vice, his grip bruisingly tight. His face was inches from hers, his breath hot and foul as he sneered, his words dripping with contempt. No matter who you are, he spat, a woman loses her value once she loses her virginity. The words were meant to shatter her, to reduce her to nothing. He leaned in closer, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. You don't understand our country's language anyway, he whispered, as if sharing a dirty secret. So if I twist the facts a little, no one will side with you. In one swift, brutal motion, he brought his foot down, grinding it into her own with all his weight. A sharp, searing pain shot up her leg, and a strangled gasp escaped her lips. This was it. This was how they broke you, but he'd underestimated her. Taking a deep breath, Faye threw her head back and screamed, her voice ringing with manufactured terror. Help, someone wants to molest me. Her cry echoed through the opulent hall, turning heads. But before anyone could react, she changed her tactic, her voice now sharp with accusation. Stop that, foraging woman. She stole my things. Just as planned, servants and guards swarmed the area. One of them, a stern-faced man in uniform, blocked her path, expression cold and unforgiving. Faye stumbled back, her eyes wide with feigned shock and fear. The guard's voice was devoid of emotion. He stated that to prove her innocence, she needed to prove that every single item on her body was her own. How could she possibly do that? Her own voice rose, filled with righteous fury. How dare you abuse your power to search a lady? Is there any law in your country? But her defiance was met with cold indifference. From the crowd, whispers began to ripple. I can't go with them, she thought frantically. What if I was taken to another place and humiliated? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their eyes filled with pity and morbid curiosity. She will be miserable if this continues, one said. It's better not to interfere or you might get into trouble, another added. The guards were unmoved by her pleas. I admire your eloquence, one said, his tone mocking, but please cooperate with our investigation. The men stepped forward, flanking her, their smiles predatory and cruel. They were in this, enjoying her powerlessness. Are you coming by yourselves, or should we take you, ma'am? One of them asked, his voice a low threat. Trapped. There was no way out, but then, through the haze of panic, two names cut through the noise. Irene, Princess Diana. A jolt went through her. This was her chance, her only chance. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, she shoved the men aside, ignoring their surprised shouts. Stop her! The cry echoed behind her, but she didn't look back. She flew down the grand staircase, her silken dress billowing around her, a desperate dash for freedom. She plunged into the darkness of the estate grounds, the glittering ballroom a distant memory replaced by the damp, oppressive fog of the forest. The men were close behind, their lanterns cutting through the mist like searching eyes. You'd better come out yourself, one of them yelled, his voice carrying through the trees. If we catch you, it won't be a simple interrogation. Faye flattened herself against a large tree, her chest burning. Desperate gulps of air doing little to calm her racing heart. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she fought to silence her ragged breaths. They heard me call for Princess Diana, she reasoned, her mind racing. They'll report it to her. I just have to hang in there until they come to me. She peered around the tree, trying to gauge their position. Suddenly, a hand clamped over her mouth, rough and unforgiving, stifling her scream. Panic. Cold absolute seized her. She was dragged back into the shadows, an arm like an iron band around her waist. It was him. The man from the party. His eyes burned with a terrifying rage as he held her against the tree, his voice a menacing growl in her ear. You'd better behave yourself. I don't want to be too violent. His threat hung in the air, thick and suffocating. An animalistic fear took over. Without thinking, Faye bit down on the hand covering her mouth hard. He roared in pain, yanking his hand back. The release was momentary. With a furious snarl, he struck her across the face, the blow sending her sprawling to the cold, damp earth. Her head spun, the world a blur of pain and darkness. Dazed, she looked up at his silhouette looming over her. "Are foreign women that tough to beat?" He sneered, reaching for her again. "One slap and you're out." But as his hand closed around her arm, her fingers brushed against something hard and cold on the ground. A rock. Jag. Adrenaline surged through her veins. With a desperate cry, she grabbed the stone, swinging it with all her might. There was a sickening crack as it connected with his skull. He crumpled to the ground without a sound. Blood, dark and thick, pooled beneath his head, staining the forest floor. Faye stared, her eyes wide with horror, the blood-soaked rock still clutched in her hand. Blood splattered across the ground, across her dress, across her face. Footsteps. Voices. "Sir William, where are you?" They were getting closer. She scrambled backward, her body trembling uncontrollably. Is he dead? The thought screamed in her mind. "Did I kill him?" She cleared her arm, shaking from head to toe. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. A hand gently covered her mouth, and a quiet voice whispered her ear. "Don't say a word, come with me." He pulled her to her feet, his touch surprisingly gentle, and led her away from the horrific scene, deeper into the woods. He stopped by a moonlit pond. "Just pretend tonight's incident never happened," he said softly, his voice calm. "And I'll provide you with an alibi." But as rarely registered, Faye collapsed to her knees, her body with tremors, the full weight of her actions crashing down on her. She looked up at him, her face a mask of tear-streaked terror. "Did I kill someone?" She choked out, her voice barely a whisper. He knelt before her, cupping her face in his hands, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Faye," he said, his voice firm yet kind. "You were just acting in self-defense. He deserves that." But his reassurance couldn't quell the storm inside her. Streamed from her eyes. "If I kill someone," she sobbed, "I will go to hell." He said nothing more, simply pulling her into a tight, protective embrace, his arms a shield against the horrors of the night. "Don't be afraid," he murmured into her hair. "I'll be with you. Don't be afraid." Miles away, a magnificent carriage rattled along a country road. Inside, a young woman with blonde hair, Hesha Sterling, looked out the window with her friend Qiao Lin. Qiao Lin asked if there were any wild animals around. "It's summer now," Hesha replied, "so the animals in the forest aren't hungry enough to attack humans." Qiao Lin's face paled slightly. "What about winter? Will there be any of those big man-eating beasts?" Hesha smiled at her friend's innocence. "Of course there is. If you can't escape, fight. If you can't beat them, outsmart them, there's always a way." Calified. "It's dangerous here." "Why do you continue to live here? If it were that easy to leave, we would have left long ago." With a playful grin, Hesha reached over and pinched Qiao Lin's cheek. "Ow. It's better to move to the suburbs than to stay here, isn't it?" Hesha sighed, her expression turning serious. "The outskirts of the city have their own inhabitants, and if you don't have a high enough status, you'll be treated like an outcast, so you might as well stay in your hometown." Qiao Lin pouted. "Yeah, well, not everyone can go to Grace College like you and graduate and get a public job." A sudden knock on the carriage door interrupted their conversation. Leaning forward, Hesha looked out the window. "Miss Hesha, the village has arrived," the driver announced. The carriage, a thing of ornate beauty, rolled slowly through a humble village, turning the heads of everyone who saw it. "What a magnificent carriage," one person whispered. "This is no ordinary aristocrat, and look at the way she's dressed." As the carriage stopped, Qiao Lin practically burst out the door. "Mother, father, I'm back," she cried, running into the waiting arms of her parents. They embraced her tightly, their faces alight with joy. "Qiao Lin, my good girl." Hesha stepped out gracefully, a warm smile on her face. She gave a small "Xi." "Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Stock. I'm Hesha Sterling." She gestured to the driver, who was unloading several large boxes. "I brought some gifts, please accept it." Mrs. Stock rushed forward, flustered. "Miss Sterling, you are all welcome in our home. No need to bring gifts. You're too kind." But Hesha insisted. "I may have to disturb you for a while, so please accept it." The family soon sat down to a wonderful dinner, the table laden with delicious food. "The ingredients you've brought are so superior," Qiao Lin's mother exclaimed. "It's delicious any way you make it." Her father asked where their son Arnold was. "He stayed in the city to work," his wife explained. "The commission is high there." Mr. Stock swirled a glass of red liquid. It's sweet, like grape juice." Then his eyes lit on Hesha, a mischievous glint. "Since you're here, I have to let you try some of Bieber's beer." He stood up and with a dramatic flourish slammed a huge wooden barrel onto the table with a loud bam. "You can't get this flavor anywhere else," he declared proudly. He immediately began to pour a drink for her. Hesha's eyes widened as he set down a mug nearly the size of her head, filled to the brim with frothy liquid. "Isn't this cup too big?" she asked, stunned. Qiao Lin chuckled beside her. "It's easy to get drunk from this wine, so don't force it." Her father laughed heartily. "Don't underestimate my drinking ability," he challenged, raising his own mug. Hesha looked at the enormous mug, then at her expectant hosts. A confident smile spread across her face. She picked up the heavy cup, her expression serene. "I've never been drunk yet," she announced coolly. Hesha's head was swimming the world a warm, fuzzy blur as she clung tightly to Qiao Lin, nuzzling into her shoulder like a contented cat. Even though drink was strong, she mumbled happily that it tasted good, that she could still drink more. At the dinner table, her parents watched with amusement, a soft chucking her father's lips as he saw his daughter so utterly plastered. Her mother smiled warmly, commenting on what a good drinker Hesha must be. Qiao Lin's voice was a steady anchor in the spinning room. She announced that Hesha was drunk and that she would take her to her room. Hesha's offered to help, but Qiao Lin gently refused. Her voice soft as she was no need, that Hesha was very light. With a surprising strength, Qiao Lin scooped Hesha up into her arms, holding her in a princess carry. Hesha's father boomed with pride, exclaiming that his daughter was strong as expected, while her mother thanked Qiao Lin and told her to get some rest as well. Inside the quiet room, Qiao Lin gently laid Hesha down on the bed. The moment her head hit the pillow, Hesha began to squirm. Her cheeks flushed as she fanned herself, complaining that she was so hot. She tugged at the collar of her shirt, her face a mask of discomfort. Qiao watched her for a moment, a small frown on her face. She knew it got cold in the mountains at night. To cool Hesha down, she gently placed her own hands on Hesha's chest. Hesha gasped at the sudden chill, her eyes fluttering open. She whispered Qiao Lin's name, her voice husky, telling her that her hands were so cold. Hesha then reached up, her own warm hand covering Qiao Lin's, a soft smile gracing her lips as she murmured that she would keep her warm. The touch was electric. Hesha began to gently Qiao Lin's hand against her own cheek, the simple gesture feeling incredibly intimate in the dim light. Qiao Lin's breath hitched, her heart starting to pound in her chest, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks. Thump, thump, she swallowed hard, her mind racing. What was happening? Leaning over Qiao Lin's voice was barely a whisper as she asked how it felt to be drunk. Hesha's eyes, a beautiful shade of green, fluttered open, a dreamy, content look in them. She sighed happily, nuzzling into Qiao Lin's hand and telling her it felt great. A wave of raw, unfiltered emotion washed over Hesha's face. She whispered, her voice thick with a longing that felt ancient, that if only it could stay like this for the rest of her life. And then she leaned in, capturing Qiao Lin's lips in a soft, searching kiss. Qiao Lin's eyes widened in shock, but she didn't pull away. Pulling back just enough to speak, she asked softly, her voice trembling slightly, if Hesha was sure she wanted to stay in a small mountain village like this forever. Hesha's answer was breathless. As long as you're here, she whispered, before pulling Qiao Lin back into a deeper, more passionate kiss. The next morning, the sun rose on a completely different scene. Far away, Faye sat huddled in a carriage, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if to ward off a bone-deep chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Across from her, a woman with fiery red hair sat with her arms crossed, her expression severe. Her voice was like ice as she asked Faye if she still remembered the conditions she had promised before. A flashback flickered through Faye's mind, the woman's sharp smile, her words echoing with absolute authority. During the vacation, you must be my assistant and be available whenever I call. Faye's own voice, small and uncertain, asked if the woman would still want her as an assistant after everything that had happened. The woman's gaze was relentless. She leaned in close, her voice a low, dangerous hiss, telling Faye wouldn't just give her a long vacation because of her experiences. She had to take full responsibility for the things she promised. She grabbed Faye's arm, her grip tight, and commanded her not to be a coward. Faye could only whisper that she knew, her eyes downcast, a single tracing a path down her cheek. The woman leaned back, a satisfied smirk playing on her lips as she patted Faye's head condescendingly, humming a little tune. This is what adults should be like, she thought, her golden eyes glinting with a cruel light. Later, the same woman lounged in a lavish room, a glass of wine in her hand. Her words, directed at an unseen Irene, were sharp and cutting. She should have acted sooner, questioning if she was afraid she'd actually kill someone. To smash a person to death, she stated coolly, you have to be strong enough. Qiao Lin, standing outside the window, overheard everything, her expression unreadable. The woman continued, her voice dripping with disdain. What if Irene really hit a vital point? It didn't matter if scum like that died, did it? As long as you wanted, she purred, you could treat it as an accidental death. Outside, Qiao Lin listened as the woman's lecture continued. If you don't even dare to kill, how can you be a princess? She lifted her glass, her gaze sharp and calculating. Being in power and being a woman were two different things, she declared. If a woman didn't even have this awareness, she'd better stay in her cage obediently. That night, the sound of animals echoed outside the window. Hesha shivered under the thin blanket, mumbling that she was cold. Turned over, trying to burrow deeper for warmth. Hearing her, Qiao Lin quietly got out of her own bed. Hesha's eyes shot open, a little panicked. She grabbed Lin's sleeve, her voice thick with sleep as she asked where she was going. Qiao Lin turned, her silver hair catching the moonlight. She was just going to get another quilt from the cupboard. A moment later, she returned with a thick, fluffy quilt, reassuring Hesha not to worry that it was summer but the mountains got cold and there were few animals here. Hesha watched her, her green eyes wide with a question. Were they separated? Why didn't they just cover themselves together? Qiao Lin's flushed slightly as she explained that she didn't like too much heat. She then tucked Hesha in, gently telling her to go to sleep. But a moment later, Hesha nudged closer, snuggling right up against Qiao Lin's side. Qiao Lin's eyes were closed, but a tiny smile played on her lips. They looked like two children huddled together for warmth. Qiao Lin whispered a promise into the darkness, telling Hesha that tomorrow they would wake up early and go to the mountains to pick berries. The word berries echoed in Hesha's sleepy mind, followed by a mumbled yummy as she drifted off, a happy smile on her face. With Hesha sleeping soundly beside her, Qiao Lin whispered a soft goodnight. The next day was bright and beautiful, the forest alive with the vibrant green of summer. Qiao Lin stretched, reaching for a plump berry high on a branch. She plucked it carefully and turned to Hesha, a gentle smile on her face. Hesha, however, was already a step ahead. She proudly presented a basket full of beautiful red berries, demanding praise for her hard work. Without waiting, she popped one into her mouth, then another. Instantly, her face puckered, and she spat them out, crying that they were incredibly sour. Qiao Lin chuckled softly, explaining that red currants were very sour and needed a lot of sugar. Just because they looked good didn't mean they tasted good. She advised Hesha to choose the lighter red ones instead. Hesha tried one, and her eyes lit up. It was sweet. She looked at Qiao Lin in amazement, asking how she could remember all these different kinds of fruits. Qiao Lin's reply was simple and stark. Those who can't remember will either starve to death or be poisoned. Hesha was taken aback, asking Qiao Lin had time to study when she worked so hard on the farm all day. Qiao Lin just shrugged it, saying that not everyone is good at studying, but each person is good at what he or she wants to do. They sat together, looking out over the beautiful landscape. Hesha sighed contentedly, remarking on how beautiful it was there with endless berries to eat. She then turned to Qiao Lin, her expression serious. Was she really planning to leave to become a civil servant in the city? Qiao Lin's gaze was distant. Hesha pressed on, her voice laced with disappointment, saying those jobs were so boring. Having to deal with nasty, powerful people. Making tea gardens and pretty dresses was much more fun than that. A rustle in the leaves punctuated her words. Qiao Lin turned to her, a genuine, radiant smile spreading across her face. She told Hesha that if that's what she wanted to do, then she should go for it. As for all those things you don't like but have to do, I'll do them for you. The words hung in the air, promise heavier than any oath. Hesha stared at her, completely stunned. Memories flooded her mind. A piano tutor telling her that this was the basic upbringing of a lady, that no aristocratic man would like a girl who couldn't understand music. Her whole life she had been taught what she needed to do, but was never asked what she wanted to do. As long as she did the right thing, she could take less responsibility. Qiao Lin's voice broke through the painful memories. Will you really do it? She asked softly. Tears welled in Hesha's eyes, her heart overflowing with an emotion she couldn't name. Why would Qiao Lin, who never bothered to say the right thing, say something like that to her? For the first time, someone was willing to carry the burdens she hated, just so she could be happy. A single word hung in the air, filled with a fragile hope. Forever, Qiao Lin whispered, her eyes gazing at something far away. But just as quickly, the hope in her eyes was replaced by a shadow of doubt. Her gaze dropped, her voice losing its warmth as she added that forever is a long time, and there's no telling what the future holds. Hesha's heart skipped a beat. What was she saying? A memory flashed through her mind, a different life, a different time, blood and betrayal staining her past. Just as she couldn't have imagined picking berries with Qiao Lin in a small village, she couldn't imagine a future without her. Her own voice caught in her throat, telling Qiao Lin that it's because of her that she's changed so much, but Qiao Lin wasn't finished. A sad, knowing smile played on her lips as she looked at Hesha, her voice gentle but sharp as glass. She asked, what about the possibility of meeting someone else in the future? Someone who could bring about an even bigger change. Hesha was stunned into silence, the words dying on her lips. Qiao Lin turned back to her basket, her hands delicately picking a berry from a leaf. She admitted that she enjoyed spending time with Hesha, but if she met someone more suitable in the future, her life would be much smoother. Smoother, was that all she was? A stepping stone? A convenient companion for the time being. Hesha's blood ran cold, then hot with a furious, wounded pride. She lunged forward, grabbing Qiao Lin's arm, her voice trembling with rage and disbelief. She demanded to know what the difference was between abandoning a lover for someone more favorable and betraying them. Her green eyes with unshed tears as she cried out, why would you allow me to betray you? Am I disposable to you? Qiao Lin's own eyes widened, a deep, profound sadness welling within them. She couldn't meet Hesha's fiery gaze. Her voice was barely a whisper, heavy with a pain that seemed ancient. It was because he had no confidence, she confessed, no right to make any promises. She clasped the handle of her basket, her knuckles white, her gaze fixed on the woven reeds as if they held the answer to all her problems. She was just a student, a commoner from a remote village. Even if she passed the civil service exams, she would be nothing compared to the hereditary nobility. Hesha's anger melted away, replaced by an overwhelming urge to protect this fragile, self-deprecating soul. She softened her grip, her voice becoming firm and reassuring. She reminded Qiao Lin that she hated paperwork and making deals, but that she, Hesha, could do all of that for her. She could be her assistant, stand in front of her, cover her back. A small, defiant smile touched Hesha's lips as she reached out and gently pinched Qiao Lin's soft cheek. "Who asked you to protect me?" she teased, her eyes sparkling with determination. "I can protect you." The quiet tranquility of the forest dissolved into the gilded silence of the student council office. A young man with blonde hair and a crisp white suit stood over a desk, his expression impatient. He was speaking to a girl with pink hair who looked utterly overwhelmed by the stacks of books and papers around her. "Aren't you on summer holidays?" he asked, his voice sharp. "Why are you here?" He called her name, Faye. "Do you hear me?" The sound of her name made her jump, a startled jolt running her body. A sealed envelope slipped from her trembling fingers. A small cry escaped her lips. Her eyes were wide with panic, her face pale as she stammered that she was okay. She explained that it was Senior Irene who had asked her to come and help. Just then, a new voice cut through the tension. A woman with fiery red hair swept into the room, holding a stack of papers. She addressed the blonde man as Dana, demanding to know why 10 of the acceptance letters were blank. She walked past him with an air of authority, telling him the supplementary list was out and she would get it stamped by the principal. "Then I'll trouble you," he replied, stepping aside. The redhead Irene now turned her sharp, intelligent gaze towards the still trembling Faye. Faye back in her chair, her heart hammering against her ribs. She slowly placed the envelope back on the desk, her hands shaking. She looked up, her eyes wide with fear, as if expecting to be scolded. Another man in the room stepped forward, asking if she needed help. But Faye immediately shook her head, her voice small as she told him not to hang around and interfere with her work. Irene observed the entire exchange, a thought on her face. She leaned over Faye's desk, her voice surprisingly gentle as she complimented the wax seal Faye had just made. "It's so beautifully done," she murmured. "A rose is so perfect." A small smile played on Irene's lips. "Looks like she's quite scared," she thought. "She's fine with women, but a little over-defensive with men." Her smile widened, her eyes crinkling with a predatory sort of kindness as she leaned in closer to the flustered girl. Later that night, the soft glow of a candle illuminated two figures huddled over a desk. Qiao Lin pointed to two dress designs sketched on paper. One was a berry theme, red and black currant. The other was a beautiful, intricate black and purple gown. Hesha looked at the second design, her head tilted in thought. Qiao noted that while it was beautiful, it would be heavy, and the craftsmanship costly. The profit margin would need to be high, but Hesha just waved a hand dismissively, a grin on her face. Making money was too complicated, she declared. She trusted Qiao Lin's judgment completely. "I think it's good, no need to change it. Just leave it to me, Hesha." Qiao Lin's harmed at the unwavering trust. Hesha was practically vibrating with excitement, holding the papers like a treasure. "No need? Really?" Her eyes were sparkling. "Great, I want to draw 8 or 10 sets of it." The idea of a first direct submission filled her with boundless energy. Qiao Lin couldn't help but smile at her infectious enthusiasm. She reached over, gently patting Hesha's head. "Your painting skills have improved," she said softly. "Thank you for your hard work." Hesha absolutely melted, leaning into the touch and wrapping her arms around Lin in a tight hug. "Qiao Lin praised me," she thought, her heart soaring. "She actually praised me." She squeezed tighter, nuzzling into Qiao Lin's shoulder like a happy kitten. Qiao Lin, moved by the moment, leaned down and pressed a soft, gentle kiss to Hesha's forehead. Hesha pulled back, her cheeks flushed, a confused pout on her lips as she put her hands on her head. Why kiss the forehead instead of the lids? Her adorable question hanging in the air. Qiao Lin chuckled, her voice tender. "It's getting late," she said. "Go to bed." But Hesha was not ready for the night to end. With a playful cry, she pounced, tackling Qiao Lin onto the bed in a flurry of limbs and giggles. She pinned Qiao Lin down, their faces just inches apart, the candlelight dancing in her determined green eyes. "From now on," she declared, her voice a husky whisper, "no one goes to bed without a goodnight kiss." She winked, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Qiao Lin's hammered in her chest, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. Before she could respond, Hesha launched her counterattack, pressing a firm, sweet kiss right onto her lips. In the cold, imposing halls of the palace, the mood was anything but sweet. Princess Diana stood before her mother, the queen, her expression a mask of calm composure. But the queen's question shattered the silence like a stone through glass. "Diana, tell me the truth," her voice echoing in the grand chamber. "Regarding William's injury, did you cover up for the murderer?" Diana closed her eyes for a moment, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek before she wiped it away. She confessed that she hadn't intended for him to die, but the more she investigated, the more she realized he deserved his fate. She took a sharp inhale, her voice dropping to a chilling whisper. She had hired someone to do it, someone she'd disliked for a very long time. Her hand clenched into a fist on the polished desk. The queen slammed her own hands down, her face contorted with fury. "Ridiculous," she roared. "As a princess, don't you know that murdering a noble is a serious crime?" Diana didn't even flinch. She met her mother's rage with an icy calm, retorting that the nobles themselves don't take the royal law seriously and have repeatedly offended their authority. A vein throbbed in the queen's temple. Diana continued, her logic as cold and sharp as a blade. "Since the law is ineffective, wouldn't it be more efficient to use illegal means to eliminate dissidents?" If peaceful means can't solve the problem, then they would have to use force. Her golden eyes were hard, unwavering. Isn't that what our military forces exist for? The queen leaned forward, her voice a hiss. William is not dead. Aren't you afraid that he will come and identify you? Gianna looked away, a dismissive sneer on her lips. She didn't think he would wake up. The man had been harassing women everywhere, even female doctors. Her plan was already in motion. She had a coroner in place, ready to ensure he never spoke again, and after that she would gradually dismantle his family's power. The queen slumped back in her throne, the fight draining out of her. Don't do this again in the future, she warned, her voice heavy with exhaustion. At least discuss it with me in advance. She tapped a finger on the desk, changing the subject. Also, I hope you can decide on the future prince as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult for me to give you more power. Diana's shoulders slumped. She knew that in their country, women were not allowed to directly intervene in politics. Her mother's final piece of advice was bleak. Even if you find a loser to be your puppet, you must never let your man dominate you. Mother, Diana began, her voice quiet but firm as she stood before the throne. She had a plan. I want to go to a neighboring country to study and investigate, she announced. Maybe there will be candidates there that I like. Under the vast, star-dusted canopy of the night sky, a lone figure stood on the balcony, his thoughts drifting. Why haven't I seen Hesha these days? He wondered. A conversation from earlier echoed in his mind. His wife had gone to Tatuoa City with friends, claiming it was for some new clothing business. But, kind of business. And more importantly, what kind of friends? Inside the warmly lit parlor, the man, Faye's father, took a slow, satisfied sip of his tea. He remarked to his wife how well the Qiao Lin stock was doing, attributing it all to Hesha's found motivation. But his wife's face was a mask of thinly veiled disapproval. Her voice was sharp as she countered that it was Hesha, again, doing something that pulled her further and further from the pristine, predictable world of the aristocracy. With a delicate clink of her cup against its saucer, she smoothly shifted the conversation. What about Faye? She asked, her tone suddenly brighter. What has she been up to lately? He explained that Faye was busy, helping the student council and working alongside the daughter of the influential Sharp family. The mother's eyes held a thoughtful gleam. She remembered that Miss Sharp and Prince Dana were childhood friends, though their families never seemed intent on a match. A sly, calculating smile touched the father's lips. A good relationship with the Sharp family, he mused, would be an invaluable asset. A stepping stone for Faye to become what they had always dreamed, a princess. As a carriage crunched along the gravel path outside, the mother's cold, pragmatic thoughts took shape. If Faye could become a princess, it wouldn't matter if Hesha ended up an old maid like Principal Serena. Hesha could still be. Just then, the carriage door opened and a man extended his hand to help Faye alight. But the moment his skin brushed hers, she recoiled as if she'd been struck. Her face twisted into a mask of pure revulsion. Don't touch me, she hissed, her voice like shards of ice. The man flinched, stammering an apology, but Faye wasn't listening. Her voice was a whip crack in the cold night air as she fired off of impossible demands. Anna would pick her up from now on. She needed a female driver. The man's eyes widened. A female driver. But she cut him off before he could protest. Also a female bodyguard, she added, her tone leaving no room for argument. If you can't find one, you can quit. She turned away, a cruel little smirk playing on her lips in the pale lamplight. Defeated, the man could only bow his head and promise to try his best. Faye swept into the house, only to be met by her waiting mother. Faye, why are you so late today? She asked, her brow furrowed with concern. She pressed her daughter, asking if she'd eaten. But Faye just shook her head, her eyes hollow. I'm not hungry, mother. Her mother sighed, noting the dark circles under Faye's eyes. Look at you, you look much more haggard. She lamented. Faye's reply was clipped, robotic. She was just busy, not yet proficient with her student council duties. Her mother's eyes narrowed, zeroing in on the real issue. Her voice dropped a conspiratorial whisper. Has Prince Dana recently? But Faye snapped. A raw nerve had been struck. Mother, she cried out, her face flushed with anger and exhaustion. I'm very tired now, and I want to go back to my room to rest. She spun around and fled up the grand staircase, leaving her mother standing alone in the cavernous hall, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. The clock was ticking. Faye would be 18 next week. Every step she took felt like a grain of sand slipping through an hourglass. If they missed this opportunity, her future and their ambitions would become so much more limited. A new resolve hardened the mother's expression. She had to visit Serena. Serena could always be of some help. Meanwhile, miles away from these cold calculations, Hesha was lost in her own world, sprawled on a colorful quilt, surrounded by her dreams on paper. Her eyes were unfocused, her mind wandering, until a sharp slap on the bed jolted her back. Serena stood over her, hands on her hips. Hesha, what are you daydreaming about? You don't draw, I'll turn off the lamps. Don't waste oil. Panic seized Hesha. I have to finish the drawing today, she yelped, scrambling up. Serena gestured to the 2 completed sketches on the floor. Haven't you already designed 2 dresses? The samples haven't even been made yet. Serena looked at her, confused by the sudden urgency. Hesha flopped back onto her drawings with a dramatic sigh. It just occurred to me, she mumbled. Faye's birthday is next week and I want to get her a dress. A soft smile graced Serena's lips. It seems like you two get along pretty well, she remarked. Hesha's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to show her my design, she declared. It will definitely surprise her. Serena chuckled, recalling the very first dress Hesha had ever given her. A truly hideous creation. Hesha laughed, confessing she had made it ugly on purpose back then. Out of spite, never imagining Serena could actually make it look beautiful. They huddled together, poring over the new design. What's her favorite color? Serena asked. Hesha replied instantly. Her style is very gentle. Ever the professional offered suggestions, add some ruffles. Use less hand embroidery to meet the deadline. She playfully nudged Hesha, musing that while modern dresses were simple, a wedding dress was a true test of skill. Hesha's imagination took flight. Faye, a princess. Her wedding dress would be magnificent. A competitive fire ignited in her heart. Faye always outshone her, but not this time. This time, she would be the one to create something truly breathtaking. In the workshop, Hesha commanded the attention of the tailors, her voice confident as she specified the satin jacquard for the edging. The head tailor nodded in understanding, and Hesha felt a thrill of satisfaction. At this rate, the dress would be ready in time. The other women murmured their admiration. Miss Hesha is so kind, one said, we'll work overtime if we have to. Her friend is so blessed to have her, another added. The head tailor, Anna, smiled wistfully. She remembered when Hesha Qiao Lin was a fierce little girl who would beat up bullies without a second thought. The tailors gasped. How could someone so well-behaved be so ferocious? Suddenly, Anna slammed her hand on the table, startling everyone. Enough, she roared, her eyes flashing. That girl deserved it. If it were me, I'd have been even more ruthless. The younger girls protested that violence was wrong, that girls should be gentle, but Anna just scoffed. So if someone bullied your child, you'd just let it happen? She challenged. Immediately, they all shouted back that they'd beat the bully's ass, proving her point. Elsewhere, a young woman named Kelly faced a gentle rejection. The shop was full, the owner explained, her spots taken by college students desperate for tuition money. Seeing Kelly's crestfallen face, the woman offered her a newspaper. See if there's anything here for you, she suggested kindly. Kelly's eyes scanned the page, her hope dwindling, until they landed on a small advertisement that made her heart stop. Sterling Butler Direct Hiring. Female bodyguard. 12 gold coins a month. It was a fortune. 3 days later, Kelly stood before Faye Sterling. Faye's eyes raked over her, dripping with disdain. You look so weak, she sneered. Kelly stood her ground, pleading that she was strong, that she just needed a chance. Her desperation was palpable. A strange, cruel curiosity flickered in Faye's eyes. Come close, she commanded. As Kelly obeyed, Faye reached out a gloved hand, her touch invasive as she examined Kelly's hair, her body. Your hair is so long and your breasts are so big, she murmured, her voice laced with venom. They are all a burden in a fight. Faye leaned in, her smile a twisted thing. You're already an attraction to men, she whispered mockingly, so how can you protect me? The humiliation stung, but before Kelly could speak, she acted. In a flash, a small knife was in her hand. Faye gasped, but Kelly simply lifted the blade to her own long hair. Botched, stunned as Kelly grabbed a thick lock and began to saw it off. I can cut my hair short and wear a corset, Kelly declared, her voice ringing with unshakable resolve. I will never let a man with bad intentions get close to you. The severed hair fell to the floor. Faye stared, intrigued despite herself. What's up with your hair color and skin tone, she asked. Mother is Malay, Kelly answered evenly. Is that a problem? The butler stepped in, explaining that out of 100 applicants, Kelly's abilities were unmatched. He suggested a trial run. Faye paused, her gaze fixed on the defiant woman before her. Finally, she gave a curt nod. Fine. As she turned away, a thought solidified. This girl was desperate, and that made her controllable. As long as she could do the job, what did appearances matter? A warm, gentle breeze rustled through the leaves as Hesha's cheerful voice called out, Qiao Lin, come eat these cookies with me. Qiao Lin looked up from the laundry, her silver hair catching the sunlight. A simple question escaped her lips. Where did you get cookies? Hesha beamed, holding up a small paper bag filled with treats. Mrs. Thomas gave them to her, she explained, her voice bubbling with excitement. Hesha leaned in close, a mischievous glint in her eyes, chattering about the stories Mrs. Thomas had told her about Qiao Lin's childhood. She playfully poked a cookie against Qiao Lin's lips, her laughter infectious as she declared Qiao Lin must have been a fierce fighter, someone not to be underestimated. And then her tone shifted, becoming sharp, almost predatory. Who was the girl who bullied you? She asked. The warmth of the moment shattered. Qiao Lin's eyes widened, the half-eaten cookie feeling like ash in her mouth. She definitely had it coming. The words echoed in her mind, a cold reminder of a past she couldn't escape. Memories flooded back. The whispers, the pointed fingers, the icy glares from the other children. That girl is so vicious. She almost disfigured someone. Don't get too close to her. She scares me. She remembered standing alone, a small, isolated figure in a sea of judgment. The weight of their fear was a physical burden. Her gaze fell, the cookie in her hand a heavy, unwanted thing. She looked up at Hesha, her own violet eyes clouded with doubt and fear, her voice barely a whisper as she asked, "Don't you think I was too vicious?" Hesha's cheerful expression softened, her green eyes holding a surprising depth. She didn't offer empty platitudes. Instead, she asked a question of her own, her voice steady and clear. "Isn't it normal to fight back when someone hits you?" She paused, her gaze distant for a moment. "But you didn't actually disfigure that girl," she continued, a small, sad smile playing on her lips. Qiao Lin could only manage a choked reply, admitting that it was only because someone had stopped her in time. Hesha then confessed something that made Qiao Lin's heart stop. "We all have skeletons in our closet," she said, a faint blush dusting her cheeks as she nervously scratched her head. She admitted she'd done some pretty awful things before, things she wouldn't do anymore, but a shadow crossed her face, a darkness that Qiao Lin recognized all too well. Her voice dropped, becoming a low, dangerous whisper. "It wouldn't matter who it was," she said, her eyes cold as steel. "If they crossed the line with me, I would make sure they died a miserable death." The air grew thick with tension. Hesha seemed to catch herself, her cheerful mask slipping back on as she looked away, the beating on her pulse. "Yeah," she exclaimed, her laugh a little too loud, a little too forced. "If someone did something unforgivable to me, I'd definitely want them dead too." Qiao Lin's mind was reeling. This was Hesha, the kind, smiling Hesha. A surge of energy coursed through her. She had to know. She had to test her. Abruptly, she lunged forward, her voice trembling as she asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" The bag of cookies tumbled to the ground, forgotten. "What if I make you angry one day? What if I go crazy and take revenge on you?" She screamed, her hands clutching her shoulders, her face a mask of desperation and fear. But Hesha didn't flinch. She didn't pull away. Her green eyes, wide with surprise, met Qiao Lin's frantic gaze without a trace of fear. Her reply was simple, quiet, and it shattered all of Qiao Lin's defenses. "Then I'll do my best to never make you angry." Silence seemed to stop spinning. Hesha's words, so simple, so accepting, were more than Qiao Lin could bear. The strength drained from her body, her expression crumbling. And then the tears came, not silent, graceful tears, but a raw, ugly sob that tore from the depths of her soul. Hesha rushed to her side, her voice filled with alarm as she asked what was wrong, why she was crying. But Qiao Lin couldn't speak. All she could think was that she wanted to be gentle, she wanted to be kind. But her pride would never tolerate being bullied. She had a darkness inside her, a viciousness she was so afraid of. Yeah, Hesha, who was always so forgiving. Even when she exposed her darkest, most monstrous side, Hesha accepted her without any hesitation. This girl, this incredible, wonderful girl, she made her believe that people could truly change, that they could become something wonderful. In the sunlit garden of the estate, Faye stood in a shimmering blue gown, looking every bit the perfect noble lady. "It's not bad," she said with a dismissive air, commenting on the dress. Hesha, standing nearby, couldn't help but scoff. "What do you mean it's not bad?" she thought, tapping Faye's shoulder with her fan. "Is it really so hard to compliment someone?" A girl with pink hair shot back, her voice with sarcasm, doubting Hesha could have done anything so amazing herself. "You barely looked at me in the eyes since we were kids," she sneered, "so how would you know what kind of style I like?" She accused Hesha of trying to win her over by having Qiao Lin make the dress. Hesha just let out a small laugh. "What are you laughing at?" the girl demanded. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied, a wicked grin spreading across her face. "I was just thinking that you two are a lot alike." In perfect, horrified unison, both girls screamed back. All. Qiao Lin, ever the peacemaker, stepped between them. "It was really Miss Hesha's idea to make that dress for you," she explained calmly. "She even designed it herself. I only helped her find some people to make it." Faye was stunned into silence, staring at the beautiful gown in a new light. Hesh gave a little huff of victory, while the other girl muttered, "I get it. Thanks." As Faye turned to leave, announcing it was almost time to go, the grand doors swung open. Standing there, bathed in light, were two women. One, a stunning redhead, waved cheerfully. "Happy birthday, little Faye," she chimed. The other made Faye's blood run cold. "We meet again, Miss Faye," the silver-haired princess said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Faye's face went pale. "Princess she stammered, her voice a choked whisper. "Dabi, what are you doing here?" An instinct for self-preservation screamed at her to step back, to put distance between herself and the princess. Diana strolled in as if she owned the place, announcing that once summer break was over, she would be enrolling at Grace Academy, making them classmates. Faye's heart hammered against her ribs. Why is she coming to Grace? Does she know what happened that night? She has to know. Gianna greeted Faye's friend, Princess Irene, and then turned her attention to the others. "Why is she bringing me along?" Hesha wondered as Diana introduced her as Hesha Sterling. The group exchanged pleasantries, and Diana's gaze fell upon Qiao Lin, and this Diana said, draping an arm around Hesha, "is my beloved friend Jolene Stoke." The red-haired girl greeted them politely, but her eyes narrowed slightly at the introduction. "Beloved friend," she thought. "The two of you must quite close." Diana let out a light, airy laugh. "Stoke, that wasn't a noble family's name, was it?" She leaned inconspiratorially toward Hesha, gesturing to Qiao Lin and whispering, She's really cute, isn't she? Qiao Lin blushed, whispering back for Hesha not to say things that could cause a misunderstanding. Diana watched them, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. So the rumors were true, she mused internally. Nobles here are bisexual, and they continue seeing their lovers even after getting married. They even treat it as something to show off. The red-haired girl smoothly stepped in, taking Faye's hand. "Miss Faye, it would be my pleasure to escort you today," she said, her voice silky. "And I must say that dress looks lovely on you." Faye, flustered, looked around for her own companion. "Where is Kelly?" "She promised to be by my side at all times," she mumbled, allowing herself to be led away. Hesha then turned to Qiao Lin, suggesting they should get going too, and they followed the others out. Diana was left standing alone for a moment, a thoughtful, almost baffled expression on her face. One by one, they all start dating each other despite all of them being women, she thought, her face contorting into a comical grimace. Is this sort of phenomenon really that common here? Shaking her head, she followed them out into the garden party. The celebration was in full swing. Faye stood with her parents, cutting a large, beautiful cake. While other guests mingled and danced on the lawn, a young man tried to take Faye's hand, but she pulled away, clearly uncomfortable. Moments later, she was swept into a dance by the fiery redhead, a reluctant smile on her face. Diana surveyed the scene, bored. Her gaze drifted across the crowd, passing over the nobles until it landed on a young man with sun-kissed skin and golden hair, standing guard. Her eyes, a striking shade of violet, widened with interest. She watched as Hesha laughed with a blonde man, only to be playfully pulled away by Qiao Lin. The bodyguard watched them too, a dejected look on his face. Diana's lips curved into a sly smile. "That's the outfit of a noble's bodyguard, isn't it?" she thought, tapping her chin. "He's actually quite attractive." With newfound purpose, she approached him. "Sir," she began, her voice smooth as honey, "would you care to invite me to dance?" The guard jumped, his face flushing a deep red. "I am sorry, miss, I don't know how to dance," he stammered, waving his hands frantically. Diana's smile never faltered. "Don't worry," she cooed, "I can teach you." Then her expression hardened, her eyes turning to chips of ice. "Or are you going to refuse my invitation?" Her voice dropped, laced with a threat. Even a mere guard would dare to refuse an invitation from a noblewoman? "I really don't understand the customs here." The guard began to sweat, wiping his brow with a trembling hand as he squeaked out, "In that case, I will be in your care." Diana took his hand, her gloved fingers cool against his clammy skin, and led him into a slow dance. As they moved, her gaze drifted over his shoulder, landing on Qiao Lin and Hesha, who were now wrapped in a warm embrace. An annoyed little spark appeared above her crown. "Why don't you start by asking your name?" she prompted the nervous guard, "or asking me for mine?" Her eyes, however, were fixed on the two women. "He seems quite taken with Miss Hesha," she thought, a new, calculating glint in her eyes. The young man's face flushed a deep, embarrassed red, his eyes darting away from her gaze. He stammered, his voice barely a whisper, explaining that a man of his low station had no right to even exchange names with a lady like her. But Diana simply smiled, a gentle and disarming expression. With a grace that was both regal and inviting, she revealed her identity. "My name is Diana," she said, "the princess of the kingdom of Mulai. She would like to know his name." A warm, confident smile bloomed on her face, her eyes crinkling with amusement. "Oh, he's definitely my type," she thought, a flicker of interest igniting within her. "And he knows how to be submissive. Now that he knows who I am, he should be obedient, right?" The boy's eyes widened in sheer panic, his entire body recoiling as if been struck. "Pee-pee, princess!" he shrieked, scrambling backwards in a comical display of terror. He bowed low, his forehead nearly scraping the manicured lawn, apologizing profusely for overstepping his bounds. Diana's smile faltered, her face turning into a mask of bored disappointment. "Forget it," she thought, turning away from the groveling boy. "I don't care anymore." Her initial interest evaporated like morning mist. "He's just another useless coward," she sighed internally, the excitement she felt moments ago completely gone. A waste. Just then, a familiar voice called out, asking if Hesha was interested in taking on the uniform orders for the new year. Hesha and Qiao Lin were lost in their own world, dancing playfully on the lush green grass, surrounded by ethereal, glowing butterflies. Qiao Lin looked over, her expression thoughtful. Hesha replied that she didn't really like the design, but if Qiao Lin wanted to do it, she could talk to Prince Dana. Qiao Lin's mind immediately began to spin, a brilliant, devilish idea taking shape. What if they just made accessories instead? It would add some flair to the uniforms, and they could charge a nobility tax. She leaned in close to Hesha, her voice a conspiratorial whisper, suggesting they could even donate a portion of the profits to the academy as leverage. After all, weren't there a lot of commoners among the first years this year? The nobles, she explained, who want to show off their superiority can only rely on their family names and little minions to identify themselves. So what if they made an accessory that only nobles could wear? An accessory that could only be made by Tim. Their best bet, she continued, her eyes gleaming with cunning, would be to use a material that was luxurious, delicate, and dirtied easily. That way they would need to purchase more than one. Hesha's eyes went wide, her mouth forming a perfect O of astonishment at the sheer brilliance of the plan. Jolene laughed, patting her friend's head affectionately, praising her for now being able to keep pace with even the craftiest of merchants. Hesha beamed, snuggling into Jolene's embrace. Our dear Jolene is the clever one. With you as my advisor, I'm sure we'll rake in a fortune. Jolene's smile was predatory. Still, she mused, I think we can convince the nobles to pay even more for these accessories. She held Hesha close, her voice dropping to a low, persuasive hum. The more they want to show off their status, the more they'll have to spend. After all, even without these accessories, they would use their status to oppress the commoners, just like these sneering boys forcing a poor girl to take off her shoes. So why not allow them to spend more money to maintain the dignity of the nobility? This so-called dignity not only lets them show off, but it also be their weakness, a leash they could pull. In the student council room, the idea was presented. Dana considered it, acknowledging that Hesha's idea had merit. But another member, a red-haired girl, quickly pointed out the flaws. An accessory exclusive to the nobility would make their dress code meaningless and could lead to even more bullying. Another student with fiery red hair chimed in, his expression grave. Almost 30% of the first years this year will be commoners, a sharp increase from last year's 10%. He worried that the nobles might band together to deal with the increasing number of commoners, which could cause things to escalate. Wouldn't making the nobles pay more just give them more reason to look down on others? A pink-haired girl asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Jolene, ever the strategist, countered smoothly. And if we do as you suggest and rank them based on how much they spend on these silk scarves and badges, wouldn't that cause the nobles to start fighting amongst themselves? Hesha smirked, leaning back in her chair with an air of absolute confidence. That's exactly what I want, she declared. The more they fight, the better. She explained that commoners often suffered severe retaliation for accidentally offending nobles they didn't recognize. So why not let the noble students openly show who they are, shifting their attention away from the commoners? Students who can't afford a noble's silk scarf aren't worth bullying. The rules were announced with theatrical flair. The base price for the scarves would be 5 gold, but everyone could offer more if they wished. Different badges would then be embroidered onto the scarves' base set pricing tiers, with the student council keeping track of every student's contribution. The badges would be updated each year to prevent fraud, and the manufacturing rights for the scarves would be exclusive to Hesha Sterling's company, using a special embroidery technique to prevent counterfeiting. Dana, however, remained cautious. While the idea could raise a great deal of funding and make it easier to reduce tuition, it might also cause conflict among the nobility. It would be best, he advised, to first gain the support of the 4 Grand Dukes. The red-haired girl seized the opportunity. Then why don't we let the representatives of the 4 Grand Dukes vote on it? She declared her support for Hesha's idea, confident that she and Prince Dana could handle any fallout. The pink-haired girl watched them, her expression sour. You're creating all this extra work just so you can make money, she thought, her violet eyes narrowing in suspicion. Her gaze shifted to Hesha, a sudden realization dawning on her. This has to be Jolene's idea. Together with Jolene's help, Hesha really might be able to make a name for herself. She sat alone, a shadow of melancholy falling over her. A profound sadness filled her eyes, her long pink braid falling over her shoulder. I can only rely on myself. With the support of 3 of the 4 Grand Dukes' representatives, the proposal passed successfully. After an intense round of bidding, every noble student at Grace Academy received their own rank badge, and with their initial earnings, Hesha and Jolene established a garment workshop. As the new semester began, Princess Diana officially enrolled in Grace Academy, her outstanding academic performance securing her place. She beside Prince Dana, a picture of quiet elegance as the whispers and stares followed them. The new system was already causing chaos. A girl was accosted by an older student, a mere baron's daughter, wearing a rank 3 badge. Take it off right now. The bully grabbed the girl's collar, her face contorted with rage. You're a penniless noble, she sneered. You have no right to complain. Be careful not to tear your scarf. You don't have enough money for a new one. Nearby, 2 blonde boys watched with amusement. These rank badges really are convenient, one said with a smirk. You can see how well off someone is with just a glance. I heard 30% of the new students are commoners, and you can tell who they are right away. They noticed 2 girls walking past, their pace quickening to avoid the confrontation. They look pretty good, one of the boys leered. Want to pick one to have some fun with? The other scoffed, nah, I'm not interested in cheap goods. Just then his eyes lit up as he spotted a new target. Here comes someone more interesting. Is this the son of Duke Anderson? The boy in question was engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. The blonde bully swaggered over, a cruel smile on his face. Why are you wearing only a rank 1 badge? He is, his friend confirmed with a snicker. The bully grabbed the boy's scarf. Inferior nobles like you, who can only buy their titles, have no right to speak to me. His hand tightened, the knuckles turning white. With a sickening rip, the delicate fabric tore. "Oops," he drawled, feigning surprise. "My bad, I accidentally tore it." The boy's eyes, a startling shade of blue, blazed with fury. "You bastard!" he yelled, his book falling from his grasp and hitting the ground with a thud. The bully just laughed, inspecting the torn fabric. "These scarves are so delicate, you really have a few extras lying around." He leaned in, his voice dripping with venom. "Oh, I almost forgot." With the Anderson family's current financial situation, buying even one of these was probably difficult enough. The boy's face was a storm of humiliation and rage, his fist clenched so tight it trembled. The bully reached into his pocket and tossed a handful of gold coins at the boy's feet, the metal clinking mockingly on the stone path. He sneered. "I'll compensate you for this one, and even give you enough to buy a spare. Around here, money is far more useful than some noble title." They walked away laughing, leaving the boy standing amidst the scattered gold. His shoulders slumped in defeat, his gaze on the gleaming coins that represented his family's shame. Slowly, painfully, he bent down to pick them up, one by one. Deanna had witnessed the entire exchange, her expression unreadable. A thoughtful frown creased her brow. In her country, noble titles were passed down for generations. Money simply has no weight in the face of power like that. No matter how much wealth one of the lower nobles gathers, they still have to hand it over to the higher-ranking nobility. As for the merchants, they are treated as nothing more than tools for the nobles to extort wealth from. But in this place, the impoverished nobles are worse off than any wealthy merchant. A sudden understanding dawned in her eyes. No wonder the nobility here are so obsessed with spending money. Flaunting their wealth is almost the same as flaunting their power. A slow, calculating smile spread across her face. The person who came up with this idea clearly has a devilishly sharp eye. They definitely saw that Prince Dana wanted to use the bourgeoisie to break the rigid hierarchy, and now they stand to make a fortune from it. "If I could get them on my side, that would be a huge advantage later." In his office, Dana extended an offer to Diana. "I'm sorry, but I must decline." She stood before him, her hands clasped politely. "Don't be so quick to refuse," he urged, his voice smooth and persuasive. "The royal family needs talent people like you. If you were to join the student council, I'd be able to offer you a position as a royal treasurer after graduation." He leaned forward, his gaze intense. "I know that the scarf proposal was actually your idea, not Hesha's. And I know that you need a job like this to help raise your social standing more than she does, don't you?" But Diana was resolute. "I've already agreed to help her estate," she stated calmly, walking away. "And if I became a treasurer for the royal family, it could lead to a conflict of interest." Dana watched her go, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He sighed softly. As Hesha's business partner, Jolene isn't just running a garment workshop. They also have a tea plantation, and she will probably help Hesha to expand into even more industries. While the royal family can earn a profit by investing in her businesses as shareholders, once she marries into another noble family, all of her assets will belong to her husband. A wistful look crossed Diana's face as she walked away, her hands behind her back. "I wish I could make Hesha a member of the royal family," she thought, a quiet longing in her heart. The classroom was quiet, the air thick with the smell of old books and dust motes dancing in the afternoon sun. Jolene rested her chin on her palm, her silver hair spilling over her emerald green uniform. A profound wariness settling in her gaze. The endless droning of lectures, the petty squabbles of nobles. Was this all her life was meant to be? Suddenly, familiar voice shattered the silence. From the window, a sunbeam seemed to take human form. It was Hesha, her blonde hair a halo of gold, her smile so wide and infectious it could light up the entire world. The other girls whispered amongst themselves, their voices a low buzz of envy. They murmured about how close Jolene was with the infamous Miss Hesha, and how with such a powerful friend, no one would ever dare to bully her. But as soon as Hesha was gone, the atmosphere shifted. Jolene found herself seated with two of her classmates, their conversation turning sour. They complained about having to tiptoe around the arrogant nobles, their words dripping with disdain. Then the topic landed on a girl named Ellie. One of them sneered, remembering how Ellie used to be one of them but now spends all her time with boys. The gossip turned venomous, the words slithering out like poison. The girl leaned in closer, her voice a conspiratorial hiss, claiming she hurley nouse her body several times a night. Jolene's head snapped up, her purple eyes wide with disbelief and disgust. How could they say something so vile? She cut them off, her own voice sharp, reminding them that it's just gossip, and they shouldn't be spreading such cruel rumors. The girls immediately tried to backpedal, reaching for Jolene's hands with placating gestures, their faces a mask of false concern. Unseen by them, Hesha watched from a distance, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. A pout formed on her lips, her cheeks puffing out in irritation. Who were these girls? Why was Jolene giving them so much attention, completely ignoring her? Back at the table, the girls continued their poisonous whispers, trying to justify their slander. They insisted that people can't help but get suspicious when a girl spends so much time with boys, especially at night. They even tried to flatter Jolene, saying it's different for her and Hesha, that everyone envies their relationship. But the words felt like ash in Jolene's mouth. She looked down, a wave of misery washing over. Suddenly, a pair of delicate shoes stepped in her line of sight. Jolene's eyes widened as she looked up. Hesha stood over them, her expression unreadable as she asked what they were all talking about. The two girls looked up, confused, wondering who this radiant, intimidating girl was. Before anyone could answer, Hesha wrapped her arms around Jolene from behind, pulling her into a tight, possessive embrace. The classmates, intimidated, quickly introduced themselves as Anna and Lena. But Hesha's attention was solely Jolene. She leaned in, her lips brushing against Jolene's ear as she whispered, her voice laced with a dangerous edge. She asked if they were really just classmates. Then why were we talking to them so seriously that she had completely ignored her arrival? Jolene's heart stuttered. Flustered, she tried to explain that it was nothing special, asking if Hesha needed something from her. She placed her hands over Hesha's, trying to gently pry them away. But Hesha's grip was like iron. Instead, Hesha simply laughed, a light, airy sound that didn't quite reach her eyes, and planted a soft kiss on Jolene's head. She teased, asking if she really needed a reason to come see her, before telling her to head back to class, leaving Jolene looking small and utterly overwhelmed. As they left, Anna and Lena huddled together, whispering furiously. One asked the other if she thought the two of them were a bit too close. The gossip started again, this time about Jolene herself. They whispered about how Jolene had somehow persuaded the 4 Grand Dukes to secure a deal for Hesha, their tone implying she had used more than just her words. After all, she was quite attractive. Hesha, still holding Jolene, felt her stiffen. She followed Jolene's troubled gaze and saw the two girls whispering. A cold fury began to build in Hesha's chest. "What's wrong?" she asked softly, but her eyes were already hardening. She turned her head, her gaze locking onto the two gossiping girls like a predator spotting its prey. Her voice, when she spoke, was deceptively calm. "Hey, what are you two talking about?" she asked. Then the mask fell away. Her eyes blazed with a terrifying light, her smile turning into a vicious sneer. She warned them to be careful, her voice dropping to a deadly whisper. If they dared to say anything that made Jolene unhappy, she would personally rip out their tongues. Her hands tightened on Jolene's shoulders, a silent claim of ownership. Anna and Lena froze, their faces draining of all color. They shook their heads frantically, stammering that they hadn't said anything, that they weren't talking about her at all. Hesha scoffed, turning away in disgust. She spat that there was nothing she hated more than people who gossip about others. But Jolene knew the truth, noble and commoner. "Girl," the words echoed in her mind. No matter what they did, as long as they were together, the whispers would never stop. Hesha looked down at her, the anger in her eyes softening into concern as she seemed to realize the source of Jolene's distress. Unless an idea began to form. Hesha quickly changed the subject, her voice bright and cheerful again. She announced that she'd checked the workshop's accounts and they'd made a good profit. To celebrate, she declared they would go shopping for jewelry this weekend. But Jolene interrupted, her voice quite firm. "Hesha." She looked up, her purple eyes filled with a strange resolve. She asked if Hesha would consider a way to expand their business. Hesha tilted her head, intrigued. Then Jolene dropped the bomb. "Becoming the princess." The cheerful atmosphere shattered. Hesha's twisted into a mask of disbelief and rage. "Are you serious?" she snarled, her voice trembling. "Do you think I would sell myself for money?" Jolene remained unnervingly calm, explaining that becoming the princess was an honor, not a transaction. But Hesha wasn't listening. "Heguham," she slammed her hand down on the desk, the sound echoing through the stunned classroom. She lunged forward, grabbing Jolene by the collar of her uniform, their faces inch apart. "How," she seethed, "is marrying and sleeping with someone you don't love for money any different from selling yourself?" Jolene looked up at her, shocked but not afraid, trying to explain that there was an easier path she could take, a path without regrets. But Hesha's pain was too great. Her hand moved, fingers gripping the back of Jolene's head. Her expression a mix of fury and heartbreak. She let go, her voice cracking as the final words escaped her lips. "I'm so disappointed in you." She shoved past the other students, shouting for them to get out of her way, and stormed out of the room, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. The classroom erupted in whispers. Why would Jolene say something so cruel? What right did she have to meddle in noble affairs? But inside, Jolene's heart was breaking. "It's because I care about her that I have to say these things," she thought desperately. "I can't let her ignore better opportunities because of my own selfish desires." With a sad, faint smile, she turned to the shocked girls. Since she couldn't be the one to say it, she asked them to help persuade Hesha. Maybe one day she would be thanked for it. Later, Hesha sat alone on a bench, trying to distract herself with a ledger. But her peace was short-lived. Anna and Lena approached, their faces full of false sympathy. They told her Jolene had said she was tired of being patient with her. Hesha's head snapped up, her green eyes flashing. Did she really say that? The girls spun their web of lies, claiming Jolene for a better opportunity, trying to distance herself. They mentioned that even Prince Dana had offered Jolene a job. The name hit Hesha like a physical blow. Dana? Why would he get involved? The pieces started clicking into place, forming a twisted, ugly picture in her mind. Did he figure out the silk scarf idea was Jolene's and try to poach her? Snap! The ledger in her hands cracked under the pressure of her grip. Of course. That's why Jolene brought up becoming the princess. It was all because of Dana. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Prince Dana sat across from the elegant Principal Serena. She commented on his failed attempts to recruit Jolene, asking if he knew why she always refused. Dana explained that Jolene was devoted to helping Miss Hesha. The principal smiled knowingly, snapping her fan shut. She told him he must have guessed by now the two girls were more than just friends. Dana was stunned into silence, stammering that it was a private matter. He tried to tip the subject, but the principal was relentless. She was merely curious, she said, if he had a future princess in mind. When he demurred, she pressed on, a slight in her eyes. She mused that she thought he had his eyes on either Jolene or Hesha, asking if he truly didn't want either of them as his future princess. She then spoke of a past love of her own, a girlfriend she was devoted to, whose advice she always cherished. In a softer, gentler world, puppy Hesha lay chained in a yard, utterly bored. That's when she saw her, Kitty Jolene, passing by with an elegant swish of her tail. Hope sparked in puppy Hesha's eyes. She saw the key to her chain lying in the grass. She rolled onto her back, paws in the air, letting out a playful arf, begging Kitty Jolene to play with her. But then, another figure appeared, a handsome young man who cooed at her, promising to take her to meet his own handsome puppy. He hooked her collar, and in the blink of an eye, she was gone. She had bolted, choosing freedom and her beloved Kitty Jolene. As they watched the stars begin to glitter in the sky, Kitty Jolene asked if she was sure. Being a stray meant going hungry, but puppy Hesha was resolute, her voice ringing with passion. I'd rather die than live without freedom. The discarded collar and lay forgotten in the grass, a testament to a choice made not with logic but with the heart. The principal's gaze softened, a gentle melancholy clouding her eyes as memories, fragile as cherry blossoms, drifted through her mind. I thought I was doing what was best for her. Her friend, with hair like spun pink sugar, had always been innocent, so easily brought to tears by the harsh words of others. A traditional marriage seemed like a shield, a harbor, so I let her. I watched her hand slip from mine, reaching for another's under a sky filled with starlight and promises. I saw her at the altar, a vision in white, a gentle smile on her lips as rose petals rained down, and a wave of relief washed over me. I felt thankful, certain that I had made the right choice for her. But then, she came to me. Years later, the light in her eyes had dimmed, the smile was a brittle memory. She collapsed into my arms, her body trembling with silent sobs. She pleaded with me, her voice cracking with desperation, hoping that I would help her daughter, so she wouldn't be forced to follow in her mother's steps. Her husband, she confessed, had an overbearing personality. Oh, he loved her in his own suffocating way, and he was faithful. But was that enough? Was that happiness? She could never truly return his feelings, so she clung to her sense of duty, whispering to herself over and over that everything was okay, that this was the life she was meant to live. After giving birth, she poured every ounce of love she possessed into her child, a desperate attempt to fill the gaping emptiness in her own soul left by a loveless marriage. She would often stand among the white roses, a quiet sorrow in her gaze, and wonder, what if she had taken the other path? The secluded path, overgrown and shadowed, remained untouched because everyone chose the safest route. Was it her own timid personality that had held her back from taking a risk? But her daughter was different. She was stronger. A fire burned in her brilliant green eyes. She deserved to carve her own path, not passively follow the one everyone else considered safe. With a lantern in hand, she could walk through the darkest gardens and find her own way. Her mother's greatest fear was that if her daughter faced hardship, she would let the negative experiences of others convince her to stop fighting she wanted. Instead, those of us who have been through these things before, we should be the ones to lend a hand. We should support her choices and help carry the burden of the consequences. The principal looked down at her own hands, remembering the feel of her friend's trembling shoulders, and a renewed sense of purpose filled her. Her smile was small but genuine as she finished her story. My hope, she thought, that Miss Jolene and Miss Hesha can become symbols for all independent women, so that they may all carve their own panday. She turned her gaze to the prince, her voice steady and clear. If women can only ever rely on the same old path of political marriage, society will never be able to progress. The prince leaned back, his fingers steepled, his expression unreadable. He raised a skeptical eyebrow, his voice smooth as polished stone. Are you hoping that I will support them with preferential treatment when it comes to policy? I still don't think same-sex marriage is appropriate. At least not right now. The principal's smile didn't waver. We aren't expecting your support, Your Highness. We only hope that you won't stand in our way. A long silence stretched between them. Finally, the prince nodded, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Rest assured, he said, his voice decisive. I will do my best to support female entrepreneurs. As long as they can escape from economic hardship on their own, they'll no longer be forced to choose between marrying for money or for happiness. A quiet understanding passed between them. I hope that I live to see the future you've envisioned. The prince added, a hint of sincerity in his tone. Just then, a sharp knock echoed from the door. It creaked open, and Hesha burst into the room, her face flushed and her green eyes wide with urgency. Principal Serena, sorry to interrupt. She stammered, but I have an important matter to discuss with Prince Dana. May I have a word with him in private? The prince, tiny, almost imperceptible sigh, a cute chibi version of him asking Hesha if they could talk later. The principal's eyes twinkled with amusement. Hesha's personality is just like her mother described, she thought. She certainly makes her own path. She rose gracefully, her voice warm as she addressed Hesha directly. Miss Hesha, you're just the person I wanted to see. I wanted to thank you properly for your proposal regarding the scarves. Hesha looked flustered, waving her hands dismissively. There's no need to thank me, it was all Jolene's idea. Now, if you have something to discuss, please feel free. The principal's smile widened, becoming just a little bit wicked. Then please tell Jolene that Prince Dana and I not only support both of your careers, but we also strongly support your relationship. She needn't. The words hung in the air, electric. Hesh froze. Her brain screeched to a halt. A tiny chibi version of the prince looked just as shocked. Principal Serena, you already knew. A blush crept up her neck, her heart hammering against her ribs. Her eyes darted between the calm principal and the equally stunned prince. The prince, seeing her panic, immediately tried to intervene. If you've misunderstood something regarding Miss Hesha, feel free to ask and I will do my best to explain. But his words were just static. Misunderstood, the word echoed in Hesha's mind, a cruel, mocking laugh. Her lower lip trembled, her green eyes shimmering with unshed tears and dawning horror. The prince's own mind was racing. Didn't I threaten Jolene? Why would she say those things? Was it really just for my own good? Hesha's thoughts were a chaotic storm. Why else would Jolene say those things? Why does she keep saying things that make me angry? Isn't she afraid that I'll really break up with her? And in that storm, a single, terrifying thought solidified into ice. The hurt in her eyes sharpened, hardening into a blade of pure, cold fury. Her chin lifted in defiance. Hems. A devilish smirk played on her lips. This time, I'm going to pretend to accept her advice. I refuse to believe that she won't be upset. Meanwhile, Faye's pen scratched furiously across the parchment, the numbers swimming before her eyes. Even with all the profits from the silk scarf project, it's still not enough to cover the tuition costs. Her neck ached with tension. Suddenly, a warm hand covered her own, stilling the frantic movement of her pen. Gasped, startled, as Princess Diana effortlessly plucked the pen from her grasp and set it down. A slow, sad smile spread across Diana's face. What are you doing here? Faye grumbled, trying to pull her hand away. Stop bothering me while I'm working. She let out a sigh of relief as Diana finally released her. But the relief was short-lived. Diana leaned in close, her breath warm against Faye's ear, her voice a low, seductive whisper. Since the sun has already set and you're almost done with your work, I was wondering if you would accept my invitation to have dinner together, Miss Faye? Before Faye could even process the request, Diana's hand was on her arm, gently pulling her up from the chair. I just happen to have something I'd like to discuss with you. Her next words were a bombshell. You want to know Princess Diana came to Grace Academy. She's studying to become queen. Faye stared, utterly bewildered. Diana casually plucked a small white flower from a nearby vase, her expression serene. Faye smiling. Doesn't she know about everything that happened that night? Why did she only come here after something like that? Does she want... Diana held the flower out to her. She prompted softly. Faye leaned in, inhaling the sweet, delicate scent. Diana's voice was gentle, but her words were sharp. She knows. She's the one who helped smooth everything over for you. Her coming here to study has nothing to do with what happened. How? Faye was utterly lost. The man I killed wasn't a noble. How does she benefit from helping me? Diana's smile turned sly as she snatched the flower back. She'd wanted him dead for a long time, but never found a good opportunity to do it. Then you happened to come along and gave her a convenient chance to finish him off. Faye's eyes went wide with shock, her hand flying to her mouth. Are you saying he wasn't dead then? I didn't kill him? Before another word could escape, Diana leaned in and pressed her lips to Faye's, silencing Hoft's definitive kiss. She murmured against her lips, pulling back just enough to whisper, her eyes locked on Faye's. As a part of the royal family, it's inevitable that they will have to kill some of those who threaten their rule. Her gaze was intense. Prince Dana wouldn't do that, would he? Faye asked, her barely a whisper. Faye swallowed hard, a knot of fear tightening in her stomach. Diana's voice was dangerously low. If you're naive enough to believe that he hasn't already, then you aren't fit to be the princess. The word struck Faye like a physical blow. Her shoulders slumped, the hope draining from her face. If I can't become the princess, what else can I do? Seeing her distress, Diana's expression softened. She gently pinched Faye's cheek, her tone shifting from harsh to playful. You've been my assistant for weeks, doing so much valuable work, and you're still talking like this. Faye pouted, swatting her hand away. If it's so valuable, then why haven't you paid me? Diana chuckled, a low, throaty sound. That depends on what kind of relationship you want to have with me. She leaned in again, her eyes glittering with promise. If I were to pay you, then I'd be your employer. But if I invest in you, then we'd be partners. A slow, captivating smile spread across her lips. The opera house, the library, a jewelry store. You can work on any project that interests you. The world exploded into sparkles in Faye's eyes. Invest? You mean you'll give me a large sum of money to take charge of an entire opera house or the library or even buy any jewelry that I want to collect? As long as she could make a profit, Diana purred. Faye's inner catgirl went wild, her eyes turning to stars. Always had a good eye for these things. From a carriage window, Prince Dana and his aide watched the two of them, their heads close together in excited excitation. The two of them get along really well, the aide commented with a smile. Later, Diana mused to herself as her carriage rolled through the streets. I'm glad you finally cheered up. But can I really trust her not to lose all my money? Back at the academy, an aide approached Jolene's desk, holding out a pristine white envelope. Jolene, this is from Miss Hesha. Jolene took the letter, her expression neutral as she broke the seal. Her eyes scanned the elegant script, and with every word, the blood drained from her face. My dearest Jolene, I love you and trust you, which is why I've thought long and hard about this. What you said was true, and I've decided to follow your advice. From now on, we won't meet or work together unless it's absolutely necessary for business. I will always keep my love for you buried deep in my heart so that I do not get in the way of your promising future. With love, your Hesha. The letter slipped from her trembling fingers. Her violet eyes were wide, unblinking, reflecting a world that had just shattered into a million pieces around her. And the hallway stretched on a silent, lonely path. Hesha walked, each step echoing the turmoil in her heart. Why? Why would Jolene suddenly change her mind like this? It didn't make any sense. One moment, everything was perfect. The next, this icy distance. A voice cut through her thoughts, sharp and familiar. I think we need to talk. It was Jolene, stand there amidst the blooming flowers, a sketchbook in her lap. But Hesha's heart was a fortress of ice. She couldn't let her in. Not again. Not after that letter. Her voice was flat of emotion as she replied that they had nothing left to talk about. Everything she needed to say was in that letter. The words hung in the air, heavy and sharp, and both their faces paled with shock. Jolene's eyes widened, a flicker of panic in their green depths as she asked what happened. Sitting beside her, the air crackled with unspoken tension. Jolene leaned in, her voice a low murmur meant to sting. She'd heard that Prince Dana came to talk to Hesha, that her future was looking quite promising with him. The accusation was clear, dripping with jealousy. That was the last straw. Hesha's hand shot out, snatching the sketchbook from Jolene's grasp. Her voice was laced with bitter sarcasm as she shot back that Jolene was the one he was interested in. So should be the one to seize this opportunity. Jolene recoiled as if struck, slumping over the table with a wounded gasp. What in the world has gotten into her? Hesha thought, her own anger warring with a confusing pang of hurt. She had to end this. She stated coldly that they wouldn't meet or work together, unless it was absolutely necessary for business. Jolene's face crumpled, her voice trembling as she asked why Hesha would say that. Weren't you the one who told me to do this? Her words were a desperate, heartbroken whisper. Is it 'cause you don't love me anymore? Hesha's resolve wavered. She reached out, her finger gently tilting Jolene's chin up. She tried to sound detached, clinical, explaining that she was just trying to give advice so Jolene wouldn't have regrets in the future. But Jolene wasn't having it. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, met Hesha's. She shot back that she was following Hesha's advice. Wasn't that what she wanted? Hesha looked away, unable to bear the pain in those eyes. She murmured that whether Jolene followed it or not was her own choice. But Jolene pressed on, her voice cracking. Aren't you afraid that I might make the wrong choice? What if you also regret it in the future? Silence. Hesha had no answer. Finally, she sighed, telling her to just forget it. But in an instant, Jolene lunged forward, her hands gripping Hesha's arms, her face just inches away. I was wrong, she confessed, thick with emotion. I was wrong last time, but your advice made me really angry. Hesha's heart hammered against her ribs. She pulled out the crumpled letter, the very source of all this pain, asking if that was why she wrote it. Jolene looked at the letter, then back at Hesha, her gaze intense. She told her it was now Hesha's turn to make a choice. If she didn't want to break up, then she couldn't tear that letter. And she couldn't dare regret her choice later. A slow, beautiful smile spread across Jolene's face, chasing away all the shadows. I never regret my choices, she whispered, and in that moment the world felt right again. With a decisive rip, the letter that had caused so much pain was torn in two. Jolene admitted she had underestimated Hesha's determination, but a playful pout formed on her lips as she declared she was still upset. How was Hesha going to make it up to her? Hesha's heart soared. She promised she would do anything Jolene wanted this weekend. The weekend arrived, bright and bustling. Princess strolled through the town square, a vision in lace and ruffles, a delicate parasol shielding her from the sun. She marveled at the local merchants. The people here were truly savvy when it came to business. If the people from her country had even half their drive, they'd be completely outdone. Behind her, her poor maid struggled, her arms overflowing with a mountain of boxes. The maid stammered, asking if they could find a cart to store the things for now. But Diana dismissed the idea immediately. There was no need. She instructed the maid to take the items to the post office and have them sent to Smith's factory. She wanted these things carefully studied. The maid bowed, promising to take care of it right away. Diana waved her off, telling her to hurry back so they could try some desserts. She didn't want to get fat all by herself. As the maid scurried away, Diana's eyes scanned the crowd, and suddenly they stopped. A familiar figure. Isn't that the Sterling family's bodyguard? And there he was, Kelly, sitting alone at a cafe table. Through the window, she could see his master, Faye, and her own friend Jolene having what looked like a little date inside. A slow smirk played on Diana's lips as she glided towards his table. "We meet again," she purred, her shadow falling over him. "Mr. Bodyguard." He looked up, startled by her sudden appearance. A moment later, a waitress arrived with their order. As the waitress leaned in to offer Kelly more tea, Diana's eyes narrowed. The girl's hand was moving with unnatural slowness, inching towards the coin purse at Kelly's belt. And that purse, wasn't that the crest of the Mulai royal family? Before Diana could even speak, Kelly's hand shot out like a viper, clamping down on the waitress's wrist. He barked. The girl froze, her face a mask of terror. The commotion startled Diana, and the coin purse clattered to the ground, its contents spilling across the cobblestones. Kelly's voice was low and dangerous. "That coin purse looks familiar," he said, his eyes boring into hers. "That doesn't belong to you, does it?" The thief began to stammer, first insisting it was hers, then immediately breaking down into sobs, crying that she was sorry. With a thud, she fell to her knees, pleading for her life. She begged for mercy, claiming a family member was sick, that it was a momentary lapse in judgment. She would never do it again. Diana watched, her expression unreadable. She bent down, her fingers delicating up the stolen purse. Her voice was calm, almost conversational, but it carried a terrifying chill. "In my country, the punishment for stealing from a noble is to have all of your fingers cut off." The waitress's face went white with horror. "And my fingers? I won't be able to work anymore." Kelly, seeing the girl's genuine terror, turned to Diana, begging her to show mercy. But Diana was unmoved. The girl trembled violently on the ground as Diana took a deliberate step towards her. Her amethyst eyes began to glow with an eerie, purple light, her face a mask of cold, imperial authority. "No matter the reason," she declared, her voice echoing with finality, "you must pay the price for your mistakes." Kelly's widened in alarm. He couldn't let this happen. In a flash, he moved, pulling Diana back from the cowering maid. "You should go," he said, urgently, shielding the thief. "I'll take care of everything." The maid sobbed her thanks, scrambling to her feet, but Diana was incandescent with rage. She whirled on him, her voice a furious hiss. "You dare to defy me for the sake of some petty thief? Do you have any idea what I will do to you?" Kelly simply bowed his head. "I've overstepped my authority, Lady Diana. I am prepared to take responsibility on her behalf." A slap, the sound cracked through the air, struck him across the face, her fury palpable. Just then, a voice called out, "What's going on out here?" It was Faye and Jolene, drawn by the commotion. Faye's eyes landed on the red mark on her bodyguard's cheek. "Princess Diana," she asked, her tone dangerously smooth. "May I ask why you slapped my bodyguard?" Diana just scoffed, telling her to ask him herself. Kelly, head still bowed, confessed that he had let the thief who stole her purse go free. Faye glanced from her bodyguard's downcast face to Diana's stormy one, a sly smile touching her lips. "So," she purred, enjoying the drama, "how do you want to handle this, Diana?" Diana glared at Kelly, who refused to meet her gaze. But before she could pronounce her sentence, Jolene stepped forward, a mischievous glint in her eye. She pointed a finger dramatically at Kelly and declared, "You will offer yourself to me for one day." Everyone stared, stunned into silence. Jolene just grinned, looking absolutely delighted with herself. Kelly finally looked up, a blush creeping up his neck. He glanced at Faye, then said if Miss Faye was okay with it, he had no objection. Jolene had transformed into an adorable, ecstatic cat girl, practically vibrating with excitement. "Then let's do it tomorrow," she chirped. "I can be Miss Faye's bodyguard in the meantime." With a triumphant yoink, she grabbed Kelly's arm and began to drag him away. Diana, thoroughly annoyed, snapped her parasol open with a sharp thwack. "Then I expect you to be at my mansion tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp," she called after them, turning on her heel to leave. Kelly quickly bowed to Faye, apologizing and asking her to please deduct the hours he'd missed from his pay. Suddenly, Jolene rounded on Faye, her playful demeanor gone. "Kelly is mine," she shouted, her cheeks puffed out. "How could you allow Diana to bully her like this?" Faye simply smiled, her expression calm and knowing. "Diana is my friend," she said softly, "so I know what she's like. She's not the type to take things too far." The warm light of the boutique glittered off 1,000 tiny gems. Hesha's eyes, sparkling just as brightly, were fixed on her friend. "Jolene, what do you think of this one?" she asked, her voice full of excitement as she held up a small, elegant ring box. The next day, their little shop was buzzing with success, and Hesha was determined to celebrate. But Jolene's brow furrowed with concern. "A ring? That's too expensive," she glancing at the glittering displays. "Besides, wouldn't a ring be a bit too obvious?" Hesha just laughed, a warm and reassuring sound. "We've made so much money recently. What's wrong with some nice jewelry?" she insisted. "You need to dress nicely, or our wealthy clients won't want to buy clothes from our shop." Jolene's slender fingers touched simple gold band Hesha was trying on her. "But a ring might get in the way while I'm working," she protested softly. "Then you can wear a necklace," Hesha declared, already pulling Lean towards a different counter, her grip gentle but firm. Her eyes lit up as she saw the perfect solution. "Why don't both get one?" Two matching sets sold in velvet boxes, one a deep, mysterious silver with dark stones, the other a delicate gold with shimmering pearls. Jolene's heart melted. Seeing the pure joy on Hesha's face, how could she say no? A soft, genuine smile finally graced her lips. "As long as you're happy with it," she whispered. "That's all that matters." Hesha beamed, draping a beautiful necklace around her neck, the cool metal a pleasant weight against her skin. But just as the warmth of their friendship filled the air, a chilling presence entered the shop. A young boy with sun-kissed skin and wide, anxious golden eyes stood frozen, his arms laden with expensive-looking boxes. His gaze had wandered for just a moment, but that was a moment too long. A voice sharp and cold as ice cut through the room. "You think you have time to be looking around? We're not done shopping yet." A woman with ethereal white hair snapped, her impatience a palpable force. The boy flinched, his head bowing immediately. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, his voice barely a whisper. The woman paid him no mind, her gaze sweeping imperiously over the shop. She stopped, her eyes landing on the shopkeeper, and a single question dropped like a silence. "Do you sell pet collars?" The air crackled with tension. Jolene and Hesha exchanged a stunned, confused glance. A pet collar? In a high-end jewelry boutique. The shopkeeper, though taken aback, quickly regained her composure. "Of course, please come this way, your ladyship," she said, guiding the strange pair deeper into the store. The white-haired woman, Diana, pointed a delicate finger at the boy. "Set that stuff down," she commanded, her voice devoid of any warmth. "I'm buying Ayu a collar." The boy's face, already pale beneath his tan, went completely white. He looked down at the box's arms, his hands starting to tremble. Suddenly, escaped Hesha's lips. Her eyes were wide with dawning recognition. "Miss Diana?" she whispered before turning to the boy. "Hello, Miss Hesha." The boy's golden eyes shot up, wide with shock and confusion. Diana paused, her arm linked with the boy's, a flicker of something unreadable in her expression. Hesha, oblivious to the suffocating tension, looked between them. "What are you two?" she began, her brow furrowed in thought. Diana's perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched. A small, almost imperceptible thought bubble appeared beside her head. "Isn't that a girl's name?" Hesha finally put the pieces together, a bright smile on her face. "Miss Kelly, are you and Miss Diana also here to buy jewelry?" Diana's mind reeled. "She really eyes a girl." The boy Kelly looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. "I feel like I'd be crossing the line if I made a girl wear a collar." Diana, plan shifting in an instant. Her gaze scanned the display cases, her expression unreadable. "I'd like to see that bracelet," she announced, pointing to a thick, unadorned band of metal. The shopkeeper hurried over. "You have excellent taste. This bracelet is crafted from hardened steel, so it won't rust," she explained eagerly. Diana took the cold, heavy bracelet. "Miss Kelly," she said, her voice a low command, "hold out your right hand." Kelly flinched as if struck, but he couldn't disobey. He slowly, hesitantly extended his arm. His hand trembled as Diana's gloved fingers wrapped around his wrist, the leather cool against his skin. She slid the steel bracelet on, the metal clicking shut with a sound of finality. Leaning in close, her voice a venomous whisper meant only for him, she said, "From now on, I hope whenever you look at this bracelet, it will remind you of what happened yesterday. And you'll keep your hands to yourself." Her words were a brand searing into his soul. He could only stare at her, his heart pounding in his chest, and choke out, "I understand, Miss Diana." From afar, Hesha and Jolene watched, completely misreading the situation. "Is there bad blood between those two?" Jolene leered, sensing the dark undercurrents. But Hesha just giggled. "They get along so well." She turned to them with a bright smile. "We were going to watch the horse races after this. Would you like to come along?" Diana's lips curved into a slight, dangerous smile. "I actually prefer to watch knights compete," she countered, her eyes glittering. "There's an exciting duel this afternoon. Would the two of you be interested?" She clasped her hands together, a picture of pure, malicious glee. Turning to Jolene, Hesha's eyes were wide with concern. "Jolene, do you want to go? I've always heard it's quite violent, so I've never seen it." Jolene gave a small, reassuring smile, her gaze soft as she looked at her friend. "It'll be fine," she said gently. "I'd be happy to accompany you." The roar of the crowd was as a savage blood sound. In the sun-drenched arena below, knights on horseback clashed, their armor glinting. A cry of "Kill him!" echoed from the stands. The sickening crunch of steel-piercing flesh followed, and a knight, his armor stained crimson, was brutally stabbed through the chest. He fell from his horse, his hand reaching out weakly before falling limp in the dust. Hesha, horrified, quickly covered Jolene's eyes, shielding her from the brutal sight. But Diana watched, utterly unfazed, a fan held languidly to her lips. She looked bored. It ended so quickly. "That's no fun at all," she sighed. Below, the victor's sponsor stood over the fallen knight's horse. "You worthless bastard," he screamed, his face contorted with rage before ordering his men to kill the animal. Jolene felt Hesha's hate on hers. "Aren't you scared?" Hesha whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Jolene's expression was strangely calm. "It's not like I'm the one risking my life," she said coolly. "Why would I be scared?" A man nearby shouted in fury. "I lost 300 gold because of you," as the loyal horse was slaughtered. Kelly watched, his face a mask of horror and disbelief. "These people treat human beings like animals, and animals like they're garbage," his own hand clenching into a fist at his side. Diana noticed his distress, her voice a placid, chilling whisper. "No need to get so worked up. This kind of thing happens all the time. She jeered with her fan. It's a horse's duty to help its master kill their enemy, and if it fails, it'll be left at the mercy of others. Kelly's jaw tightened. That fat ass wasn't the horse's master, he retorted, his voice low and shaking with anger. The knight was. Diana just smiled, a serene and terrifying expression. But he knight's sponsor, she explained as if to a child. And if the master's wants it dead, then it has to die. She down at the bloody scene. If its master were still alive, he certainly wouldn't let them kill it. Kelly stood silently behind her, holding a parasol to shield her from the sun, his own expression darkening. Otherwise, Diana continued, her voice dropping, he wouldn't be fit to be its master. The words hit Kelly like a physical blow. And fit? His eyes widened, stunned. Diana's lips curved into a knowing, cruel smirk. Her gaze was sharp, piercing. So what if he's unfit? She whispered, her words a challenge, a temptation. Then you have to do everything you can to escape. Kelly's mind reeled, his breath catching in his throat. What was she saying? What did she mean? Before he could process it, Diana stood up, her face a mask of indifference once more. We're leaving. Hesha and Qiao Lin looked up in surprise. I told you there wasn't anything special about this, Diana said, grabbing Hesha's hand and pulling her along. She glanced back at Kelly, her eyes cold. You may go now. She dismissed him curtly. He took a step forward, desperate. Can we talk about what happened, Beth? He started. But she cut him off with a sneer. You really know how to ruin all the fun. I knew we wouldn't get along. And with that, she turned her back on him, walking away without another glance. As she left, her true thoughts twisted in her mind, a venomous internal monologue. Mere servant dares to criticize her master. Does she actually believe she has the right to choose her own master? Her pride was a fortress, impenetrable and cold. As they walked away, Qiao Lin noticed Hesha's hand was trembling violently where it held hers. Hesha, where are we go? She asked, her voice soft with concern. Qiao Lin looked at her friend's pale face. She must be Tarot, she realized. Hesha didn't answer. Instead, she pulled Qiao Lin into a hidden alcove, surrounded by sweet-smelling white flowers. She wrapped her arms around Qiao Lin, holding her tight, her own fear momentarily forgotten in her need to protect. Leaning in, her breath warm against Qiao Lin's ear, she whispered, Don't be afraid. I won't let anyone hurt you. Irene pulled Qiao Lin closer, her breath warm against her ear as she nuzzled into her soft, silver hair. A gentle whisper escaped her lips, a promise meant only for Qiao Lin. She called her a dummy, her voice laced with a teasing affection, insisting that she wasn't afraid. Her hands found Qiao Lin's, her fingers lacing through them with a firm, reassuring grip. Her eyes, sparkling with an unshakable resolve, met Qiao Lin's. She declared with fiery passion that she was going to make a fortune, to become a major financier. And why? So that no one, absolutely no one, would ever dare to lay a hand on her again. The promise hung in the cool night air, a shield forged from pure devotion. Qiao Lin's heart swelled, her arms wrapping tightly around Irene's back, burying her face of her friend's embrace. How could she be so worried? Qiao Lin thought, a blush creeping up her cheeks as she felt the secure press of Irene's against hers. She wasn't some fragile doll. She was the kind of woman who fought bears in the mountains, who in their right mind would dare to hurt her. A memory flickered in her mind, a vision of them as children, their cheeks chubby and their bond just as fierce. A wide, happy smile set across Irene's face, her cheeks squished with pure delight. She supposed she could count on Qiao Lin to keep her safe from now on. The two of them stood there under the starry sky, a perfect picture of friendship and devotion, unaware of the lone figure watching them from a distance. Kelly stood in the shadows, his expression a mixture of longing and melancholy. He watched them for a moment longer before turning away, his form dissolving into the darkness as he headed back inside. He walked through the grand, empty doorway, his mind clearly troubled. He approached the head butler, his voice quiet as he asked for Miss Kelly, wondering if Miss Fay was with her. The butler, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache and a perpetually worried expression, stood before him. He informed Kelly that he hadn't accompanied Miss Fay today, suggesting she must be with Miss Irene. The butler's gaze shifted towards the grand entrance, his brow furrowed with concern. He noted how late it was getting, a warning in his tone that if she didn't return soon, the master would surely hold all responsible. Just then the sound of an approaching carriage echoed in the night. Two figures stood by the brilliantly lit manor doors, their shadows long in the night. One voice, slurred and boisterous, declared her grand plans to take over the entire street, filling it with carefully selected jewelry. Irene sighed, struggling to support a very drunk Faye, who was flailing her arms about like a rebellious child. Faye whined, telling Irene not to scold her. She was in a good mood, she insisted, and should be allowed to drink as much as she wanted. She stumbled in her heels, nearly taking them both down. Irene held her close, a fond, exasperated smile on her face. If she had known Faye was this bad with alcohol, she would have never let her have any. Faye, oblivious, just snuggled deeper into Irene's embrace, her cat ears twitching contentedly as she rested in the carriage's faint light. As they stumbled onto the cobblestone path, Kelly and the butler rushed out, their faces etched with panic. The butler gasped, asking Miss Faye how she could have gotten drunk. Faye, with a finger to her lips and a fierce blush on her cheeks, shushed them loudly, warning them to keep their voices down so her father wouldn't find out. Kelly rushed forward, his hand outstretched, offering to help Miss Faye inside. But Faye recoiled, shouting that she wasn't going anywhere. She hadn't had enough to drink yet. Irene simply sighed, her patience wearing thin. She told Kelly she would carry her inside and just to lead the way. Without another word, she scooped the protesting Faye into her arms. Faye squirmed, insisting she didn't need to be carried, that she could walk just fine, hopping uselessly in Irene's strong grip. Irene's golden eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them. If she kept squirming like that, she warned, she was going to spank her. Faye froze mid-squirm, her face a mask of indignation and shock as she was carried away. "Don't you dare," she shrieked, her voice echoing into the night. The butler and Kelly could only watch, dumbfounded. The butler blinked, muttering under his breath how well the two of them get along. Later, Faye was tucked into bed, fast asleep and blissfully unaware of the chaos she'd caused. The butler asked if Miss Irene would be staying the night. Irene shook her head, gently brushing a strand of pink hair from Faye's sleeping face. She explained that there was no need, but that Faye would likely have a headache when she wakes up, requesting something to be made for her hangover. The butler bowed his head, his expression one of pure admiration. "That was quite considerate of her," he said, promising to get everything ready right away. He added with a knowing smile that it seemed Miss Faye must have had a lot of fun spending time with her. Kelly, standing quietly by the door, watched the tender scene. Irene turned gaze to him, a question in her eyes. "About how did things go with Princess Diana?" Kelly's shoulders slightly, his gaze dropping to the floor. He admitted that Princess Diana didn't seem like him very much. His fingers fidgeted with the ring on his hand, a nervous habit. But Irene just smiled faintly. She explained that the princess was the kind of person who never shows her true feelings. If she truly disliked him, she would have let him see it. Kelly looked up confused. "Why is that?" he asked. Irene simply reached out and gave his head a gentle pat, her expression unreadable. "You'll find out soon enough," she said cryptically, leaving him to ponder her words. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the lavish bedroom. Faye groaned, her hand flying to her pounding head. "Ugh, my head." She munting against the light. A maid entered the room asking if she was ready to get up. She mentioned that Miss Irene had asked them to prepare something for her hangover, even providing the recipe herself. Faye sat up, her mind foggy. "Irene?" she repeated, the maid reminding her that she was drunk last night. Miss Irene had to carry her to bed. Faye's eyes widened in horror. Did I do anything embarrassing last night?" she stammered, her face turning a shade of crimson that clashed with her pink hair. The maid just offered a sly, knowing smile, which was all the answer Faye needed. A mortified shriek filled the room. "Out!" Faye screamed, diving under the covers. The maid simply bowed, wishing her a good meal before quietly closing the door. Hiding under the sheets, Faye fumed. This was all Irene's fault. She had never been so ashamed in her whole life. The two sat at a table, all previous embarrassment forgotten as Faye out her ambitious plans. She explained the financials of the street, the profits, the potential. Her finger traced the detailed documents as she laid out her strategy for franchises, equity, and sales models. But her voice grew softer as she admitted she was still short about 500,000 gold to make it all work. She looked up at Irene, her violet eyes wide with a mixture of hope and vulnerability. It was her first time doing something like this, asking if Irene would be willing to invest in her. Irene picked up proposal, her expression unreadable. She pointed out that if Faye wanted to persuade her to invest, she shouldn't emphasize that it's her first time. Faye's face fell, her shoulders slumping in defeat. Of course. She figured as much. No one would be convinced to invest that much money based on a few drawings. She looked down at her papers, her dreams feeling so foolish now. But then she heard Irene's voice cutting through her disappointment. Irene pressed a hand down on the proposal. "When did I say that I wouldn't invest in you?" Faye's head snapped up. Irene's lips curled into a confident smile, her eyes gleaming. "I'll back you, Miss Faye Sterling," she declared, her voice ringing with certainty. Faye's world stopped, her eyes widened, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks as Irene's words sank in. She shot up from her seat, her chair scraping against the floor as she stared at Irene in disbelief. "Really? You're willing to back me?" Irene simply took a sip of her wine, the picture of calm assurance. She told Faye to do her best, and that if she ran into any problems, she could always come to her. Overjoyed, Faye grabbed a glass and raised it high. "Here's to a new partnership," she cheered, clinking her glass against Irene's. She then proceeded to gulp down the entire glass of wine in one go, much to May. Irene sighed, watching her with a weary expression. She warned Faye to slow down, or she'd just end up drunk again. And a flashback hits Faye, a fuzzy memory of her cat-eared self peeking out from under the covers. It looks like she went and got drunk on her own after all. Later that night, back in her room, Faye paced restlessly. She walked over to her nightstand, pulling out a book from a hidden compartment. It was titled The Caged Bird, by an author named Sharprine. She clutched the book to her chest. The economic theories in it were so progressive, she couldn't resist trying them out in her own proposal. She hadn't actually expected Irene to support her. She sighed wistfully. "I'd love to meet the author," she murmured, a genuine admiration in her voice. She knew Irene's family had many connections, and she wondered if they might know teacher Sharprine. And then, her brain caught up with her thoughts. She paused, holding the book. Irene Sharprine. They echoed in her mind, suddenly sounding so. Emerged forward of a much younger Irene, her face beaming with pride. "Jolene, I bought you a house," she had announced. A tiny ghostly Jolene had protested, saying she was fine with renting, wasn't a house too expensive. But Irene had just laughed, saying they'd earned so much money recently. She had thrown open the doors with a grand ta-da, showing off the spacious interior. She'd even pointed excitedly towards the bathroom, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Look, we can even take a bath together." The memory of tiny Jolene's beet red, flustered face as Irene whispered the word together in her ear-filled phased mind. The pieces were all clicking into place. The wealth, the name, could it be? Was the mysterious author she admired so much the very same person who had been by her side all along? Hesha held the cloud of foam in her hands, her eyes wide with wonder. She'd never seen soap like this before. It was soaply, and the scent. Like a field of roses after a spring rain. Jolene's laughter was a warm melody behind her as she gently scrubbed Heka, blowing a cascade of iridescent bubbles that danced in the air. She leaned in close, her husky whisper against Hesha's ear, explaining that this was a limited edition soap from a neighboring country. It took the essential oils from over 100 roses just to make one tiny bar, so she used it sparingly. Hesha brought the fragrant lather closer, inhaling deeply. A soft blush cupped her neck as a single thought bloomed in her mind. Does this mean I'll smell like her now? The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. Suddenly, the gentle scrubbing stopped. Hesha felt Jolene's hands raise from her back, a playful glint appearing in those gorgeous green eyes. A jolt of electricity shot through Hesha as Jolene's fingers danced across her sides, and a startled shriek escaped her lips. The water erupted around them as she tried to squirm away, but there was nowhere to go. Jolene laughed, a rich, delighted sound teasing her about being so ticklish even without her clothes on. Hesha gasped for breath between giggles, her face flushed and her heart hammering against her ribs. She shot Jolene a playful glare, warning her that she was being bold, provoking her while she was completely naked. But Jolene was relentless, her fingers finding every sensitive spot, sending shivers down her spine. "Jolene," Hesha cried, trying to retreat, but the tub was too small, the water too slick. "Stop tickling me. Stop it." Please were lost in laughter as she begged for mercy. With one final desperate squirm, her foot slipped on the porcelain. A huge splash echoed in the steamy bathroom. Time seemed to slow down as Hesha fell backward, landing directly against Jolene's soft chest. The playful energy vanished in an instant, replaced by something thick and heavy. Bubbles popped gently around them, the only sound in the sudden silence. Hesha's breath hitched, her cheeks burning as she felt Jolene's arms instinctively wrap around her. She tilted her head back, her lavender eyes meeting Jolene's shimmering green ones. The air crackled. The game had changed. A flicker of mischief, something bolder than anything before, ignited in Hesha's eyes. It was her turn. Her hand moved with deliberate slowness under the water, finding its target and giving a firm squeeze. A sharp surprise escaped Jolene's lips. A delicate blush crept her neck, her ear turning a lovely shade of crimson as she quivered in Hesha's arms. Hesha leaned in, pressing a soft, lingering kiss to the sensitive skin of Jolene's neck. Jolene trembled, her eyes fluttering shut as her fingers twitched at her side, completely surrendering to the sensation. Hesha smiled against her skin before slowly sinking lower into the warm, rose-scented water. Jolene's eyes snapped open, a mix of shock and desperate anticipation in her voice as she breathed out Hesha's name. But it was too late. Hesha's hand came up, gently lifting Jolene's chin, her own face now a mask of blissful satisfaction, a rosy blush painting her cheeks. Jolene was completely undone, her expression a beautiful mess of pleasure and vulnerability. But just as Hesha was about to claim her victory, Jolene surged forward, pushing Hesha back against the tub. She captured Hesha's lips in a searing, passionate kiss, taking back control in an instant. Her hand slid down Hesha's slick skin, a soft gasp from Hesha's throat. The water around them, their bodies moving together in the sudsy heat, soft cries swallowed by the steam. Jolene's eyes burned with a fire that promised to consume them both. The world outside faded away into nothingness. Elsewhere, in a room lit only by a single candle, a pale hand gripped a piece of parchment. The paper crinkled under the pressure. A young man with long silver hair stared at the words, a deep scowl marring his handsome features. He muttered to himself, his voice laced with ice and annoyance, complaining that he hadn't been in the country for long, and they were already rushing him to get engaged. How utterly bothersome. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window of a quiet manor, illuminating a peaceful city street below. In a large, canopied bed, two figures lay tangled in the sheets. Hesha was still fast asleep, but Jolene's eyes slowly flickered open, a soft groan escaping her lips. She blinked, adjusting to the morning light, a deep exhaustion settling in her bones. A gentle smile touched her lips as she looked down at the sleeping girl beside her. Memories of the night before flickered through her mind. The scent of roses, the heat that became so intense Hesha had almost fainted in her arms. A sudden movement brought her back to the present. Hesha was awake, her eyes wide as she pulled the blanket up to her chin. A furious blush spread across her face. "I can't believe it," she thought, her mind reeling. "We actually did it in the bath." She risked a peek at Jolene, whose eyes were now closed again. A new, daring thought popped in her head. Does this mean we'll go all the way next time? The thought sent a thrill right through her. Jolene's eyes opened again, a lazy, knowing smile playing on her lips. She leaned over, her warm breath ghosting over Hesha's ear as she began to tickle her side. Hesha yelped, the tension shattering into giggles as they tumbled playfully in the morning light. Later, Hesha, now a cute chibi with cat ears, let out a massive yawn, complaining that it was Monday. She threw her arms around Jolene, whining that she didn't want to go to school anymore and wanted to go on a trip instead. Jolene chuckled, pinching Hesha's cheek with a playful ouch. She made a deal. If Hesha could get a B+ on her test tomorrow, they could go. Hesha's eyes lit up instantly, suggesting they go to Mula, the place the special soap came from. Jolene just laughed, tackling her onto the bed and telling her not to say another word or they would be late. Later that day, Hesha sat across from a woman with fiery red hair, sipping tea. The woman sighed, explaining that she needed to find a man to take over for her as soon as possible. Hesha paused, her cup halfway to her lips, and asked a simple question that changed everything. Does it have to be a man? The woman explained that her mother was pressuring her to get married. A clever glint appeared in Hesha's eyes. Since she didn't actually want children, she suggested, why not just get a woman to pose as a man? The red-haired woman paused, a slow spreading across her face as she realized it could actually work. Seeing her opportunity, Hesha, in full chibi mode, asked if she could help promote her book in her country. The woman admitted that there wasn't a big market for the caged bird there. But then an idea struck her. She'd been thinking about adapting the story into an opera and selling a record to go with it. She then mentioned a name, Irene Sharp. The name hung in the air. Ryan froze, the book in her hand suddenly feeling immensely heavy. A tremor ran through her body. The woman's eyes sharpened. I knew it, she said softly. You really are sharp, Ryan. Hesha could only gape, amazed at how all she ever thought about was business. Miss Faye stood, leaving the matter in Hesha's capable hands. And as they parted ways, one couldn't help but notice the uncanny resemblance in how these future sisters-in-law reacted when their partners touched the delightful, flustered mess. The quiet hum of the library shattered as Irene's voice, calm and measured, cut through the air, calling out a single name, Faye. Faye's head shot up, her heart lurching into her throat. How much did she hear? Was her secret out? Irene's eyes were unreadable as she posed the damning question, asking if Faye was the author of The Caged Bird. The world seemed to stop. Faye could only manage a tiny, almost inaudible yes. Standing nearby, felt a cold sweat break out across her skin. Oh no, she thought, her mind racing. Please tell me she didn't hear the stuff before that, right? But before anyone could process confession, Faye exploded. With a strangled cry, she lunged forward, yanking Irene by the collar of her dress. Her voice, raw with desperation, ripped through the silence. You don't know how much of your books, she screamed, her face a mask of frantic adoration. Seeing the situation spiral into a full-blown fangirl meltdown, decided it was time for a tactical retreat. She clapped her tiny hands together. A nervous smile plastered on her face as she announced that she'd leave the two of them alone to talk now, scurrying away as fast as her little legs could carry her. Alone with Irene, Faye's frantic energy morphed to a raw, trembling vulnerability. Her grip loosened, but her eyes blazed with a fierce, hurt light. You know so much about me, she accused, her voice shaking with unshed tears. But I don't know anything about you. How is that fair? She pulled Irene closer, her small frame radiating an intense sense of betrayal. Eden simply looked down at her, her expression softening. Her voice was a gentle murmur as she replied, but I thought you didn't want to get to know me. The words hung in the air, a quiet rebuttal that only seemed to fuel Faye's frustration. That was before. Before everything, with a frustrated shriek, she lifted the very book she admired and smacked Irene right on the side of her head with it. The sound echoed in the silent room. Irene barely flinched, her gaze still soft as she looked at the pouting girl before her. She asked, her tone dull. Faye hugged the book to her chest, her cheeks puffed out. Irene sighed softly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Even my family doesn't know about this, she confessed quietly. I didn't know how to bring it up. Faye's anger began to dissolve, replaced by confusion. Then why does Princess Diana know about it? She demanded, her voice much smaller now. A faint smile touched Irene's lips. Diana was the friend who inspired me to write, she explained. I often go to her country to gather material. The pieces started to click into place for Faye, her frustration melting away into a quiet understanding. She looked down, her cheeks still puffed out in a stubborn pout, clutching the book like a shield. A soft chuckle escaped Irene's lips. Faye looked up, scandalized. What's so funny? Irene couldn't help it. You're just too cute, she whispered, her smile warm and genuine. And then in a gesture that spoke volumes more than words, Irene's fingers gently found Faye's, their hands linking as they stood together in the quiet of the library. Meanwhile, Diana was enjoying a moment of peace, strolling through the grand halls of the palace. Even if Faye heard that stuff about me, she thought, a confident smile on her face, Irene would take care of it, wouldn't she? But her peaceful reverie was brutally interrupted. A sharp, mocking voice called out, Kelly. Diana's head snapped around, her eyes widened to see one of her maids, Kelly, being cornered by an arrogant-looking young man flanked by two giggling girls. His voice dripped with condescension. I never thought you'd cozy up to the Sterling family, did you? Did you also change your hair to please your new owners? He sneered, his eyes raking over Kelly's simple dress and the single piece of jewelry she wore. He lunged forward, grabbing Kelly's arm with a cruel yank. "Let go of me," Kelly cried out, stumbling backward as the other mate with laughter. The man's eyes narrowed, his hand reaching for the book was holding. "You!" But his hand never made it. A slender hand shot out, intercepting his wrist, holding the book like a shield. "You're being quite rude," a voice as cold and sharp as ice stated calmly. The man froze, his eyes tracing the arm up to the face of its owner. His arrogance it into pure shock. "Princess Diana," he stammered. Diana's gaze was glacial. "She may only be a servant of the Sterling family," she declared, her voice ringing with authority. "But no matter what you think she's done, neither of you have the authority to lecture her." The two girls behind him flinched, their mocking smiles vanishing. Diana's eyes were like chips of ice, her profile sharp and unforgiving. "Also," she added, her fingers tight on the book. She reached out and grabbed the man's wrist, her touch surprisingly pointing to the bracelet on Kelly's arm. "I'm the one who gave her this bracelet." The bully's face went pale. Realization and terror dawned him. He and his companions immediately bowed low, their voice trembling as they apologized fusely. "We're so sorry, Kelly. This was all just a misunderstanding," they cried, practically tripping over themselves to get away. "We won't take up any more of your time, Princess Diana." As they scurried off, the man who had helped Kelly glanced at Diana, a small smile playing on his lips. "You've certainly guts," he commented, his voice laced with admiration. Diana pulled her hand back, her expression irritable. "Thank you for your help, but I can take care of myself," she said coolly, sizing him up. Her eyes scanned his features, the dark, sun-kissed skin, the shock of light blonde hair. It was an unusual combination. "You wouldn't happen to be from Malai, would you?" she asked, her mind already working, piecing things together. The man looked surprised but nodded. "My father is from this country," he explained, "and my mother renounced her Malai citizenship a long time ago." A brilliant, cunning smile spread across Diana's face. The gears in her mind were turning at lightning speed. An opportunity had just fallen into her lap. "Would you be interested in a job I have?" she asked, her voice alight with sudden purpose as her hand shot out, grabbing the lapel of his pristine white suit. "This could be very interesting indeed."